Hello to all fans of Naruto Lemon. I will post all Naruto Lemon Yaoi, Yuri, or Naruko Lemon stories only on the Boosty channel because Uncle YouTube condemns this. Therefore, I invite everyone who wants Naruto Lemon content to my Boosty channel. Good luck.
お前はどこまで見えている俺の死に様か
Summary: Determined to help her friends on the battlefield, Naru takes a shortcut through an unknown dense forest. Best be known to her that the Sage of the Six Paths set up security seals there. Naruto activates one of them and she and Kamara are sent into the past. How will Naru and Kamara change the ninja world? Was this all a part of the prophecy? Fem Naruto. Time travel. XXXX. A young 16-year-old, Naruto Uzumaki Namikaze, was currently training with Kamara in her mindscape on Turtle Island while the bloodshed of the Fourth Great Shinobi War was happening miles away from her current position. What she didn't know was that on that very day her life would change completely, before she could help her comrades out on the battlefield against the legendary Madara Uchiha, with his Zetsu army and Kabuto's reincarnated army of the greatest of shinobi to walk the earth. XXXX. A yellow flash could be seen as Naruto Uzumaki Namikaze was running at full speed to help her fellow comrades finish the war, and try to bring peace to the world like her master, Jiraiya, and sibling student Nagato seeked. Naruto decided to cut through the forest in hopes of reaching the battlefield faster. But she soon realized how big of a mistake it was to travel in an unfamiliar forest, and to top it off, the forest was dense with foliage, but she pummeled forward not wanting to turn around and waste more time. With the Kyuubi's chakra mode, her senses became heightened and could feel the malice radiating of the enemies, which made it easier for her to pinpoint where she needed to go. The further she ventured into the forest, the more restless Kamara was, and immediately Naruto became to worry for her new friend and asked to see if he was alright. Yo fuzzball, what's wrong? I can feel your chakra becoming restless within the seal. Kit, this forest. Be careful, Kit. What? Why? Naruto was becoming more annoyed with his cryptic messages. They made her think too much. Just watch where you step. Baka Fox just tells me already, she whined. A tick mark formed on top of the fox's head. He hated it when the stupid flesh bag acted like this. Baka Fox, Arrow Kitsune, Kuramajiji asked Fchkul. The fox's eye started to twitch furiously. If there was one thing his holder knew what to do, it was to annoy the hell out of people, but Naruto's next comment made the Kyuubi no Kitsune snap at his newfound partner. TCH, some top dog BG you are. You insolent brat. How dare you call me, the Kyuubi no Kitsune stupid? More so a pervert and old. Are you serious? Naruto started grinning. Oh, she was going to enjoy putting the demon fox in his place. You, the nine-tailed fox, got sealed into me by my parents. You're like hundreds of years old and don't think that I don't know about you fantasizing about a certain two-tailed cat. Oh, this is good. Take that, you stupid fox. Watch your RM mouth, Kit, and watch where you're going. You've got to take this war seriously. Oh ho ho, no denial, wait. You stupid fox, of course I'm taking this seriously. TSK, tell me what's wrong before I do this. Naruto started projecting various positions of the demon fox and cat doing the nasty deed in human form. Looks like all those books Erosenin made me read was totally worth it. Kamara couldn't block out all the images his holder were throwing at him, which led him flying backward with a massive nosebleed. Ouch, note to self, no more pervy thoughts about demons. Kamara got back on his feet and couldn't stop his nose from running with red liquid. Boy, was he embarrassed, more so when his fur became more red than usual. If that was even possible. Stop it, Ugaki. I'll spill. Growling, stop it already. Naruto gave the fox one last intimate image before she stopped harassing the pleading fox. Well, looky here, the strongest Biju surrendering. Oh, I'm using this as blackmail after I defeat Mata team. Listen, Kit, I haven't been in this forest since the old man died. No one has. This is where my brothers and sisters were created. Knowing the old man, he would have set up seals to protect our place of birth. Just watch where you step, I don't know what the seals do. Oh. The big bad fox cares. Naruto had fake anime tears stream down her face, making Kamara shake with fury. Sniff, I didn't know Thatyu could be Bisu. Kamara suddenly felt a shift in the air, he felt that something bad was going to happen. Kit, watch out. Before Naruto could notice, both of their chakra had activated an ancient seal on the forest floor. She raised her arms as a bright white flash consumed her vision and felt her body being sucked and ripped apart. Kid, hold on. Kamara tried his best to push his chakra out, keep his host's body in one piece, as the both of them was warped through the seal. Naruto's screams were deafening as her body felt like it was being ripped limb by limb, then being reattached, then ripped off once again. She had never felt so much pain in her life. Not even with the beatings on her birthdays. The pain soon became too much for her to handle before she passed out. You better stay alive. XXXX. Naruto felt her body swaying as her brain was numb, with her body feeling as if went through a session with Haku and his needles, as well as her insides boiling in a raging inferno, and whimpered at the feeling. Hearing muttered voices around her and a wet lick to her cheek, and whimpered more as her head turned slightly at the action and pried open her eyes slowly. Being greeted with the blazing afternoon light with a blurry burnt orange blob next to her head. Kurama. She whispered. How are you out of the seal, was what the blonde was unable to say as her throat felt like the terrain of Suna. Grunting as her body jolted and eyes focused better, and realized that she was being carried in somebody's arms, with Kurama resting on the person's shoulder with a concerned look in the fox's crimson gaze. Naruto brain pounded against her skull and felt her head lull back and was about to pass out again. Seeing a familiar face and had tears stinging her eyes as she whispered. JGG. Before her world went back to black. The last thing she felt was something to lick at her face, and heard the deep rumble of her tenant. Naruto reopened her eyes to see that she was on a large bed of burnt orange fur, and looked up to see that she was in the sewers of her mindscape, with Kurama looking at her with concern. How are you feeling, Kit? You've been out cold for the past 3 days. Went the Biju's first words to his container. T3, what happened? I can't feel anybody. Naruto cried up to the Biju, with Kurama wrapping a tail protectively around his container. Where? I can only feel Bachan. And T then there WSGG, what's going on? Calm down. Kurama rumbled, shaking the mindscape to silence his hyperventilating Jinchuriki. Damn that old man. Sly even in his eternal rest. Kurama huffed and wrapped his frightened Jinchuriki comfortably in his tails. Kid, I need you to shut up for now while I explain what happened. Naruto just held on tight and rested her head on his fur. The seal is still in place, how I got out. The seal changed a bit so I can take on a physical form. I can also return to the seal when I feel like it, or if you want it. Naruto just listened quietly as the fox continued. Kit, that seal we activated, I believe the old man's seal placed us back in time. How far back we are? I hate to tell you, but we're in the time where your Gigi is still just a mere genin. But remember, Kit, we're no longer in our timeline, there's no fourth war here. So you need to watch what you say. We have to find a way back to our time, before you screw up the timeline and end up destroying the future. Naruto grunted, too mentally exhausted to argue, but she knew he was right. But, Kit, I can feel a small presence of my chakra a few miles from here. This means since that monkey is just a brat, my other self is sealed within Mito Uzumaki, my first host. I need you to rest your body so we can find your aunt to see if they can teach you in seals and hopefully develop a seal to return to our time before shit happens. But Kurama, you never explained who was carrying me. I understand why Gigi looks like a kid, but who? Naruto asked suspiciously as she narrowed her eyes at her partner. Geez, Kit. Don't blame me. But that monkey's team found us half dead and have been healing us ever since. My chakra levels are shit. Almost like the damned Sambai. It's an insult. So it has been hard for me to heal not only myself but you as well. Your damn Uzumaki genes are working overtime just to keep your organs functioning. Not needing to see Naruto's stern glare, knowing that he was beating around the bush, and answered her question fully. The monkey's team, it consists of Hamura Mitokado and Koharu Udatane. The village elders? Naruto muttered in disdain. She never liked the old farts for always sabotaging her accomplishments. If it wasn't for Bachan or Jiji or Erosenin, Naruto would have left Konoha a long time ago. Like when she was 8 or something. Can't believe that Jiji was teammates with those old farts. Growling slightly but knew not to judge the chibis now. They weren't corrupted by war yet, or by Danzo. What about the team leader? The one that's carrying me? Kurama sked and replied. That damned water boy. The wood boy's little runt of a brother. Getting whacked by Naruto as she didn't understand his bitching. The Nidaime Hokage, Tobirama Senju. Naruto stiffened and almost felt queasy and flopped onto Kurama's nose with a huff. I remember Jiji telling me about him. He's uptight, gotta stick up his ass like Neji and Sasuke. Serious, but he's smart, and that's all I got. I got bored listening about him. Feeling Kurama smirk. Though I know he's got a high affinity for water and master chakra control. Otherwise I know a whole bunch of stuff about the Shodai, Sandaime and Yondaime. Not the Nidaime. Laughing nervously. So, how long am I stuck in here and what do we do? You'll be in here for another 5 to 7 days healing while I regain my chakra. We can stay in the village and win their trust, just don't give them your last name. Either of them. People of this time will understand. Tell them a washed version of the truth since you can't lie for shit. Getting a stiff snort from his host and grinned. They had plenty of time to plan in here. All that was needed for Naruto to follow the script. 5 days later. This sucks big time. Naruto muttered in a croaky voice as she looked up to the white ceiling. Kurama was by her size in his small pup form with only one tail. Handing her over a glass of water with his tail as she forced her muscles to move so she could sit up. Thanks. Taking the cup to her lips and swallowed. The cool water felt nice against her dried throat. Hey Kurama, where's Iruka's, gesturing to her forehead. This was one of the items she didn't want to lose here. Don't worry, Kit. In my fur. Rummaging through his fur and pulled out a large scroll and unfurled it for Naruto to see that he had sealed it within the scroll before placing it back into the fur. Naruto whistled in awe and rubbed his chin affectionately. The great Kyuubi caved into her touch. I don't like it here. Naruto whispered as she looked out her window and saw the 2 of the 5 heads of the Hokage. It feels exactly like Konoha, but it's not my Konoha. Kurama nudging into her chest as she wrapped her arms around him in a soothing embrace. He was being awfully attentive today and Naruto couldn't help but giggle. You're up. That's a good sign. Aha! Naruto screamed in shock that made Kurama fall of the bed. Naruto grabbed her heart and looked over to the door and saw a man that appeared to be in his mid-30s with long brown hair, tan skin, wearing a red shirt with black slacks. He seemed familiar. Ah. So sorry, I didn't mean to scare you. The older man fussed as the fox leapt back onto the bed and under the blonde's arms. I've been your doctor. The name's Hashirama Senju. Naruto looked at him oddly. He was bubbly for a Hokage and shook the thought off as she gazed down to Kurama. So this is Bachan's Jisan. Thank you. I'm Naruto. She spoke and looked back at the Hokage and asked. Where am I? Where are my clothes, gesturing to the hospital garb she was wearing. It made her flinch. She hated the hospital and would always sneak out back in her timeline. Yet here she was in the past. Not knowing that her eyes were darkening in sadness. She couldn't feel the chakra of her nakama. Only Bachan, Jiji, and surprisingly her deceased mentor, Jiraiya. She couldn't hold it back and burst into tears. I'm sorry. Naruto cried out. Feeling her father figure alive again broke a wall she had built up. She missed him terribly. He would only be a baby here. Naruto, Kit, snap out of it. Kurama voiced solidly as he touched her forehead with his tail and pressed in some of his yang chakra and calmed her down a bit as she brought herself together. Remember what I said. This is not your fault. Even with everything you have, it can't change what has already happened. Accept it. Naruto nodded timidly and hugged Kurama closer to her frame and tried to block out the chakra of Jiraiya. Hashirama noticed all of this and was soon by her side and placed a hand on her shoulder and pushed some of his healing chakra into her body. The tension leaving her body as she looked up at him with glowing blue orbs. Thank you. Naruto muttered and looked outside the window. She wanted to get back to her friends. It's not me you should be thanking, Naruto-san, but... Getting cut off as a collision happened at the door and soon 3 genin stumbled on through. But these kids here. They were the ones who found you and applied first aid. You were very lucky to have survived with the amount of injuries and blood you had lost. It's a miracle really. Looking over her body and noticed that her body held no scars and wondered how it could have happened. Kurama could feel Naruto tense once more as the future Sandaime Hokage was rushing to her side and licked her hand for her to calm down. They were loud. Too loud for her sensitive hearing and looked to the window. Tempted to make a run for it. Seeing her Gigi young and alive made her heart stress. Hashirama could sense her distress and said. Calm down kids. Give Naruto-san some space. She just woke up. Patting their shoulders and pulled Sarutobi down off the window he tried to close. Naruto-san, I want for you to meet the genin team that found you. Hamirami Kato, Koharu Udatane and Hiruzen Sarutobi. Gesturing to the kids individually. Watching as Naruto's blue orb scanned over them carefully before her shoulders relaxed and couldn't help but grin brightly. Naruto reminded him of a fox, like her pet fox, or shinobi fox. Both of their chakra levels were off the charts and could rival his own and his brother's. Maybe even more, and that worried him as a leader of Konoha. Thank you. Naruto muttered and smiled at the 3 kids and saw their faces flush red and wondered what their reaction was for. Looking to Kurama as he just smirked and hopped off the bed, and before anybody knew it, there stood a tall tanned red-head man, with red slit eyes grinning down at them with his sharp fangs. His face was slightly narrowed, giving him a look of a fox, and had a pair of orange ears on top of his head and a large swaying tail to match. He was wearing a black GI top with black ninja pants, which had a red tint to them, and wore black ninja sandals. Kurama. Naruto huffed in annoyance as her partner smirked at her. Kurama gestured for the senju to follow him and would explain himself and Naruto's condition and left his kit to talk with the bubbling genin. Naruto fidgeted, uncomfortable at being stared down by the future elders and Sandaime Hokage. Where did you come from? Why were you injured so badly? Where are your scars? What are those birthmarks on your cheeks? What do you want from Konohagakure no Sato? How long are you staying? Hamaru interrogated the blonde. Only to get punched in the head by Hiruzen. Stop it, Hamaru. You're scaring her. Sarutobi scolded with an annoyed huff. But sensei said we could never be too trusting with strangers. Koharu backing up Hamaru. I mean, we did after all, found her half dead in the river. It's a miracle she's alive. She must have been a prisoner or something and ran away. Konoha can't afford to harbor a criminal or slave. Hiruzen's brow twitched and forcibly shoved his teammates into the corridor and locked the door. Facing Naruto as said. Forgive them. I don't know what's been up with them lately, but they've been really distant. It is okay. Dadabeo. Naruto smiled lightly. This was the Gigi she remembered. Always kind to everybody. They only wished to keep their village safe. I don't mind. Hiruzen laughed. Yeah, you say that, but your eyes say that you're hurt. Anybody would be offended by their interrogation, Naruto-san. Just Naruto is fine. Naruto smiled genuinely that made Hiruzen's eyes widen as his face flushed. What? Is there something on my face? No. It's just, I've never met somebody whose smile lights up the entire room, it's refreshing. Hiruzen said honestly and made Naruto laugh. He liked her. She was indeed refreshing. Hey Hiru-chan. Naruto waved him over and whispered in his ear. Do you think we could leave this place? I really hate hospital. Please? Naruto whined. Sure. But if we get caught, it was all your idea. Sarutobi grinned. Not minding the nickname she had given him. At least it was better than Saru that his teachers called him by. Helping Naruto into the bathroom as she got changed into the spare clothes the hospital had supplied. Naruto came out wearing sandals, black leggings, and a blue tunic. Letting her long locks fall freely and grabbed her Gigi's hand and made a dash out the window. Tossing him onto her back and expertly concealed her chakra as she jumped from roof to roof till they were on top of the Hokage monument and placed the odd Sarutobi heir down next to her. I saw this from my hospital room. It looks calming. Naruto grinned as she looked over Konoha. It looked the same as her village before Pain or Nagato destroyed it. Oh, and there was also Orochimaru. Yeah, it is. I always come up here to think or get away from my teammates. They can be a real headache sometimes. Hiruzen said that made Naruto laugh. Looking up at her and asked. How old are you? 16. I'll be 17 in a few days. Wait, it's October, right? Naruto questioned as she looked down at her Gigi. Yup. October 2nd. But you must be a shinobi, right? I mean, your chakra is amazing. It's bright like Hashirama-sensei's. Naruto gave him a sad smile. My godfather taught me everything he knew before pain happened. He was the last piece I had to a real family. Sitting down on the stone and looked out across the village as her friend sat next to her. Her eyes glistened in confidence, power, hope and peace that had Sarutobi captivated. He entrusted his dream to me and I'm more than happy that he trusted it with me, she laughed in memory. I was the dead last in my village and nobody paid attention to me. Only. Holding out 5 fingers. About this many. The village leader, my academy teacher, the 2 ramen chefs and my genin teacher. It wasn't much, but it made me happy that they cared, Databeo. You were an orphan. Sarutobi pieced together easily and saw her bright smile. He wondered why she was happy. As if reading his question, Naruto answered. My parents died protecting what they cared about. I didn't know who my parents were until my godfather died. I didn't know I had one until I met him accidentally while peeping on women at the hot springs. Getting a giggle out of her companion. He was such a young pervert. He never told me while he was alive. He became number 6 and the old hag came 7. Holding out 7 fingers. He took me away from my village and taught me ninjutsu and everything else in life. Your village? Gone. Naruto muttered sadly. Everything's gone. Sighing heavily, Naruto closed her eyes before opening them with a burning determination. But I still have my memories, I still have the feelings of my friends in my heart. Even if I'm not that smart or talented, I won't give up because so many people have placed their faith in me. I don't want to let them down even though they're not here, Databeo. For a girl, you're really weird. Sarutobi deadpanned with Naruto whacking his head. Ouch. He whined as he rubbed his temple. Brat. One day you'll understand. One day you'll find your reason for getting stronger. She said in a moment of wisdom. And what's your reason, Naruto? He asked and got whacked up the head again. If I told you, you wouldn't find it yourself. Geez, Hiru-chan. Get it together. Aren't you smart or something? You look smart. Naruto pointed out what made him laugh. She huffed and looked away from him and over the village. Konoha was truly magnificent. Even in its birth. Hey, where's the orphanage? She asked and faced Hiruzen. Seeing the raise of his brow and explained. Trust me. Even spending 5 to 10 minutes with children that think nobody cares for them gives them happiness. Hiruzen smiled. He liked Naruto and grabbed her arm. leaping over buildings to get to the local orphanage with a few minutes. Entering the building and saw the matriarch of the orphanage behind her desk. Naruto tapped Hiruzen's shoulder to be quiet and walked straight past the matriarch with Sarutobi close behind. Seeing his questioning look as they entered the home. If you're nobody to them. It was rough at my orphanage. The matriarch back home didn't care who came and went, and it was difficult for the girls here. Placing a finger to her lip and opened a random door. Sarutobi's face paled as he saw a young girl no older than 10 being molested by drunken men. It was barely past lunch. Naruto slipped into the room and grabbed each man and tossed them through the wall without a second thought and brought the crying girl to her chest. Wrapping a blanket around her frame and walked out of the room. Walking quietly towards the kitchen area and placed the girl on the bench. Was it always like this? He asked nervously as Naruto pulled out some ingredients and created a few clones to help her make some lunch. She doubted the kids here had eaten anything nutritional in a while. The real Naruto left her clones to work as she picked up the child and moved further into the orphanage. Sadly, yes. It wasn't just the girls either, but a few of the young boys as well. It wasn't until the village leader came to check up on me did he change the system. The men that touched and the matriarch were banned from ever stepping foot within our country. It was a miracle Gigi held back and didn't kill them on the spot. He was that angry. Reaching a room and saw multiple girls just sitting around and moved into the room and towards the bathroom. Washing the shivering girl from the memories and dressed her. Even playing with her hair till it was done up in beautiful knots that had the other girls interested and asked Naruto to do their hair. Creating more clones for that room. Common. We're not done yet. Naruto grabbed Sarutobi's hand and after passing each room, did she create 2 to 3 clones to play and interact with the children before they soon found themselves in the nursery. There was only one baby in there. It was Jiraiya. It was a 1-year-old Jiraiya. Naruto smiled lightly as she gently picked up the crying baby and cuddled him close to her beating heart. Rocking gently as she hummed to him. Sarutobi moved around the room and found out. This baby doesn't have a name, and his butt stinks. Crinkling his nose that made Naruto laugh. Naruto moved to the changing area and cleaned Jiraiya up. Getting Sarutobi to get her a washcloth so she could wash the dirty baby and change his diaper. Placing a red and one-piece suit on him and brought him back to her chest where he gurgled happily. I bet you're hungry. Naruto whispered as Jiraiya smiled a gummy smile. She could see his small teeth coming on through. This is terrible. Sarutobi sighed as he cleaned up the room. He didn't want to stand around doing nothing as Naruto was all over the place helping out. How can people ignore this? Power, money, greed, who knows? There's too many traits to say. Naruto said as they went back into the kitchen and grabbed a bottle from one of the clones and led Hiruzen outside into the backyard and onto the swing chair. Look. It is brighter now. Naruto grinned as the laughter of children filled the air along with her clones and went to feed the baby Jiraiya. Hiruzen poking at his cheek. He still doesn't have a name. Sarutobi said. Jiraiya. Naruto said immediately as the baby spat out the tip and clapped his hands as he laughed. Jiraiya. Naruto said again and feed the baby. Glancing over to Hiruzen and asked. You'll look after Jiraiya for me, right? In case I get kicked out of the village or something happens to me, you'll take care of him in my place, right? She asked. Oh, of course I will. Hiruzen declared brightly that made Naruto's grin stretch wider and blushed. The blonde didn't realize how beautiful she was and doubted she ever will. The birth certificate said that he was born on October 11th with a blood type B, recalling the information from his head as Jiraiya finished his bottle with Naruto bringing up his wind. You've done this a lot, haven't you? Taking care of children. Yup. Nobody but the old hag and my academy teacher knew. Even I had secrets that I didn't want my friends to know about. Placing Jiraiya on the floor and allowed him to walk around. She smiled when she saw her future godfather trying to run. He failed, but he got back up and tried to run again. Leaning back and looked up to the blue skies. I believe that every child should grow up knowing the feeling of parental love, even if it comes from a stranger. Yawning tiredly as she watched her clones run around with the squealing children. Lunch is ready, Naruto's clone shouted with all the kids tumbling inside. Wash your hand first and then get seated. Go ahead, Hiru-chan. Naruto pushed as she went to lie under a shady tree, sighing heavily. Everything was so familiar that it hurt. She was just thankful that Gigi didn't question how she knew where everything was. The orphanage hadn't changed on bit. Feeling a weight crawl onto her middle and saw Jiraiya's white tuft of hair in her line of sight as he rested on top of her, bringing a hand up to rub his back as he fell asleep on her. She knew her mentor was an orphan and the stories they exchanged about their time in the hellhole brought them closer. She wanted to at least change her future godfather's childhood memories. He deserved to be happy. At least she had Gigi to watch over Jiraiya once she was gone. She caught sight of a toad out of the corner of her eye and raised a brow as it nodded at her. She smiled. She understood. She still had the toads. She'd have to talk to them soon. Sensing it disappear and knew she was able to access her sage mode in this timeline. She needed to train. Naruto closed her eyes when she felt a shift in her partner's emotions and was suddenly in front of Kurama and held him back by grabbing a hold of his shirt as she balanced Jiraiya on her hip with her free hand. She didn't even realize that she had flashed Jiraiya along with her and looked up to her growling partner and barked out in an authoritative tone. Enough. Stand down. The fox ears on top of Kurama's ears flattened as he dropped his stance, looking back at his kit and flinched when he saw the disappointment in her eyes. Naruto looked around and found that everybody on the street was looking at them and saw that in front of Kurama was a spiky-haired brunette with an arrogant smirk in place. Gazing to his attire and saw the Uchiha fan on his sleeves and bit back her knee to growl. She knew who this man was. It was Madara Uchiha. Naruto snapped out of her musing when she felt Jiraiya trembling and let go off Kurama and soothed the baby in her arms with soft words. Kit. I don't want to hear it, Kurama. Naruto snapped at him as Kurama whimpered and gave her a guilty look. Head to the orphanage. Hiru-chan must be worried that I suddenly disappeared. Kurama nodded and left her side. The baby in her arms gave him a devilish grin and growled at the baby as he walked past. Naruto was his kit. Naruto waited till Kurama was out of sight before sighing and faced the Uchiha. What did you say to him? Naruto questioned forcibly, obviously taking Madara back in surprise as he soon scowled at her. Hashirama decided to step forward before something big happened. The tension between Kurama and Madara was thick and now the tension between Naruto and Madara was cackling. Naruto-san. Forgive me, it was my fault. Kurama-san insisted on trying to find you once he knew you left the hospital. I on the other hand wanted to show him about for a while. He needed to relax. Naruto gazed to Hashirama with cold eyes before they melted as she recognized him. Kurama doesn't know how to relax. He's a bastard through and through. Naruto bluntly stated. I'm just concerned about what got him so worked up. Looking to the Uchiha and turned her back on him. It doesn't matter now. But thank you. Naruto said to the Shodai and left. If she could deal with Sasuke, then she could easily handle the team that started the war in her timeline. She was tempted to kill him, but she couldn't risk ruining her timeline. She might not even be born. Hashirama faced Madara and began scolding him. What have I said about being polite, Madara? Now Naruto-san must think we're a bad village and mean people like the Iwagakure. Why do you care what a mere female thinks, Hashirama? She's disrespectful and has a foul mouth. She must have been raised by wolves. Madara replied coolly. Hashirama sighed at his best friend and left to go find Naruto and explain everything to her properly, easily catching up to her as she was giving her attention to the child she was holding. Where did she get a child from? Oh, that's right. She said something about an orphanage. Getting a smile from her and smiled back as he ruffled the baby's head. What's his name? I named him Jiraiya since he didn't have one. It's a name of a soon-to-be legendary shinobi, don't you think? Databao. Naruto laughed as she held Jiraiya tightly. Hashirama raised an amused brow. The girl was bright like the sun and her chakra was as bright as her personality. At least she wasn't faking it. Rounding the corner to the orphanage when Naruto bumped into somebody with them catching hold of her arms before she fell back with Jiraiya. Arg man, what was that? A brick wall, looking up at the person whom she bumped into with her blue orbs clashing with red. The man had shaggy white hair and wore a Konoha Hittite like Yamato and had 3 markings on his face. One under each of his eyes and one on his chin and had a creamy complexion. Ah, here you are, brother. Hashirama exclaimed. Tobirama meet Naruto. Naruto meet my brother that carried you here, Tobirama. Naruto's eyes widened in shock when Tobirama muttered one word that froze her. Uzumaki. Summary: determined to help her friends on the battlefield, Naru takes a shortcut through an unknown dense forest. Best be known to her that the Sage of the Six Paths set up security seals there. Naruto activates one of them and she and Kamara are sent into the past. How will Naru and Kamara change the ninja world? Was this all a part of the prophecy? Fem Naruto. Time travel. XXXX. Looking up at the person whom she bumped into with her blue orbs clashing with red. The man had shaggy white hair and wore a Konoha Hittite like Yamato and had 3 markings on his face. One under each of his eyes and one on his chin and had a creamy complexion. Ah, here you are, brother. Hashirama exclaimed. Tobirama meet Naruto. Naruto meet my brother that carried you here, Tobirama. Naruto's eyes widened in shock when Tobirama muttered one word that froze her. Uzumaki. Tobirama looked down at the shocked girl. Obviously she didn't want anybody to know that she's an Uzumaki. It was only thanks to her chakra finally stabilizing that he could sense who she truly was. He had a hint before when she briefly woke up, but it was too small for him to confirm his suspicions. Uzumaki? Hashirama questioned and looked to the stunned blonde. At least this explains why you were found near the border of Kumogakure. Kurama-san said that you were being taken there. Naruto lowered her gaze with panic rising as she closed her eyes tightly. She remembered her mother's chakra telling her about how Kumo-nin had snuck into Konoha and kidnapped her for her special chakra and the fact she was the Kyubi Jinchuriki. As if sensing her panic, Jiraiya cuddled closer to her as Kurama was soon by her side and pulled her into his sculpted frame. Breathe, Kit. Just breathe it all out. Looking to the Senju brothers, namely Tobirama, and narrowed his eyes. He knew how skilled of a censor this man was, but didn't know to what extent. Hashirama began to panic and looked to his brother. What should we do? This is the second time I brought panic to young Naruto-san. What do you mean by we? Aniki? There is no we in this matter. Tobirama brushed off as his older brother began flittering around the blonde. Naruto's breathing evened as she took control of her mind and body. Blinking away the memories and said. I'm fine now. Just shocked. I've never seen a blonde Uzumaki before. Hashirama awed as he took in Naruto's vibrant hair. Why would you hide your heritage, Naruto-san? Konoha is allied to Uzumaki. Our families are distant blood relatives. The people of the Uzumaki clan are welcomed here in Konohagakure. I didn't know. Naruto muttered and looked away from the Senju brothers. I didn't know I was a part of a clan till a while ago. She wasn't lying. Her mother had explained to her whom she was born from and who was the previous tenant of Kurama before Kushina. Only those of Uzumaki descent had a strong enough life force to carry the great Kitsune Biju. Kurama had returned to his animal form, yet to the size of an adult Inuzuka dog, and grabbed Jiraiya out of her hands. If Uzushio was still alive, it meant. I have a family, she muttered to herself with a soft ghost of a smile touching her lips. Shaking the thought away when she realized she had a family back in her time too. Bachan, Irika, Konoha 11, Sai, the team leaders, the Ichirakus. She had family and the love of both her parents that filled her heart. Naruto-san. Hashirama muttered knowingly. One look in the girl's eyes and he saw himself, back when the clans were fight each other for land, power, and recognition. It was the eyes of somebody who had lost so much at a young age, but plowed on through for the sake of others. Clearing his throat to gain her attention as her head snapped towards him. She seemed embarrassed for not paying attention as she grinned and rubbed the back of her neck nervously. You're supposed to be resting in the hospital, Naruto-san. Her face fell and whined. But it's super boring there. I mean, common. What am I supposed to do in there? Play with dolls? Her face scrunched up in disgust that had Hashirama laughing. It seemed the two were ignoring Tobirama. Not that he cared. He was perfectly fine observing the blonde. She seemed idiotic like his Aniki. Rough around the edges, but sharp when the time called for it. Overall, he didn't like her. She was too bright. Her chakra was as bright as her personality and her vibrant blonde tresses and her glowing sapphire orbs and her foxy pearly white grin and her lithe figure that had eyes drawn from both sexes of the population. Even her small gestures were bright. Konoha didn't need another Hashirama. Much less a female version who was loud. His arms were folded the entire time as he observed. He didn't even realize that he used adjectives for her features. Hashirama was the only one to notice his brother's gestures and mentally grinned. He could tell his cute little brother didn't like Naruto. Not for a bad reason. It was because Tobirama couldn't figure Naruto out and knew his brother would want to solve the blonde. Tobi was stubborn that way. Naruto-san, why can I feel multiple of you running around the orphanage? Oh? You mean my Kage no Bunshin? Naruto grinned and saw their two confused and interested faces. I know. I can teach to you for healing me up. So I'm not in your debt and stuff. And because I have no money to pay for the hospital fees. You would be willing to teach us a jutsu? Tobirama asked in covered confusion. Why not? Naruto shrugged her shoulders casually. You guys are cool and your chakra is warm like this village. I trust you guys, she grinned brightly as the Senju brothers didn't know that they were slowly caving under the girl's words. But I don't remember much of this jutsu, kurama? Naruto asked hopefully as she took back Jiraiya. Pouting slightly and grinned as her partner caved. Fine brat. Kyubi grumbled as Naruto squealed and glomped Kurama before running inside the orphanage as Hiruzen called out to her. Kurama sighed. Brat has me whipped. How embarrassing. I know how you feel. Hashirama nodded in sympathy. Mito wore the pants in their relationship. Not that he was complaining. So about this Kage no Bunshin. Right. Follow me. Kurama said as he led the brothers into the backyard of the orphanage so he could keep a close eye out on his kit with the baby Jiraiya. He wouldn't admit to the blonde that he was jealous that her affection and attention was elsewhere instead of him. Going into extreme detail of the networks of the Kage no Bunshin and told them over and over again that it was AB rank jutsu unless they used the multi-Kage no Bunshin which touched a bordering on S rank due to chakra use. Kurama never felt so frustrated explaining the functions of this jutsu to Hashirama. Having developed a small respect for Tobirama for simplifying it for him. At least the Shodai wasn't as dense as his Jinchuriki. Otherwise Kurama would have given up a long time ago. Understand now. Got it, Kurama-san. Hashirama grinned. Kurama failed to tell them that Tobirama was the one who actually created the jutsu in the near future or whatever. Pretending that Naruto learned it from her deceased godfather. He was better at lying than her. He was a fox after all. The sun was setting when Naruto came out of the orphanage with Hiruzen in tow. Jiraiya was clinging to her back while he was sleeping. How he did that? Kurama wouldn't question aloud. The man was a pervert, a super pervert, and that was that. Kit, he is not coming with us. Flicking a tail at the sleeping child. Well, you try and get him off my back. The squirt has been practically glued there for the past hour. Even Hiruchan can't get him off. Naruto sighed. You gotta admit, Naru, once you picked him up, Even I knew Jiraiya wouldn't let go off you so easily. Hiruzen laughed at Naruto's dismay. The Senju brothers and Kurama raising a brow, wondering exactly how close the two got in the past hours. Kurama huffed and pried the brat off Naruto's back with ease as his host cracked her back in content. I'll put him in his crib. You can see the runt tomorrow. Kurama grumbled and held Jiraiya at a distance that made Naruto chuckle. Turning to face the Shodai when she saw a few pieces of papers in her face and took them with curiosity. Hashirama explaining. Kurama-san explained your situation to me and I'm sorry for your loss. Seeing Naruto's eyes waver before they grew strong and nodded as he continued. These here are the papers to the Senju cottage at the edge of the forest where you will be staying temporarily. You will be monitored by my shinobi during your stay here till your loyalties are proven. If you wish to join our ranks afterwards then you are more than welcome, that's if my shinobi deem you no threat. Gesturing to his brother. Tobirama will be your supervisor during this time. Aniki. You never discussed this with me. Tobirama muttered as he folded his arms. Glancing briefly to his brother before looking back to Naruto who was looking to the papers in confusion and explained. Those confirm that you are a Konoha citizen. Keep them safe. Oh. Right. Naruto said as Kurama appeared and handed him the documents for safekeeping. She still looked confused and said to the Shodai. You're a nice person. You remind me of my Gigi. Smiling up at him in admiration and unknowingly slowly bit by bit, made the Senju brothers fall into her gravitational pull. Tobirama showed Naruto-san to the Senju lodge by the forest edge. You can reside there for now Naruto-san, till you have enough Ryo to afford your own place. Hashirama grinned. Please just call me Naruto. The blonde pleaded. Honorifics make me sound stiff. Making the Shodai laugh as Naruto waved goodbye to Hiruzen and followed the blue casually dressed Hokage through the village as Kurama shrunk down and sat on her head comfortably. Looking around the village in fascination as she had never seen most of these streets due to the Kyuubi attack and knew she would use the roofs to get everywhere till she could map Konoha out and trusted herself to use the paths without getting lost. The two walked in silence with Kurama falling asleep on Naruto's head. Tobirama discreetly glancing at his charge, thanks to his Aniki, and saw the fascination in her expressionate orbs as she looked around the village. He wouldn't mention to his brother or anybody else. But he had been following the blonde Uzumaki ever since she left the hospital with sorrow on her back. At first he thought she was kidnapping him and using him as a bargaining price till they arrived at the Hokage monument and began chatting like old friends. He could detect no lie in Naruto's voice. Not even once, and felt sympathetic towards her. At least he knew how old she was. She looked midget under her baggy clothing when his team had found her, but now that she was wearing the clothes that he brought her, she looked like a mature adult, till she opened her mouth. Drawing closer to the blonde as he could sense his fangirls crowding and resisted the urge to shun Shin out of there to somewhere safe and fangirl-free. His brother had given him orders to escort the blonde Uzumaki and would rather marry an Uchiha than be scolded by his Aniki for leaving the blonde behind. Naruto on the other hand stopped gazing around when she felt a familiar sensation wherever she was with Sasuke, Neji, Shikamaru or Kakashi-sensei. She could smell it in the air. Fangirls. Resisting the urge to shudder and wondered why they were gathering and looked to her supervisor and clicked with an O forming on her lips. The Nidaime shared the sum of the traits as the forementioned. Tobirama was mysterious, strong, probably smart since he was the Nidaime and noticeably handsome. She couldn't tell if he was a bastard like Neji and Sasuke just yet. Naruto inwardly sighed as she could feel the tension of the Nidaime and knew even a powerful figure like him was afraid and disliked his fangirls like the males she knew in her timeline, but she was always the one to save them, after laughing at their expressions. Naruto moved closer to the Nidaime and laced her soft delicate hands into his large calloused ones and held his hand tightly as she slid in closer. Looking up to him with a soft smile as he grunted his thanks and gave her a small twitch of his lip in return. Naruto could sense the fangirls stop in their path, yet a few brave kept on moving and stepped up the skinship with the Nidaime. It had been awkward with Kakashi-sensei and Neji, but soon got used to it. Naruto moved her hand that was in his to move his arm around her shoulders to get closer. Their fingers still laced as their hands rested on her chest. He was surprisingly warm for his pale complexion. Kurama had cracked open and eye and mental smirked. This was good blackmail material for later. Tobirama moved closer to the blonde and sensed that his fangirls stopped moving and sighed in relief. Looking down at the blonde Uzumaki, whom seemed fine where she was, and whispered under his breath so only the two could hear. "Thank you, Naruto-san." She looked up at him with amusement twinkling in her eyes and smirked slightly. He could tell she wanted to laugh at his predicament. If his brother was here, he would have pushed him into getting a quick lay to get the bastard stick out of his ass. Her understanding smile made his throat dry for some reason. "Anytime, Senju-san," Naruto whispered back. She didn't want to offend him by calling him by his first name already. They had just met a couple of hours ago, and calling him Nidame didn't exactly fit her personality, and she was sure he would get offended if she called him Waterboy. "But just call me Naruto." Tobirama nodded and led her further through the village in the same position. She was as warm as her chakra and personality. The two soon stood in front of a small homey cottage with a colorful flower garden lined against the front walls, a bench that can sit two placed in front of them. It was fenced off with a small white picket fence, and she could see a small training ground to the rear. To top it off was the background drop of a lush forest that connected with the grounds. Tobirama faced Naruto and witnessed her awestruck face, and smirked mentally, then said with pride, "My brother and I built this when we first started construction of the village." "I take it you like what you see?" Separating himself from her after he realized neither had let go. He had gotten too comfortable with the new Uzumaki. "It's beautiful, thank you, Senju-san." She grinned up at him as he handed her the key. Never noticing how Tobirama purposely let hit fingers linger on hers for a second more than necessary. "Good night." She cheered before entering her temporary home, with Kurama leaping off her head, and scouted the house for anything suspicious before coming back to her and nodded his okay. Naruto waiting till she could no longer feel the Nidame's presence and said, "I've never seen this place before. Must have been destroyed when I was controlled." Kurama pointed out and trotted about the house as his Jinchuriki followed. "You looked pretty comfortable with that water boy earlier, Kit." Smirking as he heard her walk into the doorframe that led into the bedroom he had entered. Naruto rubbed her nose and stripped to her underwear before climbing under the covers with Kurama. "I was helping him out like I would with the guys back home." He seemed like he didn't mind and said thank you as well. Looking to her partner in confusion, Kurama rolled his eyes at his host's dense attitude. Some days she was sharp and most days she was dull. "Get some rest, Kit. We have a big day ahead of us tomorrow." "Yeah, oh, and the toads recognize me. They want to talk as soon as possible." Cuddling Kurama as her lids grew heavy. She never realized how tired she was till her Biju pointed out to get some rest. "That's good then. They can help us get back to our timeline before we screw up big time." Kurama thinking mostly about the Nidame's reaction to his Jinchuriki. If only the water boy existed in their timeline, then Kurama was all for it. He smelled like a worthy alpha for his blonde Jinchuriki. Just like how Minato had the same scent and was perfect for Kushina. Kurama sighed inwardly. In all his years being with Naruto, not once did he smell a worthy mate material for his host. Well, the Hatake boy was close but didn't fit Kurama's nose, and he was gay through and through due to his experience with his fangirls, and the solid fact that only Naruto and the Godame knew was that Kakashi was dating Iruka Umino. "Morning, Senju brothers." "Well, this was certainly not what I expected." Hashirama chuckled as he and his younger brother decided to check up on Naruto and stood at the edge of the yard as they watched the blonde chase around a howling redhead with a ladle in one hand and a frying pan in the other. "Kurama, you stupid fox. Get your ass back and give me back my food." Naruto hollered as she tossed the frying pan and got her partner right in the back. Kurama got up straight again and just missed her inhumane punch that left a crater behind and gulped. His man bits were just there and defended himself. "It's not my fault you left your food unguarded, Kit. Next time cook for a group of 5. Naruto stood frozen as the metal ladle in her hand bent and said as calmly as she could as her body shook in anger. "You stupid fox, just who do you think you're talking to? I made enough for 10 bastards and you wolfed it all down, you asshole. Aw, that just proves that you're as slow as ever." Kurama muttered wisely as he rubbed his chin like an old man. "Arrow Kitsune." Naruto muttered and got a twitching brow from her partner with both butting heads as lightning cracked between them. "You wanna go? Bring it. I beat you once and I can sure as hell beat you again. You're 100 years too young to be challenging me, brat." Kurama growled back as their heads butted once more. Both arms were folded as they glared at each other. "You think you can take me on all by yourself, dead last?" Kurama taunted and smirked when her nose twitched. "Who do you think you're calling a dead last, you overgrown rabbit? Dumb blonde. At least my hair doesn't look like brain rust. What was that, you brat?" The two were separated by the brothers before anybody else could feel their ki spreading quickly over the fields. Hashirama with Kurama and Tobirama with Naruto with the Shodai saying, "Okay, you two. Calm it down now before you go scaring the civilians. You two haven't even been officially in Konoha for an entire day yet." Naruto and Kurama glared at one another before they came to a silent agreement and nodded to one another. This wasn't finished. Hashirama released Kurama with the red head turning back into a large fox that snubbed Naruto and stayed by Hashirama's side. Tobirama let go of Naruto's waist as soon as he felt her chakra calm down from its fiery yellow to a shimmer blue. Her chakra was odd yet surprisingly soothing. Looking down at her and saw that she was only in a large shirt she had found in the cottage and made a strange sound in the back of his throat as he recognized it as his own. "Naruto." He called to the blonde as she looked up to him in confusion and whispered in her ear. "It would be best if you put on some clothes before anybody else sees you." Pulling back and watched as she tilted her head in confusion before looking down at her attire. Her face flushed a deep red as she squawked in embarrassment, and within a yellow flash, she was gone from sight. "TCH, served the brat right for challenging me." Kurama huffed as he picked up the frying pan with his mouth and looked to the brothers and asked, "Can either of you cook? The brat gets in a bad mood whenever she's hungry." "I can. Mito has me cooking with her in the kitchen all the time now ever since Tsunade was born," Hashirama said with a cherry grin as he took the pan from the fox's mouth and went into the cottage with his brother not far from his side. "Do you know what Naruto likes?" "Ramen, ramen and ramen." Kurama deadpanned as Tobirama snorted in hilarity. "Red bean soup. She dislikes fresh vegetables. Other than this, the sky's the limit with her appetite." Kurama added on and made himself comfortable by a window that let in sun. Right. Hashirama's sweat dropped and got cooking, making a simple breakfast of a fried egg on rice, miso soup, fried fish with a side of name take. Placing it on the table and looked up as Naruto walked into the doorframe as she exited the bedroom, which made Kurama snicker. "Arg man. That's the third time already." Naruto whined as she rubbed her abused nose when suddenly her battered nose caught the scent of real food. Not hospital food, but real food, and looked to the Shodai with glee in her eyes. "It's real, right? Not from the hospital?" Hashirama laughed and gestured for her to eat as Tobirama made them some coffee. Hesitating a bit and asked the fox if he wanted some. "Kurama-san, would you like some coffee?" Kurama stood up, stretched his spine and shivered before he replied to the Nidaime. "Sure thing, Waterboy." Ignoring the tick mark that appeared on the Nidaime's head as Naruto bit back her laughter with the Shodai. Taking the time to turn into a human and sat next to the Shodai so that the only spare seat was by Naruto. It seemed the Shodai knew what he was doing, but the glint in his eyes, and smirked at the man that sealed him within Mito. Didn't hate the man. Respected his will and power. Reminded him of the sage, just like Naruto, only a female version. "Kurama-san, may I ask how you and Naruto met?" Hashirama questioned. He was intrigued by the two. 1 minute Naruto was ordering Kurama around. Next they were bickering like rivals. Then they're sitting at the same table being civilized. They were a fascinating pair. Kurama raised a brow as Tobirama brought over the coffee and took his seat next to the blonde. I've been in the Kitz family for 3 generations now. A guardian of sorts. Ignoring the blonde's snort of indifference. I am as experienced as they come. You mean old? Naruto rephrased and smirked into her drink as Kurama's brow twitched. The bittersweet beverage felt good and hummed in content. It's also why his bastard mode is on almost 24/7. Hashirama took control of the conversation before the two started bickering again and said, "Interesting. Anyway, Tobi and I are here to evaluate your skills, Naruto." Huh? What skills? Naruto asked in confusion before her eyes brightened. Oh mine, right. Tobirama had to bite his tongue and reel in his self-control not to laugh at the blonde. Kami, she was dense. Though it seemed she knew he wanted to laugh at her as she gave him a quick sideways glare before returning her attention to his older brother. Yes. We want to know where your skills lie for safety precaution. Hashirama pointed out and was glad that she nodded in understanding. Do you and Kurama-san work together? Sometimes. They both answered at once. Then we will only test you, Naruto. For now. Hashirama said. You have 3 days before Tobi and you spar. Aniki, you never discussed this with me. Tobirama said as he folded his arms. Looking over to Naruto, who had a contemplating face. Didn't you want to spar with him? Sounds like fun, but if I win, you have to treat me to ramen. Naruto stated as she grinned up to the night aim. And if you win, I'll continue to protect you from your fangirls till my probation is over. Deal. Tobirama agreed without thought and shook her hand. At least he wouldn't have to deal with when Midawani-san helps him and turns it into a teasing opportunity. It wouldn't be long before he snapped and scared the entire village to get his point across to his followers. The two never saw the calculating looks from Hashirama and Kurama as they bumped fists under the table. Gah! Naruto hollered as she let go of Tobirama's hand and fell off her chair in fright. Startling the 3 men. Warn a person when you turn up. How long have you been there for? Naruto demanded as she gazed heatedly at the 2 elder toads that were sitting on the kitchen bench. Naruto-chan. You certainly are still foul-mouthed. Pa shook his head. I thought I taught you better. More like beat me to death. Naruto complained under her breath with Pa coming at her and whacked her head with his stick. Ouch. Do you mind? Naruto-chan. Pa, calm down. There's company. Ma pointed to the Senju brothers and Kurama. Though I didn't expect to see you out and about, Fox. Ma said as she leapt onto the table. Kurama grunted and said. Mutual trust. You should try it sometime. Getting whacked up the head by Naruto and grumbled as Pa took his place next to his wife. Please pardon us for the sudden intrusion, Senju boys. Pa said and bowed respectfully to the 2 powerful Hokages. Young Naruto-chan had been missing for a while and we got worried. It seems she turned up in a safe place. I am glad. Facing the nervous blonde and obviously ignorant Fox. You two have some major explaining to do, he scolded and whacked both of their heads with his stick. Do you know how worried everybody has been when we couldn't feel you, Naruto-chan? This won't do. No, this won't do at all. Shaking his head. Okay. I will admit it was all my fault. Naruto confessed before she put up her hands in defense. But, I swear it was a shortcut. Honestly. I survived, didn't I? Ma sighed and said. Thanks to Foxboy here, Naruto-chan. Had you been on your own, you would have died instantly. If you did survive, you would have been paralyzed from the waist down. No more shortcuts for you, Missy. Come on. It was only one time. Naruto pleaded. Naruto-chan. Come with me while Ma explains to your kind hosts as to who we are. Pa ordered and dragged Naruto outside as Kurama poofed out existence. He wasn't needed. Ma faced the 2 Senju brothers and bowed. I must thank you for finding and taking care of Naruto-chan. She can be quite the handful sometimes. A bit rough around the edges, but an understanding and lovely child. The brothers glanced to each other before Hashirama spoke up. That is not a problem. May we know who you are to Naruto? Of course. How rude of me. Ma croaked. I am Ma and Pa is outside with young Naruto-chan. We are the elder toads of MT Mayaboku and are two of the various toad summons for Naruto-chan. Toad summons? For how long? Tobirama prodded. It was rare to find a summonings contract. Much less a contract where the animal accepts the user. Ever since Naruto-chan was 12. We have been watching over her ever since. She just makes us worry. Glancing outside and saw Pa bickering with the stubborn blonde. Pa and I came here to ask for permission for Naruto-chan to leave the village for a couple of hours. The great elder toad would like a word with her because of her recklessness. Sighing heavily as two outside were laughing like old school friends and shook her head. She would never understand what goes on in that blonde's head and never wanted to. On the condition that I may accompany her. Tobirama haggled and ignored his brother's curious gaze. Ma clapped her hands together and said. Oh goody. She gets to come. Then your request is fine as long as you stay outside while she talks to the great elder toad. You have my word as Hokage. Tobirama nodded. When do we leave? Ma croaked in laughter and leapt onto the Nidame's shoulder. Now. 4 puffs happened simultaneously as Hashirama finally laughed. Naruto was truly interesting and the way his cute little brother was acting made him want to laugh more. Oh, I have to tell Mito-chan about this. I wonder if Saru-chan would be interested in helping me plan a few things. Chuckling deviously as he left the house to find either his student or wife, or maybe he would go play with Tsunade for a bit. Life in Konoha was sure to be interesting in the coming days. Summary: determined to help her friends on the battlefield, Naruto takes a shortcut through an unknown dense forest. Best be known to her that the Sage of the Six Paths set up security seals there. Naruto activates one of them and she and Kurama are sent into the past. How will Naruto and Kurama change the ninja world? Was this all a part of the prophecy? Fem Naruto. Time travel. XXXX. MT Mayaboku. Don't. You. Dare. Tobirama seethed as he stood drenched in mud. It was brown. So he hoped it was mud. But judging from the flies, it was mud. Nothing else but MUD. Naruto sucked in cheeks and bit down lightly as she felt the bubbly feeling rise from her pits and mumbled out slowly and carefully. Do what? I have no idea. A large splat was heard with Naruto losing her control and bursted out in laughter as a large slob of green gunk fell on top of Tobirama and ignored the burning glare he was giving her. Bahahahaha. You look like a hedgehog that went through the sewers, feeling the ground quake slightly as a large Gamakichi and Gamatatsu landed either side of her and hugged her tightly. They were the size of their father now. Naruto, they both cheered as Gamakichi said. We've missed you, both releasing the suffocating blonde as the soiled Hokage smirked at her karma. Gamakichi whacking Naruto's head and scolded her. Do you know how worried we were? You are so damn lucky that Gamamaru Ujiji-sama found you in time. Naruto rubbed her head as she ignored her two main summon as she helped the Nidame out of the mud and looked to Gamatatsu. Can you clean him up, Gamatatsu? Wrinkling her nose as the stench flowed on through and pointed out. Toss the clothes and get something clean. I'll have at least 5 kilos of candy waiting for you the next time we meet. Linking pinkies with the large yellow toad and explained to the dark orange toad. I'll apologize to everyone later. Okay? I have more important matters to think about right now and I really don't need the added pressure, Gamakichi. Patting his arm and walked off. Gamakichi sighed heavily and said to his brother. She really has grown up from that clumsy orange knucklehead ever since the perv passed. I guess we should just be thankful that she's still Naruto even with all the pressure on her shoulders. Gamatatsu chuckled and replied. Brother, you're forgetting that Naruto has us. She's not dumb enough to do everything by herself. She's our familiar after all. Facing the intrigued Hokage and bowed. Come with me, mister. I got to get you clean or Naruto won't give me candy. Is Naruto important to you? The Night Aim questioned as he sluggishly followed the two large toads through the beautiful mountain. The brothers looked scandalous as Gamakichi pointed out. Naruto may be a bit slow, but we all care for her as if she is one of our own. She's like a cute little fox you want to protect, but you can't because the cute little fox is extremely stubborn and doesn't like to follow the rules. Yet she is a shinobi. Why doesn't she follow the rule set? It could lead to immense danger and cause casualties. Tobirama pushed further. He wanted to figure out how Naruto's brain worked. She was odd. Gamakichi continued to explain as his brother was content with just listening for now. She does what's right. Even against the orders of her superiors. Once she sets her mind on something, she sees it through to the very end. If she wants to save a precious person and go against the village, she will save that precious person and bring them home. Naruto wants nothing more than to protect everyone and she already knows how, but the thing is that she's too stubborn to say it aloud. Gamatatsu added in his 2 cents. She's a villain's worst nightmare. She will never give up till she dies and that's why Ojiji-sama likes so much about Naruto. She's the light in our world. Without her, who knows what will happen. He said knowingly and cryptically that left Tobirama in though. He wondered who exactly Naruto Uzumaki is. He knew from her chakra that she was only half an Uzumaki and half of something else. That something else might be the key to figuring the blonde out. At least that's what he hoped. With Naruto. Gamamaru looked down at the sharp blue-eyed blonde girl before him and parted his old lips. All but young Naruto, please leave the room. Ma and Pa looked to each other and nodded as they left the building and closed the heavy doors. It must be very important if the great elder Toad wanted to speak privately to the blonde. The two were in complete silence just staring at one another before Naruto broke out in tears and ran up to the old Toad and held on to him tightly as he soothed her back calmly. Everything will be alright, young Naruto. Gamamaru eased out as the blonde cried harder into his large wrinkled belly. How is everything going to be alright, Gamajiji? Naruto cried heavily as she peeked up at him as he smoked on his pipe. I'm not in my time. I know nobody here. My precious people aren't here. Gigi is younger than me and Bachan and Erosenin are just babies. Everything hurts, pointing to her head and heart. My friends could be dying in the war and what am I doing? Relaxing with Kurama in a village that's not mine. Why am I here and not helping to end the war? Why Gamajiji? Why, she pleaded with him. Gamamaru placed his pipe down and touched her forehead with a webbed finger as he said calmly. The world is a strange place, young Naruto. An idol out of place shall be returned in due time. Waving a large hand over his glass ball and showed Naruto what was happening in her time. Naruto gasped as a hand was brought to her mouth. They're all frozen. Stopped moving. You and the Kyuubi have activated a very powerful time seal. Tell me, can you read this for me? Waving his hand over the glass ball again to show the blonde some ancient ruins and watched her face carefully as her eyes squinted before they glowed bright in wisdom. He smiled. It seems you have inherited a gift from your ancestors, young Naruto. She could read seals just like a picture book like all of the old clan leaders of the Uzumaki clan. The first since the destruction of Uzushiogakure. If only they spotted this sooner, Naruto could have learned more about her people. I don't understand. Naruto whispered as she held her head in confusion. This doesn't make sense. How come it says I shall go home when heart allows it, pointing to the ruins and cried up to the Toad. I want to go home. All of me want to go home. Why aren't I with my nakama to help them end the war? I don't understand, Gamajiji. Why are they frozen? They are frozen because you are here, young Naruto. The Toad replied and he bobbed the blonde's head to knock some sense into her before she had a panic attack. It worked. Considering she was sitting before his large crystal ball with a serious gaze. He was talking to the child of prophecy. These words were carved by the creator of all things ninjutsu, the Rikudo Sennin. This seal was created to protect the birthplace of the 9 Biju, as I assume the Kyubi had told you this already. As if on cue, Kurama puffed into existence next to Naruto in the same size as Gamamaru with 5 flowing tails behind him as he carefully curled himself around his Jinchuriki. I think it is best that I explain what this seal does. I went through some of my oldest memories and this here, flicking a tail towards the ancient curves, is a time seal that sends the activator back in time with all the chakra they have on them, but making sure to leave enough in the host to live. Frankly speaking, only Naruto's chakra brought us this far back. None of mine was used as a safety precaution the sage placed on the seal. Another tail pointing towards the center that held the symbol of the Uzumaki clan. This was to ensure nobody went all the way back to the beginning of time and ruined everything that has already come to play. Normally this seal would have sent an average person back 2 to 3 years, but since your chakra reserves are on par with the Yanbi, you've managed to throw yourself to the beginning of the hidden villages. These here. A third tail coming into play and pointed to the several small circles with kanji in them as Naruto concentrated fully on Kurama's voice as her gaze never left the seal. This will wipe the memory of all you have met in this timeline so it doesn't screw up the future. They will never know you exist but one. A fourth tail touching divine patterns etched into the Uzumaki emblem. This here allows the activator to allow one of the many to retain their memories as the activator returns to their timeline when the time limit is up. The only thing is that I don't know the time limit. Only the activator will know when it's time to leave. Retracting his tails and licked his Jinchuriki's frowning face, Naruto looked up to him with understanding swimming through her oceanic viewfinder and said, "Somi, only I will know when we go back." Getting a nod from the ancient relics and returned her view to the glass orb as she pulled her knees to her chest and held on to them tightly. But then why are the toads here? The summoning contract is unfurled from across the room and looked to it in confusion as she stood up and left Kurama's comfort to check it out. Enter Sage Mode, young Naruto, and you will soon find out. Gamamaru said and watched carefully with the Kyubi as blonde Jinchuriki did as she was told and decided to address the Kyubi. You have come a long way since the sage's time, Kyubi. TCH. Your words mean nothing to me, Toad. Kurama muttered as he rested his head on his front paws and watched Naruto out of the corner of his eye. His chakra was slowly coming back and looked to his tails. He was almost back to his full power of 9 tails. He knew when Naruto said "I shall go home when heart allows it" that when the time came to leave, it would hurt Naruto. He would be there for her though, he would be her pillar and help her win the war back home. He could tell Naruto was distracted and spoke to the old toad. This was supposed to happen, wasn't it? For her to come back in time. What is she supposed to be here for? Gamamaru rubbed his chin for a while before answering the 9-tailed fox. Yes. I had visions of a mischievous blue-eyed girl that would fall back in history. She would also be pushed forward to her people. For this reason, I have no clue. She is already strong in mind, body, and soul. She could stay here for days, weeks, months, and quite possibly decades till the time comes for her to leave and returns to her original age. He shook his head sagely. The time for her to return is always changing. Undetermined. Kurama smirked into his paws. I see now. That sly old sage. You even fooled me for a while. If you were still living, Naruto would have beaten you into the ground. Watching as Naruto gasped. Are you serious? Naruto whispered in awe as her yellow toad eyes roamed over her name. So you guys will always be with me for as long as I live, not matter where I go, looking to the great elder toad for confirmation. Gamamaru smoked his pipe and nodded at the relieved blonde. She wasn't alone. She never has been. Never will be. Naruto gave Kurama a look as he sked and shrunk down to a large dog with 1 tail and left the building. Naruto looking up at the elder toad with a dark aura surrounding her with a light smile. Gamamaru had never felt so afraid in his entire life. He forgot a tiny detail about the contract and Sage Mode. He blamed it on his old age. Only one word left Naruto's cold smiling lips. Explain. Tobirama. The night aim walked out of the changing rooms refreshed and cleaned. Wearing a dark blue toga with a lighter shade of blue trimmings and a pale yellow waist sash. Sandals with his forehead helmet in place as the toads burned his ruined casual clothes. They were getting old anyway. He was trying to find the two summoned that seemed like the blonde's familiars and asked them more about the optimistic blonde when suddenly her fox landed beside him and both grunted their greetings to one another. You smell like you've been through the sewers, Waterboy. Kurama smirked as he knew the night aim was trying to keep his composure wrapped up under his stoic face. Even if the Waterboy did wash himself thoroughly, Kurama's sense of smell was superior. You still smell. A teasing voice wafted as the two males directed their challenging gazes over to the blonde who was in new material. Now wearing black jeans that hugged her curves and a red blouse that brought more color to her hair and eyes, and her developing breasts with sandals as her hair flowed freely down her back. Kurama could smell the blood. Seemed his Jinchuriki went roughhousing with a few toads. Tobirama on the other had cleared his dry throat and wondered if he was getting sick. His throat had been dry many times in the past 2 days. Are you sure you're 16, Naruto? You act like a child then like an adult. He had never seen the clothes Naruto wore before in all his life. And you must be 50 with that hair of yours and you're suspicious. Waving her hands about. Aura. Naruto finished and giggled when Tobirama didn't budge, but knew from reading Sasuke that he was annoyed, and nodded to Kurama who left them alone and returned to his seal to sleep. He needed to regain his chakra and Naruto knew being outside of the seal was taxing on him right now, but it didn't stop him from being by her side. How old are you anyway? It's not fair that you know how old I am and not me for you. A mischievous grin appeared on her face, unknowingly making Tobirama nervous as he shifted his legs slightly and folded his arms. 27. Ah, you're younger than Kakashi-sensei. Naruto smiled and gestured for the night aim to follow her. Then I guess Hashirama must be in his mid-30s, shrugging her shoulders. This time period was weird. Knowing from the toads that it was normal in this time to have kids at a young age. A very young age. She didn't mind. If they loved each other, then it was okay in her mind. But in her Konoha, age didn't matter for Shinobi. Shinobi didn't have time. Naruto took Tobirama to a memorial stone and showed him the names on there. There were only 2. The only 2 summoner for the toads of MT Mayaboku. These are the names of my dad and godfather. Minato Namikaze and Jiraiya. Pointing to each name respectively. Like the infant from the orphanage? You named him after your godfather. Tobirama pointed out. Why? Naruto chuckled as she shrugged her shoulders. Dunno. For some reason, I believe that baby Jiraiya will make a difference in the world and become a splendid person when he's older. I guess that's why I gave him this name from that story, Jiraiya the Gallant. Tobirama glanced down at her. And there are toads here just as in the story. Gaining a light laughter from the blonde but the hard look in her eyes, he knew that the death of her godfather still hit her hard. And this Minato Namikaze, you father. You are an Uzumaki Namikaze. Just Uzumaki. Naruto pointed out. My dad was a great man, even though I don't really know him. He died the night I was born, but I don't mind. He's the man I look up to before I even knew he was my father. His name will be heavy to carry and nobody but dad can carry Namikaze. It's a name of a hero. She shook her head with a small smile. What about you? Who's your dad? Tobirama raised a brow and wondered what compelled her to get to know him. Didn't she know of his father? His name was known all throughout the land of fire, water, wave and sand. Though the look in her eyes said that she had no clue who his father was and answered her smoothly. His name was Batsuma Senju. A calm and stern man and a little bit belligerent. Stopping as he saw Naruto's confused face and used another word for belligerent. Argumentative. Same reaction and decided to talk to Naruto as he would to his brother. Hostile and a bit militant. seeing her eyes twinkle in understanding, and moved on. She wasn't a theory person, that was for sure. He believed that raising your children to be the best shinobi they can was the greatest love a parent could show for their child, and that if a young child died in battle, they died a true shinobi. Well, Naruto started before she bluntly said. If I were to ever meet your dad, I would have beaten him into the ground. Your dad is stupid. Tobirama narrowed his red orbs and said as calmly as he could to the blonde. Excuse me? Could you please explain to me why? Naruto laughed. Isn't it obvious? The beginning of life is supposed to be free and to be filled with fond memories that make you strive to fight for the future so that the next generation can experience that happiness too. A kid's mind is still growing and innocent. They deserve to be innocent, even for a little while. Tobirama heard the experience on Naruto's last sentence and didn't question her about it. It wasn't his place to interrogate her. His brother told him last night to go easy on the blonde, and without his consent his hand moved and patted her head awkwardly as she looked up to him with large surprised orbs. He said to her, I must apologize to you about being so harsh about your comment about my father. I remember that everyone has their opinion on raising a child. Remembering his observations from the orphanage yesterday, and noticed that Naruto and her clones made sure that none of the children were alone. She wanted them to be happy and hold on to their innocence a little longer. He respected that and moved his hand off her head. Naruto smiled brightly up at him with a chuckle, never seeing his eyes widen as he cleared his throat. You're weird, Tobirama. Naruto said, and chortled more when she noticed his lips twitch in annoyance as his folded arms tensed. But I guess I like weird people like you. You're honest. She scratched her whiskered cheek nervously and looked away with a nervous cough, and saw several toads watching her and turned a darker shade of red and squealed before she ran off in embarrassment. Tobirama's brain froze over along with his body. A woman had never called him weird before and thought that his honesty was harsh. He sighed. What an odd girl. He muttered and looked to see what made Naruto run off. He had felt their chakra gather around them for a while now, but didn't mention anything to the blonde. It was a prime opportunity to figure out the blonde uzumaki. He sighed again. He didn't know how to get back to Konoha and ran off to find the blonde. It wasn't hard. He would be able to trace her distinct chakra signature in another county. Tobirama found Naruto easily when she suddenly turned to him with a large grin and grabbed his hand and pulled him into a run. And Naruto. He faltered at the sudden skinship and kept his pace up her with her long legs. Both running through the large flowers that substituted for large pine trees back in Konoha, and followed Naruto as she didn't let up her grip on his hand, and both weaved around the giant flowers till they emerged at the edge of a mountain. Tobirama didn't even realize they were even running uphill as he was interested in taking in his surroundings. It wouldn't be every day an outsider would be summoned to MT Mayaboku. Looking out with wide eyes to the view high up in the mountains that showed all of MT Mayaboku. It was magnificent. Straight out of a fairy tale or a dream. He could feel all of the chakra coming from the toads electrify his body, but more importantly, Naruto seemed to overpower all of theirs and felt her chakra seep into his pores with goosebumps appearing over his body. This place was indeed magical. It is amazing, right? Naruto whispered as she looked over the lands. I want to find a view like this back home, never knowing that their hands were still entwined. Tobirama glanced down at her and smirked a little before he asked. Why did you bring me here, Naruto? This seems like a special place to you. Dunno. Just felt like it. She shrugged her shoulders. And the toads like you as well. Otherwise you wouldn't be wearing such nice clothes. Her eyes never leaving the majestic forest of Mayaboku before she faced the Nidaime and looked down at her hand as she wondered why it was warm, and squealed in embarrassment as she let go and apologized. SOS sorry, I forgot. Gaining another awkward pat to her head and smiled a little. Sorry. Tobirama didn't say anything and removed his hand from her head and asked. We should head back to Konoha if your business is done here. Alright. Naruto beamed. The previous encounter gone from her head as she warned the Nidaime. Just letting you know, we might get a bad landing, Databeo. Grabbing his shoulder and summoned them back to Konoha before he could open his mouth. Big mistake. Naruto's orbs widen in shock as she found herself on top of a broad brunette man. Deep blue clashing with vermilion red with soft small lips touching rough lips that turned into a smirk. Naruto squealed and leapt off the man in shock and held her hands to her lips as the brunette stood up with his smirk still in place with his Sharingan never leaving her eyes. Team. Naruto cussed as the Uchiha smirk deepened. Naruto Uzumaki. It's a pleasure to finally introduce myself to you properly. Bowing smugly with an arm across his waist as he still refused to release Naruto's gaze. I am Madara Uchiha. Naruto scowled and stomped on his foot and turned her back on him and stormed off. She didn't care for the scandalous gasps from the public, females, and forgot that she landed on top of the Uchiha clan head in the middle of an unknown street. Her anger made her forget that Tobirama was missing as they got to Konoha. She just kissed the bastard that ruined her family's life. He hadn't ruined it yet, but he would. He would forget that she existed when she left and be a bastard still. Tobirama on the other hand landed at the hot springs and was chased by his screaming fangirls. He inwardly cursed Naruto and hoped she had a bad landing too. Oh, how right he was. Kurama was seething but couldn't get out of the seal because Naruto wouldn't allow him to. The blonde having to remind the fox that Madara hadn't done anything yet and the fact that they could screw up big time if they killed him. Long story short, Naruto grounded Kurama till he calmed down. It would be a long grounding. The blonde didn't return home as her feet took her back to the orphanage and looked to the skies. It was almost 3 and saw cans of old paint and brushes in a nearby alleyway and smiled mischievously as she grabbed the bright orange paint and returned to the orphanage. Dipping the brush in the paint and drew a large uzumaki symbol on the front wall for all walking by to see and pressed her chakra into the wet paint. There. If people are going to forget that I was here then I might as well leave you some protection. As long as there is an uzumaki in this village that sees this, then you will always be safe and nobody but an uzumaki can make this symbol go away. Not even painting over it. Grinning widely at her awesome work. It was why nobody could get paint of the Hokage monument except her. For some reason, her chakra made these small, almost invisible curves or vine-like patterns in the paint. She shrugged her shoulders. Maybe this is the seal reading thingy Gamajiji was talking about. Ditching the paint and walked back to her temporary home with her hands in her pockets. She licked her lips with a sigh. Just like Sasuke. Those bastards. Shaking her head in amusement. It seemed whenever she kissed an Uchiha, it was always on accident. Seeing the cottage up ahead and sighed in relief. She was starved and exhausted. I want to see Jiraiya tomorrow. She planned with a grin and entered the key and opened the door when suddenly she was shoved inside with the door slamming shut behind her. Being squashed against the wall by something broad and wet and laughed as she could remember the scent from a mile away. You still stink even though you're wet. In fact, I think it made it worse. Tobirama growled as he was soaked to the bone and placed a hand over Naruto's mouth as he could sense his fangirls near and placed a finger to his mouth as she nodded and tried to get her laughter under control. Sensing and listening as his followers rushed past the house and was surprised Naruto could conceal all of her massive chakra as the kunoichi ran past. It was a good thing he found Naruto as he was running away, escaping and she hadn't turned on any of the lights. Backing away from the blonde as soon as the coast was clear and sighed. Just one day would be nice without them. He muttered and took off his forehead helmet as it was irritating his wet scalp. Naruto moved to get him a towel and said, "Have you ever tried a hench?" Wouldn't that work, seeing his annoyed face and laughed. He never thought of this idea before. Seriously? Hiru-chan said that you're a smart guy. Poking his forehead with a sunny grin. Sometimes you have to go with the simple methods and not overthink on everything. Tobirama swatted away her hand and said, You try being chased after those things for years. You should at least feel a bit sympathetic for this Hokage. He smirked as she laughed with his throat getting dry once more. Eyes widening slightly as he realized he was joking with her. He was getting pulled into her pace and didn't realize till now. How is this possible? I've only known her for 2 days and met her over a week ago when she was half dead. Ugh. Maybe Aniki can help me, being shocked out of his thoughts as Naruto placed on hand on his wet chest with her other hand in a half-ram sign. I can sympathize, Naidame-sama. She teased and went through some one-handed seals thanks to hearing that Haku could do this and learned a few things with Erosenin but never bothered with it. Instantly drying the Hokage and took away his stench as a ball of dirty water appeared in her hand and flicked her wrist for it to evaporate into the air. She nodded her head. Her control was getting better considering she didn't suck the moisture out of her guest. Not that she'd tell him. Ever. And I had been chased by those things for years. I'd just pretended to be super dense and they left me alone. Dadabeo. Prankster through and through. She ignored Kiba, Sasuke, Niji, Kotetsu, Izumo, Gaara, and even Ino and Anko and many more when she returned from her trip with Jiraiya. She could never see them as a romantic interest and couldn't figure out why. The Naidame sighed. I'd rather not be super dense as you have put it, Naruto. You mean your pride is too big? I understand. You're a genius with an ego. Naruto nodded at her explanation. I do not have an ego. Tobirama growled and folded his arms as he glared at the meddling blonde. I really don't understand you, Naruto. You're like Hashirama. You're an idealist, charismatic, kind, jovial and seem to have a deep sense of loyalty like Hashirama. I can't read you. Looking at her intently as she just tilted her head. Nobody can read me. That's what makes me Naruto Uzumaki. Yes, people will know me and know my habits down to the last gesture, but my senseis have told me that I'm unpredictable by nature. Rubbing the back of her neck is a habit she hadn't grown out of since she was a kid. Like you for example, you're composed and probably showed promise as a great shinobi when you were little, but even you have your outburst, very blunt and get annoyed easily. You fold your arms out of habit too. It's what makes you Tobirama Senju. Shrugging her shoulders casually. Tobirama graced Naruto with a rare smile. Not a smirk, but a smile that made Naruto gaze down to the ground in embarrassment. You're a weirdo too. Dadabeo. Tobirama patted her head and replied. So are you, Uzumaki. Removing his hand and said as he left the cottage. I won't go easy on you during your evaluation and I don't want for you to go easy on me either, Uzumaki. Leaving the cottage and never saw her beet red face and headed over to the Senju compound and found his Aniki in the lounge area waiting for him. Ah, Tobi-kun. You're home late. How was your day with Naruto-chan? Hashirama asked with a large smile that put the Naidame on edge. Tobirama ignored the new honorific on the Uzumaki's name and replied to his older brother. She is like you, brother, but she is her own person too. Heading towards his room and tossed over his shoulder. She won't harm this village, Aniki. She's too expressionate by nature to lie or significantly harm something she loves. Hashirama released a deep chuckle. Not even a week and she's in love with this village. Showed Madara right. He said that Naruto-chan wouldn't like it here and leave. Pouting slightly as Tobirama focused his attention on him. Showed him that Konoha is nothing like IWA. HMPF. When did you speak to Madara Uchiha about Uzumaki? Raising a brow in interest. Hashirama took a sip of his tea and glanced over to his cute little brother out of the corner of his eye with a hidden gleam and replied honestly with him. It seems Madara has taken an interest in Naruto-chan. I even saw Naruto-chan fall from the sky on top of Madara and they ended up kissing. I've never seen Madara interested in a woman before. 3, 2, 1. What? Tobirama seethed. For the first time since he lost a brother in the warring periods, he had lost his cool completely. Summary: determined to help her friends on the battlefield, Naru takes a shortcut through an unknown dense forest. Best be known to her that the Sage of the Six Paths set up security seals there. Naruto activates one of them and she and Kamara are sent into the past. How will Naru and Kurama change the ninja world? Was this all a part of the prophecy? Fem Naruto. Time travel. XXXX. Go away. Naruto seethed as she opened the door in the morning to see Madara Uchiha's smug face. Madara folded his arms with an arched brow in his red armor. He had just finished training and felt like seeing the blonde kitsune that had him captivated. Isn't this a rude greeting? You do know hospitality, correct? Naruto sighed and mentally locked the seal so Kurama couldn't escape and said to the Uchiha. What do you want, rubbing her stiff neck? I want you to be mine. He said bluntly and saw her eyes widen in shock before they narrowed in suspicion. The girl didn't even realize that she was wearing only a large shirt as she opened the door. He wouldn't mind getting used to seeing this. No. Naruto replied and waved her hand in dismissal. I don't know you, and aren't you like 100 years old or something? 37, he grunted in irritation. He was in his prime. The blonde had insulted him, but he found that he didn't mind. Naruto rubbed her face before moving a hand up to Madara's face and moved the long bangs from the right side of his face to get a good look at him. Naruto smiled softly. He didn't look like Sasuke. He looked like Madara. Oblivious to his shock and embarrassment with her saying, I bet you have fangirls too. Releasing his hair and stood back a bit before saying reluctantly. Met me at the orphanage at 1. We can talk first and get to know each other. Talk? You're an odd one, Naruto Uzumaki. He smirked. So I've been told. Shutting the door on him and decided to make breakfast. I wonder what made him crazy enough to start a war. Maybe it will help me stop it. Tobirama. Tobirama was training his team after their break and had them drill their body as he watched them. His mind running through what his brother told him last night and scowled as he folded his arms. Ordering his genin to run a few laps and build up their stamina and speed as he spat water bullets at them. I need to speak to Uzumaki after this and give her a warning of the Uchiha. They're dangerous people with only a select few being normal. Orphanage, 1 p.m. Naruto and Jiraiya. Naruto was feeding the elated toddle in her arms out on the back porch as the children ate inside with her clones. Sitting on the steps and looked up to the clear skies and whispered fondly to her future godfather. You once told me that things happen for a reason. I hope you're right, Arasenin. Bringing up his wind and held his hand as they walked over to the swing set and placed him in as he chortled in excitement. Naruto couldn't help but smile fondly as she leaned down and kissed his cheek, causing his cheeks to turn pink. I wonder if they have invented cameras yet. I at least want to leave you a present for when you become a genin. Even if it does screw up the future, you'll always mean a lot to me. Squishing his chubby cheeks together and laughed as he pouted and began pushing him on the swings. I was wondering if you'd come. Naruto said as she looked to the spot beside her as Madara shunshined next to her with his arms folded still in his red armor. HN, I don't see why we have to talk here. He snorted and got whacked across the head by Naruto. Not everybody has the luxury of having a parent. Even if their parent is an asshole. You need to learn how to appreciate the little things in life. She scolded him like a 5-year-old before she returned to Jiraiya and pushed him more. His second birthday was a day after her 17th. Madara frowned. Fine. What is it you want to talk about? Naruto looked confused as she gazed up to him. Isn't it obvious? I want to know more about you. About what makes Madara Uchiha, Madara Uchiha? The Uchiha was shocked and let the chakra fade from his eyes as they returned to his normal obsidian black. No woman wanted to know about him before. They were interested in his name, looks, wealth and power. This young girl before him wanted to know him. He smirked and reached a gloved hand to her cheek and stroked her whiskers intimately. You truly are a captivating woman, Naruto Uzumaki. Naruto froze. These weren't the words or tone of a madman lusting after war, but from a normal man with a larger-than-normal ego. An Uchiha. Naruto could only wonder what pushed him over the edge. She didn't even register that she was no longer pushing Jiraiya as Madara's head came closer to hers till an annoyed cough was heard and Naruto snapped out of her senses and picked up the frustrated Jiraiya and didn't look back to Madara. Madara on the other hand scowled as he looked over to the moron that interrupted him. Am I interrupting something? Tobirama eased out stiffly as he folded his arms. His genin team huffing at his feet as he had a glaring contest with the Uchiha clan head. Madara was going to drop through with a smart remark till Naruto spoke up. I was just getting to know Madara. That's all. Placing Jiraiya on the ground as the infant ran over to recovering Hiruzen. Looking up at Madara and could sense his annoyance and grabbed his arm and dragged him to the front of the orphanage and said to Tobirama. Keep an eye out on the kids please. And continued on her way. She could feel the tense atmosphere between the two and couldn't understand why. Maybe she should have listened to Ji-chan after all. Taking Madara to the front and stood near the roads as she said. Sorry. For what? He asked in confusion as he gazed down at the fidgeting blonde. You did nothing wrong. All you wanted to do was get to know me better. Am I correct? She nodded her head nervously. In her mind, Madara Uchiha wasn't like this. He was a bad guy that thirsted for blood and brings forth a fake sense of peace. She looked up to him with determined blue orbs and confessed. I'm curious about you. Please allow me to be friends with you so I can get to know you, she requested forcibly and blushed when she realized she used formal language and was being demanding. I am mean, if why you want. Turning an interesting shade of pink. Madara smirked and leaned down towards her face to ask. You want to be friends? With me? Madara Uchiha. Naruto looked up to him with determined and steely blue robes and she nodded. Yes. I want to be friends with Madara Uchiha. His smirk grew wider and pulled back. Deciding to caress her cheek on last time as he gave her his answer. I will consider your request, Naruto Uzumaki. For now, I bid you farewell. Dropping his hand and walked back towards the Uchiha compound. Naruto sighed in relief. She thought she was going to piss her pants for a second there. She wasn't used to being so direct to people, or making friends like this. Walking back into the orphanage and saw the matriarch hitting it up with the Nidaime and smirked a little. Leaving him to the wolf as she directed her attention to her Gigi that was playing with a babbling Jiraiya. Remembering something and created a clone and sent it off as she herself mingled with the children. Completely ignoring Koharu and Hamaru since they were ignoring her. Kurama was still in a foul mood and now wouldn't talk to her since she placed Torii Gates on him to calm him down. The fox needed to cool his head and Naruto still wanted to figure out what made Madara snap. Her clone came back with a disposable camera and went around taking pictures of Jiraiya and his activities. Not sure whether or not to add her in any of them and decided if the time came then she would. Jiraiya wouldn't get the album till he made genin anyway. She'd make sure of that. Naruto spent a few more hours with the orphans before she said goodbye and walked down the road with Hiruzen as they left Tobirama hanging and Koharu and Hamaru doing the cleanup. Naruto leading Hiruzen over to a photo development place and handed in the used-up film and brought more. The clerk telling her the film will be developed in 3 days with her walking back out with the future Sandaime and saw his question gaze and answered. For Jiraiya. A gift for a special occasion. You speak as if you're going to leave, Naru-chan, he said and looked to her with saddened eyes. When do you leave? He asked knowingly. He always had a feeling that the blonde wouldn't stay in Konoha but didn't want to acknowledge it because of his growing friendship with her. Naruto patted his head as they weaved through the afternoon crowd. Don't know, but I promise I'll say goodbye to you when the time comes. Only you. Promise, she said. Hiruzen understood that she didn't want anybody else to know and nodded as he held her hand. He felt safe with her around and when she squeezed his hand, he smiled. I promise, Naru-chan. Before that though, let's get to know each other. We might even meet each other again one day. Naruto laughed and pulled him into a noggin. Yeah. We'll definitely meet again, Hiru-chan. Grabbing his hand and pulled him towards the forest area and kept on running till she found what she was looking for and let go off his hand when they reached a clear river. It was where Jiraiya had trained her for the Chunin exams when summoning toads, and said to Hiruzen, "I love water. Just as much as I love air. Without these two things, life wouldn't be able to exist." Amazing, right? Her eyes filling in wonder as she looked to Hiruzen. Something that many people take for granted gives us so much. Seeing as she was in shorts, she just kicked off her sandals and treaded into the cool running water and rolled up her sleeves of her light blue blouse, splashing the stunned monkey as he soon joined her in the river and splashed each other and laughed. "I see where you are coming from, Naru-chan," he replied as he dodged the oncoming water. "It's like the earth. Without it, we cannot produce food or sustain life. With fire, it can either be the light or destruction. I want Konoha's fire to burn brightly and not harm the earth around us." Naruto gave him a soft and knowing look. "You sound like an old man." Sarutobi stuttered and hollered back, "Well, you act like an 8-year-old. Laughing as Naruto gasped scandalously. "Why, I never," she exaggerated and tackled Hiruzen into the water before running off into the forest as he screamed war at her, making her snicker as she tried to run and hide from her future grandfather, weaving into the trees till she managed to sneak by Hiruzen and make her way back to the river pebble bank and hide along the tree line when her eyes suddenly widened as a hand clamped over her mouth and a strong arm wrapped around her waist and was pulled to the ground behind a bush and was about to beat the intruder when suddenly her eyes clashed with annoyed red orbs and instead grinned widely. "Toby." The night aim covered her mouth again and placed a finger to his lips as Hiruzen ran past them demanding war with the blonde beneath him, waiting till he couldn't feel his student's signature within hearing range before removing his hand from Naruto's mouth and glared at her as he hissed, "How dare you, Uzumaki? I have no idea what you're talking about." She feigned innocent as she sat up and ignored the fact that Tobirama was sitting on her legs and simply stared at him with amusement twinkling through her eyes. "Where's your girlfriend?" "You know the matriarch," biting the inside of her cheek to not laugh as Tobirama's eyes narrowed more as he folded his arms. He was annoyed and amused at her. She could read him easily. "I'd rather drink 5 liters of red bean soup than be acquainted with such an immoral and debauched woman." He grunted when Naruto poked his chest. "She was soaked from the water." "Oi. Don't diss red bean soup. It's just as heavenly as ramen. A food from the gods." She protested as he slightly smirked in humor. She sighed and shook her head and also mentioned, "And don't use such complicated words, Databeo." Tobirama slapped a hand over her mouth and ignored her flustered glare and pushed her down to the ground as Sarutobi neared and saw him. "Hey, sensei. Have you seen Naru-chan?" Hiruzen asked with flushed cheeks. "No. I haven't." Seeing the suspicious look in his student's eyes and added on, "I escaped from the matriarch and ended up here. It's safer to appear away from the enemy." Sarutobi laughed at his weird sensei. "Women aren't enemies, sensei." He giggled perversely. "If you Naru-chan, tell her I'll get her back. I have to head home to study." Waving his sensei goodbye, Tobirama felt something wet lick his hand and quickly retracted his hand from Naruto's mouth as she glared at him. "What was that for?" he hissed as he wiped his hand on the grass. "Didn't this girl have manners?" "That's for pushing me down, you bastard." Naruto whacked his arm and huffed in annoyance. "Why'd you push me down for and cover my mouth? Hiru-chan wouldn't have known I was here." Tobirama chuckled and patted her head. "You have a loud mouth, Uzumaki. You would have lost and Sara would have found you in no time." Seeing her annoyed face and reached out with a hand to touch the cheek that Madara once caressed and asked her, "What is your relationship with Madara Uchiha?" Not sure." Naruto squeezed the water out of her hair and looked to Tobirama suspiciously. "Why? Are you friends with him?" Gaining a snort from the senju. "Guess not. Oh, by the way. Could you get off my legs? They're going numb." Tobirama didn't listen and instead pushed her back to the ground and lay on top of her, ignoring her embarrassed squeals, and placed his head next to her as he muttered in her ear, "Then isn't it better like this since you're wet and cold?" Naruto shivered at his tone and didn't understand where he was coming from. First he was mad at her and now he was, like this. What? Tobirama sighed and placed his hands either side of her head and pulled up to look down at her wet figure and swallowed his gathering saliva and forced it down his dry throat. He needed to speak to his brother about this later. You're wet and cold. You could get sick. He covered up and pulled her to her feet and moved to gather her shoes and camera before grabbing her hand and led her through the forest towards her temporary home. Take a shower and I'll make some dinner. It would be an early dinner, but Tobirama didn't want to leave Naruto by herself for some reason. He didn't want Madara turning up. He didn't want Madara anywhere near Naruto. He released his breath when he heard the water from the bathroom run and palmed his head. What was wrong with him? He had searched Naruto's chakra out as soon as training his teen was done and lightly ran towards her signature with his students following along and picked up his pace when he felt Madara's chakra spike and was suddenly next to the blonde. Barging in on time when he spotted Madara's pesky lips oh so close to Naruto's own ones. He couldn't help but feel a bubbling heat rise from his pits and before he knew it, he cleared his throat to stop whatever was going to happen next. Tobirama felt the urge to bang his head against a wall, but his pride stopped him from doing so. He sighed again as he stirred the noodle stir-fry he was making. Too consumed in his cooking and thoughts to sense Naruto's chakra nearby and snapped out of it when he felt her slim arms wrap around his middle with her head barely resting on his shoulder due to her tippy-toeing and being short. His insides flared as he just simply looked at her with a bored look and said, "Can I help you?" Naruto shook her head and replied, "I'm good. Your chakra was all over the place and thought you might need a hug." "Everybody likes hugs, Databeo." Grinning up at him and saw about to release him when a hand of his grabbed hold of her arm to stop. She didn't question him and continued to hug him from behind as he finished and plated their meals. Releasing him to grab her plate and move to the table. Both eating in comfortable silence when the Night-Dame spoke up. "I want you to be careful of Madara Uchiha. He can be." Trying to find the correct word for Madara as he was clan head and respected within the village. "A bastard." Naruto finished off with a smirk at the Night-Dame's shocked yet stoic face, yet he nodded anyway. "I can handle him easily. Anyway." A fond yet hurtful look flashed across her eyes that Tobirama picked up on before she masked it behind friendliness. "Madara reminds me of a certain bastard I know." Chewing on the food thoughtfully and caught the Night-Dame's wondering gaze and said, "It's a long story. I have time." He replied as he removed their empty dishes and cleaned up as Naruto moved to start a fire and soon joined her on the love seat couch near the warmth. Handing her over a warm cup of tea and gestured for her to start. "You are free to stop whenever, Uzumaki. I may be Hokage, but you are entitled to your privacy," he said calmly, though he inwardly wished she didn't push him out and let him know all there was to her. Naruto gave him a deep look before she tilted her head and nodded. "Okay. Well, first off, his name was Sasuke." "As in Sasuke Sarutobi?" "Huh? No. The Sasuke I know isn't a Sarutobi." Naruto frowned. "We first met each other when we joined the academy, we immediately didn't get along." She smiled a little and told Tobirama all she could about Sasuke that wouldn't give away that he was an Uchiha or that she was from the future. Going on about their rivalry, bond, and their fights. All the way to their final battle when they were 12 and to where he is today. "I still want to save him and the only way to get through his thick skull is by beating some reason into him. Sasuke still doesn't understand that he is not the only one suffering." Placing her empty cup on the coffee table and rubbed her stiff neck. "I also lost the one thing I had close to a mother. Her name was Makoto." Her eyes began to sting and ignored them as she sighed tiredly. "She would visit me in secret because nobody in her family particularly liked me. At least once or twice a week. She was Sasuke's Kaa-chan and I couldn't tell Sasuke in time about how much his mother meant to me, and when there was a time, I simply didn't know how to tell him. I guess I was scared how he might react." Tobirama had placed his full and cold teacup on the coffee table a long time ago and listened intently to Naruto's story. It seemed this boy had a great impact on her life in more than one way. If anyone else had heard it, they would assume the Uzumaki was in love with this Sasuke boy, but the look in her eyes and the hum of her chakra said otherwise. She saw this Sasuke as a brother, and for some reason that made him happy. Though as soon as he saw a single tear roll down her whiskered cheeks, he instinctively grabbed her by the shoulders and held her to his frame in comfort. He frowned as she sobbed into his chest. He didn't like this look on her. He liked seeing her happy. It seemed wrong for Naruto to depressed and unknowingly promised that he would never make her sad as he stroked her soft golden tresses. Naruto wrapped her arms tightly around his shoulders and cried into his neck. Dear Kami. She had never had time to grieve for Makoto before. She was in shock, much like Sasuke had been in and hadn't cried. Briefly noting Tobirama moving their body, so they were lying on the couch with her tucked next to his frame as he didn't release his hold on her and simply hugged her. She cried harder. He didn't try and comfort her with words like "it's going to be alright," because like her, he knew that it wasn't going to be alright. Not for a while. Naruto held on to the warmth Tobirama provided and slowly cried herself to sleep in the Nidame's embrace. She had never let anybody she barely knew in this close. Only Shikamaru, Tsunade, Jiraiya, and the Sandame ever saw this side of her. Tobirama looked down at her as she was clutching tightly onto his shirt, and it seemed she wasn't going to let go anytime soon. Deciding to get comfortable and stay a while till she loosened up and he would take that time to leave. He also wondered where the dark orange fox was. Maybe they had a fight? Unknowingly holding Naruto closer to him at the thought of her being alone for the night, and when her natural scent of wild grass, sweet honey and sunshine wafted into his nose, he sighed in defeat and closed his eyes. Just this once. I only hope Aniki doesn't see this. He muttered and slowly drifted off to sleep with the blonde as the simmering fire was keeping them warm. Kurama saw all of this in his cage and growled. He was still mad at Naruto for trapping him within the seal. Yet the sight of her crying made his cold heart ache. He had never seen Naruto's past before, as they first had contact during the Chunin exam training break, and was too prideful to dive into her memories without permission. Although he wanted to comfort her, he knew she hadn't forgiven him for his brash anger and was thankful that the water boy was with her. Oh, how he wished his brat would open her eyes to what was in front of her. Kurama had decided. He had chosen the Nidame as the brat's other half, and she better be damn happy that he chose the water boy for her. She was morning as he was night. A perfect balance of harmony. Just like Minato and Kushina, and strangely enough, Mito and Hashirama. All he needed to do now was think of a way for the two to be together with their large difference of time. He wagged all 9 tails happily. He loved a good challenge. It was a shame he was no virgin priestess that had the ability to see into the future. Morning. Tobirama woke up when the smell of bacon and fresh coffee hit his senses and immediately bolted up on the couch and rubbed his stiff back. Hearing a soft voice call him from the kitchen. You're awake. Breakfast is ready, Tobirama. He fell off the couch as he stood up too fast and began dizzy with Naruto rushing into the lounge with an orange apron on with a spatula in one hand with her hair tied up with a red ribbon tying her bangs back as she rushed to his side and helped him into a sitting position. Tobirama kept his face neutral as Naruto fussed over him. He wasn't going to tell her that her presence soothed him. He first thought that Mita-Wani-sama was over because the food smelt amazing. He didn't want the two Uzumaki to meet. Well, not yet. Naruto laughed lightly as she knew his frowning face meant that he was embarrassed and ruffled his spiky hair. It felt like the wolf's pelt Kakashi had at his place. Thick and nice. I've made breakfast. Would you like to bathe first or eat? Tobirama's eyes widened slightly. Those were the words of another spouse. A wife, a fiancé, a girlfriend. They were coming from the grinning blonde that he had to narrow his eyes a bit because she seemed so bright compared to yesterday. I'll bathe first. Standing up and moved into the room, which was actually his, and paused at the door when Naruto's scent was everywhere and gave her a calm look as she was moving to set up the table and got a sheepish grin from her. It seemed she was using his room. Not that he had ever slept in it before. It was just there, including his clothes. He grabbed fresh garments before heading to the bathroom. Seeing that the bath was already filled with hot water and cleaned himself before soaking in the soothing water. Gazing to the ceiling stonily. He didn't know what to do with the blonde and he was her supervisor till her parole was finished. He frowned. Her test was tomorrow. There was also Madara's interest in her and the fact that 2/3 of his genin team didn't take to her for a strange reason. Naruto was like the sun. He tousled his wet hair with a grunted sigh as he used his time to keep up with his water manipulation by creating different shapes with a small amount of water. His mind drifting back to the blonde teenager that was cleaning the cottage. He decided he would talk to his Aniki and Wanisama about this. He couldn't understand the reactions he was giving to the blonde Uzumaki. He had never learned of this before and his father had never taught something like this before. He doubted a book would explain his need to see and be with Naruto. The jolting feeling in his stomach whenever Naruto smiles, laughs or teases him by leaving him to his fangirls. The scene with Madara that made him angry for an odd reason and the need to make her happy no matter what. His dried throat whenever she was just near him and found it difficult to talk to her sometimes. He was thankful that she could understand him through his body language. She had let him in. He realized. Naruto had let him in and he knew without a doubt that he would never betray Naruto's trust. No matter what happened. She had willing took him to her favorite spot at Mt. Mayaboku, told him about her father and the primary source of the orphan Jiraiya's name. She had even let him in about her best friend/brother. Tobirama got out of the bath with determined eyes and knew what he was going to do after their fight tomorrow. That and also the time to speak to his brother and his wife. Naruto's head jerked up as the Naidame came out of the bathroom all clean and in a blue shirt and dark pants. A towel around his neck as he hadn't dried his and frowned. Pointing to the dining table chair and ordered him with a stern look she had inherited from her father that make any cold-hearted person feel guilty if she used the look of disappointment. Sit. She ordered with him complying straight away. She wondered if this is what her mother did to the oh-so-fearsome yandame. Tobirama ate his food when he felt the towel on his shoulders lift with Naruto drying his hair. It seemed the blonde didn't tolerate wet hair after a bath, and due to the fact she was scolding him over it. Though he mostly focused his attention on the food as it was on par with Mito and that was saying something. Who knew something as simple as fried eggs would taste like a dream? Naruto's brow twitched as she knew the Hokage wasn't listening to her and knew this must have been what Bachan felt whenever she ignored her. Hanging the damp towel on the chair and pulled at the Naidame's cheek. Are you even listening to me, team? Seeing his smirk as he placed a forkful of food in his mouth and resisted the urge to punch something. Oh yeah, Bachan definitely felt like this. Instead of punching the Hokage, because there was a high chance of her getting in trouble, she caught the faint twinkle of humor in his red eyes and she melted into a smile and rubbed his abused cheek. Thanks. She muttered and leaned down to press a kiss in his forehead. Bachan had said that thanking a man by kissing their forehead was a good thing to do if you found the man worthy, and the fact they couldn't tilt their head if you aimed for their cheek and got their lips instead. She pecked Tobirama just as Bachan did to her when she won their bet when they first met. Tobirama felt his body freeze with the soft warmth from his exposed forehead disappearing. His dilated red eyes meeting simmering blues and felt his entire face light up like a Christmas tree's. Seeing the simmering blues soothe out into concern as she placed a hand on his head and heard her ask. Are you okay? Do you have a fever? You're all red. Tobirama was screwed. For the first time in his entire life, Tobirama Senju, the Naidame Hokage and younger brother of Hashirama Senju had just fainted. Summary: determined to help her friends on the battlefield, Naru takes a shortcut through an unknown dense forest. Best be known to her that the Sage of the Six Paths set up security seals there. Naruto activates one of them and she and Kamara are sent into the past. How will Naru and Kurama change the ninja world? Was this all a part of the prophecy? Fem Naruto. Time travel. XXXX. Tobirama woke with a groan as he felt a wet cloth being pressed to his head along with 2 soft snickers and pried his eyes open as he heard the blonde fussing. Are you sure he's not sick? He just suddenly fainted. The Naidame inwardly groaned as he heard his brother's voice. Tobikuan is perfectly fine, Naruto-chan. I believe he was just shocked, that's all. Right, Midokoi? Indeed. A soft giggle wafted into Tobirama's ears and just wished to die as his sister-in-law poked his side and instinctively swatted her hand away from him before actually looking at her with his killer glare that had no effect on the red-haired Uzumaki. Good. You're finally awake. Tobikuan. Your brother and I was worried for a minute there when poor Naruto-chan ran to us for help. You've worried her sick. Mock scolding the Naidame with a daring smirk that had the Naidame wanting to disappear. Mito was a scary person once you got to know her. Is he alright, Mito-bachan? Naruto asked in a worried tone as she soon appeared next to her aunt's side with a cup of warm lemon tea for the Naidame. Tobirama accepted the tea and did the wrong thing by looking Naruto in the eyes and saw how worried and mad she was. Her eyes were too expressionate that it was difficult for him to read all of her emotions in one stare and simply diverted his gaze to his tea. Thank you. Naruto huffed and scolded him. Why didn't you tell me you were sick? How are we going to have out fight tomorrow? I can still fight. He immediately stated and glared at her as he inputted. And I am not sick. My mind was on overdrive and simply couldn't handle all of my thoughts. Mito and Hashirama were too busy trying not to laugh at Tobirama as Naruto just gave the stubborn man a whatever you say look before she snorted. Dumb butt. She muttered and moved into the kitchen to continue the preparations for lunch as Hashirama moved to his brother's side with Mito going to help Naruto. The woman duo hitting it off as soon as they met each other. What really happened, Tobikuan? Hashirama smirked. Naruto-chan was frantic when she found Mito and I on our stroll around the village. She had told us that you dropped after breakfast with a red face. As I recalled, she called you hot when you dropped. Aniki. Tobirama gritted. He was not in the mood to deal with his brother's teasing, yet he still talked to his childish brother. This is embarrassing, Aniki. Recalling in detail to his brother from the first day he met Naruto half dead in a river and how he felt this overwhelming need to save her all the way to feeling his body heat up when she kissed his forehead. This is strange, Aniki. It almost sounds as if I have developed a liking to Uzumaki. A frown marring his face as Hashirama tried his best not to laugh at his cute little brother. Hashirama knew that Tobirama may be smart, but he was always a little slow on the intense and positive side of emotions, due to the fact he hadn't experienced before. It even took Hashirama time to understand what he felt towards Mito, yet as soon as he did, he went full out to make Mito feel like his queen. It wouldn't be long before Tobirama would do the same. The Shodai placed a hand on his brother's shoulder and said in brotherly advice. Just follow your instincts, Tobikuan. Don't overanalyze or think about this. Trust me when I say this, you'll understand soon enough. Who knows, maybe Madara might find another blonde to be friends with. Tobirama gave his brother a look, clearly saying that he wasn't impressed, and asked. How are things between Uzumaki and Midawani-sama? Hashirama rubbed his chin in thought and relayed the previous events. Well, when they first met, Naruto-chan paled, threw up and almost passed out before she made a mysterious recovery. It might have been from the worry you caused her. Tobirama growled and shoved his way past his brother and into the kitchen to where the two Uzumaki were conversing on friendly terms, yet Tobirama could see a slight pain in Naruto's eyes as her muscles sometimes tensed and lightly grabbed Naruto's arm. Can we have a word please? He whispered in her ear. Naruto looked startled at first and nodded as she left washing the lettuce and untied her apron as Tobirama dragged her outside and somewhere deep within the forest before he turned on her and gave her a stern look. Let it out, Uzumaki. It's not good for your health. Naruto didn't need to be told twice as she quickly hurled against a tree as Tobirama struggled as he watched. He didn't know how to comfort a person that threw up and folded his arms. He could see her skin paling as beads of sweat formed on her head and instinctively created a second skin of cool water on his hand and ran it over her forehead with her sighing incontinent before she retched again. Tobirama had to hold back her hair as she continued to hurl. He frowned and wondered what on earth happened to her. Naruto used the tissue Tobirama had to wipe her mouth and groaned as he helped her sit on the ground a bit away from her mess, with them both sitting up against a large tree, whispering tiredly. "Thanks." Tobirama only grunted before he said, "What happened to you, Uzumaki?" He felt her stiffen next to him, with her chakra wavering slightly before she got it under control. He couldn't help but grow suspicious of her. I didn't know." Naruto whispered as she gripped onto the material of her shirt that was on her stomach. "I'm sure you've noticed my chakra and how it's different." Raising a hand up and allowed some of the Kyuubi cloak to cover her hand before she shook it off as the trees around her was reacting to her chakra. "My chakra is sensitive to the chakra of those in my clan. I guess I got excited, scared, and worried when I met my distant aunt. Even now, my chakra isn't stable to be near her right now. It might just lash out at her and harm her. I don't want that to happen." Kami, she hated lying. But it was half of the truth. On contrary belief, she could lie as well as a seasoned actor, and Jiraiya had used this to their advantage, yet she never had the need to ever act ever again, till now, considering she was well just over 50 years into the past. Jiraiya had taught her many things, yet due to her own insecurities of being judged by the people she protected, she never showed them all of her. She bet that Shikamaru knew and Hinata had a feeling. Though she was still Naruto, just that she hid her techniques. It was because of kurama that she got the sick reaction to first seeing Mito, and her chakra really did want to reach out to her blood relative. Tobirama glanced at her as she seemed it was okay to rest her head on his shoulder. He didn't mind for some reason and allowed his frame to relax under her touch. "You should have told me sooner, Uzumaki. I'll be fine soon." It was just too much to handle at once. She tried to reason tiredly. He grunted at her. "Tell me next time." She only hummed at his request. "No, Tobirama." Naruto muttered as she was deep in thought. What would you do if I suddenly disappeared before your eyes?" she asked suddenly. She had been thinking about this for a long time. How would Hashirama, Mito, Hiruzen, and baby Jiraiya feel if they saw her fading? Granted, they wouldn't remember. She still didn't know who she wanted to remember. It was hard dealing with time like this. Time was evil. So were money, power, and greed. Tobirama froze. He couldn't help but think of this as a double meaning. He didn't say anything, and instead he found her hand and squeezed it. Naruto smiled sadly. She would remember all of this. "Thank you," she whispered. They sat in comfortable silence a little while longer before they decided to head back before the Hokage and his wife came looking for them too. Tobirama helping Naruto up and held her around her waist as she leaned into him and gripped onto his side for support. Her legs were still weak. Tobirama got another whiff of her wild grass, pine, and sunshine. "She smells like home," he mused as they walked slowly back to the cottage. Their fight was tomorrow, and he hoped both of them were up for it by then. "Remember, Uzumaki. Don't hold back on me tomorrow, please, because I won't be holding back on you." Naruto looked up to him as Tobirama looked dead ahead with a passive face. She could see the seriousness in his eyes and nodded. "Only on one condition. I will go all out if I don't use my special chakra. The yellow chakra." "Why?" He looked down at her in suspicion and curiosity. "I'm entitled to secrets, Tobirama," Naruto said with a sly grin. Tobirama knew she was messing with him and rolled his eyes. This made her laugh, and he couldn't help but smile a little. "I guess so, Uzumaki." Naruto pouted. "Why do you keep calling me that? You used to call me Naruto, Databeo. Call me Naruto, or else you may never know what might happen to you, clothes, food, or water supply," she said with a sweet smile that was surrounded by a dark aura. Tobirama felt nervous and slightly threatened by the blonde. She was scary, just like Mito and Isama. He could only nod at her as they broke through the tree line. Deciding to get even with the blonde, Tobirama scooped the surprised blonde up into his arms and smirked at her as she turned a lovely shade of pink. "You're a very beautiful person, Naruto. Both inside and out, you are very bright, Naruto." It's no wonder why the children take well to you, Naruto. Tobirama was shut up as Naruto slapped her hands over his mouth as her face had turned as red as a tomato. Even her ears and neck was red. Oh okay, I get it. Naruto stuttered in embarrassment. She couldn't look him in the eyes and squealed when she felt his tongue lick her hand and retracted them as she glared at him with flustered cheeks. Payback from yesterday, Uzumaki. He liked teasing her like this. Her expressions were different. They were honest and he liked that. He knew she would never lie to him unless it was important to her. He would probably do the same if he was her. He stopped right out the door and didn't move as their eyes wouldn't leave each other. Tobirama leaned down with his nose touching her cheek and felt how warm it was as he nuzzled her like a cat. Smiling a little when she mewed, yet they never broke their gaze. She is indeed beautiful. Naruto, on the other hand, felt her heart beat vigorously as Tobirama touched her as there was a burning fire in her pits. Why is he doing this? It was just like yesterday. She was in total confusion, yet there was a faint push in the back of her mind to see what his lips felt like against hers. Yet when his nose lightly rubbed against her whiskered cheeks, she couldn't help but purr and get closer to him. She saw his small yet genuine smile and couldn't help but shyly smile back. She couldn't understand the night aim. Sometimes they acted like bickering friends and then the next it was something like this. You're such a weirdo, Tobirama. Naruto muttered as he continued to nudge at her cheek. The night aim only hummed. Feeling this overwhelming need to impress her and keep her safe. She made him feel, what's the word? She made him feel, the word was on the tip of his tongue and looked deep within her sapphire orbs and felt a jolt of electricity surge through him and knew what the word was. Naruto Uzumaki Namikaze made him feel complete. What? Naruto muttered with confusion swimming through her eyes as she tilted her head cutely. Her hair following her movements that made Tobirama's red eyes soften slightly. If it was somebody out of his family or students, they wouldn't have seen the change, yet it seemed Naruto saw it as she greeted him with a pearly grin. He chuckled. Nothing, Uzumaki. It was nothing. He needed to talk to his brother again. Ahem. Are we disturbing something? An amused voice grunted. Tobirama's eyes widened and dropped Naruto flat on her ass as he looked to his beloved sister-in-law in masked fear. Hashirama was seen at the dining table lifting his glass of water with a suggestive wink. Naruto rubbed her but as she glared at the stupid night aim. Something was wrong with his head. Standing up carefully and pushed her way inside and scowled at Tobirama. The bastard just dropped her on her ass without warning. At least being around Mito didn't hurt as much. Her seal was adjusting so Kurama wouldn't be so affected by Mito's chakra and by extension, Naruto being hurt too, and she didn't feel as sick and sluggish as before. Tobirama realized his mistake and rushed past Mito to apologize to Naruto when she suddenly muttered. Stupid bastard water boy. Get him back later. The night aim paled more than usual. If Naruto was anything like Mito, then he feared for his future. Mito giggled from the doorway. It seems our dearest baby brother is almost there. Just a little bit more and then his vision will clear. Then all he will see is Naruto-chan. Tobikuin will be one lucky boy. He better not hurt her. A dark cloud forming over her smiling face that made Tobirama's spine shivered and regretted looking behind him to see Mito's scary face. If he hurts her, I'll kill him. Hashirama's thoughts were along the same lines as his wife's. I give it till after their fight tomorrow. Tobikuin will see then. Hopefully his personality doesn't affect his judgment. Dear Kami, sighs Tobikuin, better not scare Naruto-chan off with his stern logic. The Shodai pouted with Naruto taking a seat across from him. No. I believe Naruto-chan may be the one for Tobikuin. She's managed to put up with him for this long already without complaint, well none that I've heard of. Kurama smirked from within the seal. It wouldn't be long before Naruto realized what she was feeling too. Though at a much later date than the night aim. He only hoped that accursed Madara Uchiha didn't interfere and clouded his kit's mind. Though he had to admit, this Madara Uchiha's chakra wasn't as foul the one that summoned him to the VOTE, Valley of the End, for his kit, Kurama was willing to keep his mind open. He missed their daily banters. It was purely luck that they had landed in Konoha before he was sealed within his first host. Otherwise it would have been hard for the two Jinchuriki to be around one another without, quite possibly, dying. It seemed his first assumption of being sealed in Mito was wrong. Though he could still feel his chakra nearby. He was definitely sealed somewhere, yet he couldn't remember where. All he remembered was talking with Madara somewhere and did the stupid rookie mistake by letting his anger get the best of him and looked in the Uchiha's eyes, and then he was suddenly fighting at the vote and couldn't control his actions. That would forever be humiliating in his eyes. Now that he thought about it, the Madara in his timeline, their chakra was almost as foul as his. This Madara's chakra was just off a normal arrogant Uchiha. Kurama's eyes narrowed. He smelled foul play here. He and Naruto were definitely sent to the past for a reason. A good damn reason, and not just for Naruto's love life. Being here meant that they'd find their answers to ending the war once and for all. Summary: determined to help her friends on the battlefield, Naru takes a shortcut through an unknown dense forest. Best be known to her that the Sage of the Six Paths set up security seals there. Naruto activates one of them and she and Kamara are sent into the past. How will Naru and Kurama change the ninja world? Was this all a part of the prophecy? Fem Naruto. Time travel. XXXX. XXXX. Can I help you? Naruto deadpanned at the two genin before her. She thought it would be a good idea to go sightseeing around Konoha after the senju left her place and so she could be alone with her thoughts. But it seems luck isn't on her side today, as Koharu and Hamaru had jumped her and had her backed up against an alley wall with grim faces. Koharu stepped forward and said in an icy tone as possible. Stay away from Tobirama-sensei and the Senju family. Even if you are an Uzumaki, you're still an outside. Ah, I see. Naruto hummed and took the edgy genin seriously. I agree with you, but since I'm on probation, your sensei is my overseer and I can't simply just stay away from him as you have requested. That can only happen once I get the green light. As for the Senju family, they would find it suspicious if I suddenly gave them the cold shoulder, but I understand your concern. I am indeed an outsider who recently came to your home and became good friends with the Senju family, but... Hamaru pushed the blonde forward to talk. I am a citizen of Konoha right now, brat. She held up a shaking fist as her hair split into 9 ferocious tails. If you threaten or attack me again, I will report you to the authorities. Never try to threaten an Uzumaki, brats. Whacking them both on the head and left them sprawling on the ground as she left the alleyway without trouble. Naruto sighed irritably. Didn't Gigi once say they were kinder and more open-minded in their youth? Unless they just didn't like her in general. Not matter what time period. Stupid elders. She muttered and made her way around the streets and greeted the vendors with a polite smile, quick conversation and a handshake. Too distracted by her greetings and thoughts that she bumped into a well-built person. Sorry. She muttered and looked up to see her new friend and smiled. Madara. How are you? Madara was caught off guard by the blonde. He had watched her fluttered around the street greeting people and didn't even realize he had moved towards her till she bumped into him. She was like a magnet. I am fine. She glared at him and cleared his throat. I am tired, but fine overall. Naruto nodded. That's good to hear. She could sense something dark within him that wasn't there the last time they had met. It was small, but still noticeable to her unique sensory abilities. The look in his eye that wasn't hidden behind his bangs, she could see that there was confusion, paranoia and, it looked like fear. She worried. Get some sleep, Madara. You look terrible. She reached over and squeezed his arm before letting go, yet she was surprised when the Uchiha lashed out and gripped desperately onto her arm. Naruto gently smiled and took him somewhere quiet and safe. To a nearby flower field that Irika had taken her to before she left to Turtle Island and dropped the bomb that he and Kakashi-sensei were dating. Naruto would never tell Irika or Kakashi that she already knew. The signs were there. Naruto sat Madara down under a shady tree and sat next to him as she asked. "What's troubling you, Madara? You can tell me anything and you have my word I won't tell." Linking her pinky with his gloved pinky. "It's my Nindo. I never go back on my word." Madara couldn't help but trust the blonde. He wanted and needed to trust somebody because showing strong emotions within his clan was considered a disgrace. It was why they were always cold to one another unless alone in their household where they could be free. He wasn't allowed that as clan head, but here with Naruto he was. Touring there holding pinkies into hands and squeezed her small hand lightly. "I'm in a dangerous position, Naruto Uzumaki." Bringing his free hand up to his head and closed his eyes tightly. "I know I am. I can feel it. With me around, I know Konoha and my clan will also be in danger." Naruto looked concerned and held his hand with two of hers. A sign that she was here for him and would support him whenever. "Members of my clan say that I leave the compound at night, but I have no recollection of doing so. My anger is getting out of control. I can feel the heat circle through my chakra network. Something is happening to me, Uzumaki. Something big and terrifying." A solemn look appeared on his face as he whispered. "I don't want to hurt my clan. They're the only family I have left." Madara's eyes widened in shock as he felt his head rest on Naruto's slim shoulder as she hugged him close to her. "Fight it." The blonde whispered into the Uchiha's ear. "Fight back. That's your only choice. Find your son that fills the void in your heart and fight back. My son had died at the hands of Tobirama, my brother, Izuma." Madara confessed and felt her hold him tighter. "Then find another. It may be hard to forgive, but try. Fight back against this terrifying thing, Madara. It's the only way to not save only yourself, but also your family." She pulled back from him with a reassuring smile. Madara grabbed her hands and held them lightly as he looked her deep within her blue orbs as he requested. "If I ever let this thing take over, I want you to end my existence." He caught her off guard and squeezed her hands tighter to silence her protesting. "Please, Naruto Uzumaki. I either want you or Hashirama to finish me off if I cannot fight back. Promise me this, Naruto Uzumaki." "I understand." Naruto whispered and touched foreheads with him. She didn't want to see the desperation in his eye any longer. She wouldn't be able to help him with this. Madara would have to find another son on his own to fill the void in his heart, otherwise the darkness that she sensed will possess him. "You have my word." She would finish Madara in her timeline. She had a feeling that she would disappear before the VOTE battle. "I stake my dream on this." Madara tensed before he relaxed against Naruto and hugged her back. He didn't feel right telling Hashirama about this. His friend would only get depressed before he laughed it off as an Uchiha thing. "Thank you," he whispered to her. Even Uchihas could feel fear. They were like everybody else. XXXX. Tobirama was looking around for Naruto as soon as Mito let him off the hook for dropping the girl. He felt panic welled within him and somehow he knew it centered on the blonde that caught his attention. He didn't bother giving his fangirls a first look and marched right by them as he was only searching for one girl. Naruto Uzumaki Namikaze. He couldn't sense her unique chakra anywhere within the village and frowned slightly. His sensory ability was grand, not that he was bragging. It was what everybody else said and just followed along. Though he did sense his 3 students rushing his way and turned in their direction as saw that 2 of them were scared while Sarutobi looked like he was going to kill them. Koharu and Hamaru hid behind Tobirama's leg as Hiruzen stood before his sensei and caught his breath. "You 2 morons, I can't believe what you just did. Why do you hate her so much that you threaten her? She a good person, you fools." Tobirama had never seen Sarutobi so serious and passionate before and didn't stop the monkey's rant to his fearing students. Hiruzen raised a clenched fist and said seriously. "She's a precious person to me, Hamaru, Koharu. I won't sit back and let you 2 belittle her. But she's an outsider, Hiruzen." Hamaru explained. "She hasn't been in this village a week. Is she unconscious?" How can one girl win over a majority of the village within a few days? It's not normal. Koharu peeked out from behind the Nidame and nodded and ducked back when she met Hiruzen's enraged glare. I bet Danzo put those thoughts into your mind. Sarutobi scoffed as he folded his arms. I thought better of you too. I thought you two knew how to think, not what to think. If anything like this happens again, I'm leaving this team. He stated without remorse. Though he did grunt when a hand landed on his head and tousled his locks. Looked up through his hair and saw a sunny grin that made him melt. And Naruto. Those are big words coming from a little man. The blonde teased as she pinched his cheeks. Crouching before her future Gigi and said calmly. Thank you, but you don't have to go so far for me. I'm a big girl, Hiru-chan. She saw that he was about to protest and shut him up with a stern look. You'll understand when you're older. Patting his shoulder and stood to her full height as a dark orange fox landed beside her. The size of a full-grown Inuzuka dog as Naruto rubbed the fur behind his ears. Let's head home, Kurama. Sure thing, brat, there's too many humans here. Their scents are stinging my nose. Nuzzling her palm and licked it in apology. He had caved and apologized first. He missed bickering with his blonde container and they both needed to cross the river as they found vital information that could stop the war in their time. The one who started the war wasn't Madara Uchiha, but the darkness within him. Naruto spotted Koharu and Hamaru and only smiled at them kindly before she walked past them. Already knowing that Tobirama would follow her and flicked Kurama's nose when he growled in annoyance. Looks like you've been thinking too much. Naruto said as she flicked her eyes up at the Nidame. You're glowing. She pointed out and embarrassed the Hokage as he looked away from her. Yet she saw that the tips of his ear were bright red and snickered. Why so shy now, Tobirama? TCH, who's shy? Tobirama scoffed and walked alongside her, yet was agitated as the fox walked between them on purpose. It seemed Naruto didn't notice, but he certainly did. Are you prepared for tomorrow? Starting up a small talk as he eyed the male vendors whose eyes lingered a tad too long on Naruto for his comfort. This didn't sit well for him and resisted the urge to glare at them. A Hokage didn't glare. Unless they were the enemy, yet he found the males as enemies. They were staring at Naruto. He found and befriended Naruto first, well after Hiruzen. That was more than enough to be a reasonable answer to glare back, right? While the older generation giggling at him as they discreetly pointed didn't help much. Yes, he was definitely set on tomorrow after the battle to tell the blonde. He was most definitely, absolutely positive that he was indeed captivated by the blonde enigma, and the fact that Mito had pounded the truth into his skull quite literally. He gazed to her, she was the primary source as to why he was glowing in her eyes. Kurama spotted the soft look in the Nidame's eyes that was directed to his container. His kid deserved to be loved and he had chosen for the water boy to be her mate. He was perfect for her. The only problem was the time difference, there was nothing he could do even with his vast knowledge. The girl would have to live in the moment and live with the memories. He would be there to support her afterwards. Moving from between them and moved Naruto closer to the Nidame with his tail as he walked beside her. Hiding his smirk at the thankful look the Nidame gave him. The water boy owed him one. Naruto didn't head home, but led her two companions through the forest till they came out near a small river and took a seat, leaning against Kurama as he went to nap under a shady tree. Patting the spot next to her and invited the Hokage to sit beside her. Tobirama hesitated before he welcomed the girl's presence and sat beside her. Asking her the question that lingered on his mind. I couldn't sense you anywhere. Where were you? Coughing slightly and quickly added on. I am your supervisor after all. Ignoring the fox's snort in amusement at his bullshit. Oh? Naruto muttered and released her chakra and saw Tobirama release the tension from his body and explained. I wanted to be alone for a while. Everything's happening so fast for me, I guess I need to clear my thoughts. Gazing to the water and said. You have nice students, I know they don't mean no harm, but they are annoying. No offense. Tobirama chuckled at the blonde and rested his back against the bark of the tree as he replied. They are a handful, but I wouldn't hesitate for a second to sacrifice myself to save them. That's nice. Naruto hummed in content as the sun warmed her face and unconsciously moved closer to Tobirama and sat beside him. No longer was she leaning against Kurama, but against the tree with their shoulder touching. His presence was comforting. He smelt like a cascading waterfall in autumn's crisp air. Resting her head on his shoulder casually as his toned arms circled her shoulder and held her closer and to keep her warm. I'm going to win tomorrow, she stated teasingly as she heard him scoff. Please, Uzumaki. Don't make me laugh, your humor is too much, he said sarcastically and heard her gigged and brought her closer with a small smile. Ignoring the fox that was gesturing for him to make a move. He planned for tomorrow and was sticking to tomorrow. Please, call me Naruto. It makes me happy hearing you say my name, the blonde having no idea what she was doing to the struggling Naidame as he squirmed a little before he relaxed. That's if you win tomorrow, he wagered. Then I will call your name. Shocked as she linked her pinky with his free hand, yet curled his pinky around hers lightly. The deal was sealed. Remember, Uzumaki, if you lose, you protect me from my followers till your parole is completed. And you have to be by me ramen. May the best shinobi win. Their pinkies turning into a handshake that morphed into their fingers lacing together. Naruto, for some reason, felt content with this and didn't untangle them. Tobirama on the other hand smiled, glad that Naruto couldn't see it as he rested his head in her hair and took a light breath that followed with her unique scent. She smelt like home to him. Oh dear Kami, he was falling hard for a girl he just met, yet he didn't mind. He trusted Naruto and hopefully, one day, she would return the feelings. Even if she said no tomorrow, he wouldn't give up on pursuing her to the ends of the elemental nations. Ah, I see now, no wonder I feel complete with her near me. Snuggling closer to her soft golden tresses and sighed in content when Naruto only giggled at his actions. It seems I am quite in love with you, Naruto Uzumaki Namikaze. Summary: determined to help her friends on the battlefield, Naru takes a shortcut through an unknown dense forest. Best be known to her that the Sage of the Six Paths set up security seals there. Naruto activates one of them and she and Kamara are sent into the past. How will Naru and Kurama change the ninja world? Was this all a part of the prophecy? Fem Naruto. Time travel. XXXX. Don't they seem a bit too excited for this, hun? Hashirama asked his wife as they both stood in an isolated training ground. Both gazing to the Naidame and blonde Uzumaki who were staring each other down stubbornly. They're both eager to beat one another into the ground. I'm surprised. Mito giggled and linked her arm with her husband's arm. Don't underestimate an Uzumaki's competitive nature, love. Though this reminds me of all the times we used to spar before we got married. Hashirama chuckled and rubbed the back of his head sheepishly. Ah, I remember. I was actually quite terrified of you when we first sparred, but I guess I fell in love with that side of you too. Mita whacked Hashirama lightly with a small giggle. Your sweet words have no effect, Shodai-sama. She teased and saw the challenging look in her husband's eyes. It seemed another spar was going to take place at a later time. I accept, Uzumaki Dano. He gave her a cheesy grin. How his wife ever put up with him, he would never know. Calling out to the two excited shinobi. Rules are simple. No deadly jutsu and winner by knockout, death blow, or forfeit. Naruto and Tobirama nodded. Naruto wearing the clothes Kurama insisted she wear. She wore a simple black singlet, black leather gloves with black shorts underneath a short gray apron skirt. Low heel, low calf black boots with a sleek katana strapped diagonally to her back. Opting to tie her long hair into a high ponytail with her bangs framing her face. She was dead serious on winning. Ramen was no joking matter. Her style was based on speed, reflex and fast-paced movements like the wind. Heavy armor would only hinder her. There was no way she would dress like Tobirama in his blue armor. It was a good thing Kurama gave her a katana. It seemed Tobirama was a skilled swords user too. She loosened her shoulders as she slid into her own stance. She hid many things. Jiraiya said it was best to keep her abilities hidden and use them as several trump cards. She was ready to beat the Nidaime Hokage into the ground. She was going all out. Even when she returned to her time, she would go all out. No more hiding. Her fight with Nagato had taught her this. Tobirama was at first confused at her choice in attire, but one look at the fox smirking next to Mito told him not to underestimate the blonde. He wasn't going to lose to the girl that caught his attention. His safety with his followers was at stake. This was a prime opportunity to get closer to Naruto and be safe at the same time. A win-win situation in his books. Hashirama saw the two reach for the hilts of their respective katana with dead seriousness in their eyes and nodded. A minute, Shodai. Kurama muttered and drew quick seals with his tail into the ground to protect them from the destruction he knew was coming. Erecting a barrier around the three of them as sat on his hind legs before he transformed into a human. His face was void of emotions. All three of them were looking forward to this fight. Common, Kit. No holding back now. He whispered. The Shodai nodded when Mito confirmed the Fuinjutsu and called the match. Begin. Nothing happened at first, when suddenly a large gust of wind blew across the field as the two opponents were clashing with their blades in the middle of the field. Kurama smirked. Mito had saw what Naruto had did as Hashirama was surprised somebody was able to keep up with his brother's speed. Naruto smirked as she spotted the shock in the Nidaime's eyes. Weight seals. Had them on since I was 12 as a gift from my Gigi. She explained with them both leaping back and slid back into their respective stances. Tobirama nodded. She was definitely fast. He wanted to see more of her swordsmanship though and dashed towards her. She was prepared for him as with every clash of their metal, sparks flew and air currents were sliced as the wind was pushed in another direction. Slicing up the field as they danced. Naruto leapt over Tobirama and prepared to slice him in half when he spun around and blocked her attack. She was vulnerable in the air, but smirked as she poofed out of existence. Tobirama bit back his curse and sensed around for the blonde. Left, no. Right, no. Above, no. Below. Leaping out of the way as the blonde came crashing through with her blade. Their blades clashing at an odd angle that had them both flying and wedged themselves into the trees on the opposite sides of the battlefield. Tobirama landed on Naruto's blade and balanced easily as she landed on his katana. They were evenly matched. They nodded to one another to move on. Naruto held her hands up in a half-ram sign and muttered. Release. Dropping more weight. She lacked in taijutsu, but Guy and Lee said if the shinobi wasn't a specialist or lacked experience of a seasoned shinobi, she would have the upper hand in her unpredictability. They two clashed eyes and they were off. Hashirama nodded his head, impressed. Mito was astounded that there was a girl that could keep up with Tobirama and was 11 years his junior. Kurama only smirked. This was far from over. Tobirama didn't have time to rest as he fought with Naruto. Having to be quicker and lighter on his feet as Naruto didn't back down. It was like she was an endless supply of energy. They were constantly switching through offense and defense and were thrown off guard when Naruto leapt far away from his hit. They were both panting. They landed the same amount of hits on one another, but Tobirama felt that she was holding back. Naruto clicked her neck and pulled her gloves on tighter. I've always wanted to do this. She smirked as she tossed a fist to the ground and completely shattered the earth. After seeing Tsunade's monstrous strength, she had incorporated the style into her fighting. Though without chakra. Taking the Nidaime's distraction by rushing towards him and socked Rasengan into his middle. She smirked when he splattered in water and forward flipped to dodge the side kick. He had a smirk on his face as she leapt away from him. Interesting, Uzumaki. He complimented. Running towards her at his top speed and tossed a dozen kunai at her. She didn't move as she continued to shock him by swiping her arm with the wind sending the kunai off course and held a hand in a half-ram sign. That's not all I have. She smirked at he was still running towards her. "Kai," she shouted and exploded, creating a dust cover over the field as the real her was hidden in a tree. Slipping out of the tree when an explosive kunai whizzed her way, sticking sideways on a tree with her chakra. Caught off guard when he appeared behind her and kicked her to the floor. Quickly getting up and easily created 24 clones. Secretly sending one of to hide and gather nature chakra as her clones went to work as she set up her trap. Tobirama frowned and created 3 shadow clones to help him take out the clones Naruto had created. He could tell this was a diversion, but for what exactly? Kurama sensed Hiruzen approaching with Jiraiya and growled as he quickly grabbed the 2 and placed them within the safety of the barrier. Waterboy is going down. Even if he is the Hokage, he lacks the experience on shinobi like Naruto. Kurama was correct in a way. The Night Aim hadn't gained his reputation that the kids learned in their history class just yet. He earned his feared and respected reputation when his brother died and during the First War. He would be considered a rookie by Tsunade or Jiraiya while fighting against Naruto. Mito nodded. Kurama-san's right. This spar won't last much longer. Give Tobikun a few months and he could win against Naru. She knew right from the beginning that the girl was going to win. The blonde had already planned way ahead of time and accustomed for every situation present. The trouble was finding the right time, which was now when Tobirama was disoriented from using the shadow clone jutsu for the first time in a battle situation. Naruto had told her this morning while they had breakfast together about the advantages of the jutsu. The memories would throw Tobirama off course. Hashirama didn't say anything and continued to watch the fight. Tobirama had taken out all of Naruto's clones, but he didn't leave unharmed. He saw Naruto before him, but something was different. Her chakra was different. There were orange pigments around her eyes as her blue orbs were now yellow with horizontal slits. This wasn't a transformation, this was something else. Just like his brother. Shit. He cussed. Sage mode. Naruto smirked as 2 clones appeared behind her and held out her hand. Seeing that Tobirama was about to move and teased. Niwa, Hokage-sama. Surprising everybody but Kurama as golden chakra chains shot out from her back and wrapped up Tobirama tightly and drained his chakra slowly. Her clones disappearing as soon as they created her Raisin Shuriken. Holding it up high as the power screeched throughout the entire field. Victory was hers. Sorry, fighting scenes aren't really my thing. Winner, Naruto Uzumaki. Hashirama called out. He could feel the power of the blonde's attack. It was mighty powerful and dangerous. Quite possibly S-class. Naruto tossed the Raisin Shuriken over to the forest and let the wind eat at the trees. It was impossible to dismiss that jutsu after completing it. Last time she did, she almost killed Yamato. Releasing the last of her sage mode as the chakra in her chains died down a bit and released the Night Aim. Kurama rushed to the blonde's side and caught her just in time as she collapsed. Using a tanned hand to brush the bangs from her face. She had used up too much chakra. His suspicions were correct. Them both using chakra in this time was dangerous. You did well, Kit. Better than the last time you used your chakra chains. Your mother would be proud. He saw her eyes shimmer in thanks as she passed out in his arms. The last time Naruto used her chains was when she, Shizune, Tsunade and Jiraiya were facing Orochimaru and Kabuto. The blonde had seen Kabuto attack Tsunade and her emotions went rampaged with the chains appearing and almost crushed Kabuto to death if it wasn't for Orochimaru's intervention. The girl passed out for 3 days afterwards. It took a lot of chakra to use due to her lack of control back then, but she was getting better each day. She had firmly told the 2 Sannin that she didn't want to depend on her Kekkei Genkai, yet she never pried on how she inherited it. Good things come to people who wait. That's what she said. Tobirama was in the same state as Naruto. Mito had caught him and asked her. Is Naruto okay? Seeing her nod before he passed out from exhaustion. Hashirama shook his head in amusement and placed his brother on his back as Kurama picked up Naruto. Saying to his companions. They didn't even realize how much they destroyed this training ground. Gesturing to the destruction the two caused and quickly fixed up the mess. Mito picked up the toddler and looked into Sarutobi's eyes. The boy was too stunned to do anything. Leading the two boys to the cottage where the two shinobi would rest for now. Jiraiya was giggled happily as he clapped his hands. His eyes never leaving the blonde girl he took a liking to. XXXX. Naruto groaned as she fluttered opened her eyes as someone kept pulling at her cheeks and was greeted with a giggling Jiraiya that was climbing over her body. She looked around and saw that she is in her room with the door slightly open for the toddler to walk through. Naruto chuckled and sat up, holding the babbling baby comfortably in her lap as she played with his spiky and thick white locks. You cheeky toad. Have you always been a perv right from the start? Smiling softly as Jiraiya just giggled and cuddled into her frame. Naruto looked up when the door opened further and saw Kurama walk in with a defeated face. So this is where the brat went. He grumbled as he sat at the end of Naruto's bed. That crazy old haghead woodboy and I running around Konoha to find the perv and here he is. Let me guess, Mito-bachan scared you and you forgot to use your sensory to find the lil toad. Lightly pinching Kurama's cheeks and laughed when he flipped the bird as he was flustered. So you were right, huh? We can't use chakra. Kurama nodded as he flicked his wrist to close the door. Indeed. We are not from here. You aren't born and I am different from my past self. The world has already been written here. I'm not saying we can't use chakra, but we have to be careful. Not even 2 hours and you passed out from chakra exhaustion. This has never happened to you before, Kit. Jiraiya looked up to Naruto in concern and touched her face to gain her attention. Mew. Kurama barked in laughter. Well, won't you look at that? The old perv is trying to say mama to his beloved goddaughter. Naruto kicked Kurama off the bed and got out of the blankets as she placed Jiraiya on Kurama's back. And one day, Erosenin will be calling you papa. Laughing as she ran out of the room and soon collided with a solid someone and fell to the ground. Hee karma, Kit. Karma. Kurama chuckled as Jiraiya was giggling over his shoulder. Sorry. Naruto mumbled and sat up, gazing down to the disoriented Nidaime and patted his cheek to get his attention. I won. So I get free ramen and you have to call me Naruto. Tobirama groaned and sat up, staring at the blonde in amusement. I always keep my word, Naruto. Giving a look to the red-haired man with Kurama nodding and left the cottage to play with Jiraiya. Where is Hashirama, Mito-bachan, and Hiru-chan? Naruto asked as she looked around the empty cottage. They went out for lunch. Now noticing that she was sitting on his lap and smirked and in a flash had her held bridal style as he kicked open the door and left the cottage. Chuckling when she squealed and wrapped her arms around his neck. Looking down at her and said, I have a surprise for you. Hold on tight, because I'm going full speed. Naruto gasped at the sudden lurch in speed and held on to Tobirama tighter as he took to the trees at a blinding pace. Tobirama looked down at her and saw the fascination in her clear orbs, knowing that her mind was racing as to where he was taking her. It was time for his plan to commence. He only hoped she didn't push him away after the confession. Close your eyes, Naruto. It's a surprise. Naruto rolled her eyes, yet she listened to his request as she said, Fine, but if you drop me like last time, it would be a shame if you woke up one day without your hair. Tobirama chuckled. I won't drop you anymore, I promise. Holding on to her tightly for emphasis that made her giggle and lean closer to him as Naruto rested her head on his chest and began to hum a tune lightly. Finally getting to the destination a few minutes later and simply held her in his arms for a minute before he placed her down and whispered in her ear. Not yet. Don't open your eyes yet. Turning the blonde to the correct direction and bravely held her tightly from behind and voiced. Okay, now you can open them. This better be good because I've never. Naruto gasped as she took in the sight before her in awe. Placing a hand to her mouth as her eyes watered and whispered. You found this, for me? Tobirama rested his head on hers and replied. You said so yourself that you wished to find a special place here that was similar to that view at Mt. Mayaboku. Do you like it? Naruto looked out with a soft gaze to the view high up in the hills that showed all of Konoha's lush forest. It was magnificent. Straight out of a fairy tale or a dream, definitely a dream that was for sure. She could feel all of the chakra coming of the trees and knew straight away that the Shodai created this vast forest due to her sage abilities. Though Tobirama's presence seemed to overpower the feeling of the forest, yet felt the trees and Tobirama's chakra seep into her pores with goosebumps appearing over her body. This place was indeed magical, just like Mt. Mayaboku. It's beautiful. She whispered happily and leaned her head back to look at the proud Nightingale. Thank you for bringing me here. Tobirama nodded as he laced his hand with one of hers and said, Do you remember this? Our time at Mt. Mayaboku was similar to this. You took me to your special place, and believe it or not, this is where I like to come to think. I find this fascinating. Don't you think so too, Naruto? Naruto chuckled and leaned into Tobirama. You know, I'm not a believer in fate. I don't like the thought that my life is already planned out, but just this once, I'd like to believe in fate. I'd like to believe that I met you for a reason. Would my love for you be a good enough reason? He felt her stiffen and tried to turn to face him, but he held on to her tightly and rested his forehead on her shoulder. Please don't look at me, Naruto. This is quite embarrassing, but what I said is true. I know that we haven't known each other long or know much about each other for the matter, but whenever I'm with you I feel as if my life is complete with you by my side. I've never joked, laughed, bickered, and enjoyed myself like this ever. You make me question my views on life in a good way. Everything that you do catches my eyes that I find myself always gazing or thinking about you. I've never been in love with somebody, Naruto, and I'm willing to wait for you no matter how long. I know that you're worth waiting for. Let me look at you. Naruto requested in a small voice, and with the lessening of Tobirama's embrace, she took that as an okay. Turning slowly and faced him. Looking into his shimmering red eyes carefully and lightly touched his cheek with a small smile. She understood that what she saw was real. I've never been in love with anybody, but please give me time to give you an answer. I want to respond to you properly. Tobirama gave her a dazzling smile. Of course. I understand, Naruto. Placing a lingering kiss on her forehead like she had done yesterday and released the blonde. I can wait. Taking the first step and walked away from the blonde. He was relieved that she didn't outright reject him, but he would admit that he was nervous for her answer. He could never read her, but that didn't mean he wouldn't give up on her. Senjus were stubborn people. Even Hashirama kept up his pursuit on Mito when he found out he was madly in love with her. Naruto watched Tobirama leave before she faced the view that he had taken her to. A soft smile touched her lips as she sat on the ground. She didn't know how to think. Yes, she was once stalked by fanboys, but her density made them lose interest, and she had never had a crush on anybody before. Well, there was that one time she thought she had a crush on Kakashi-sensei, but it turned out to be admiration. She sighed. Life always has a way of screwing us over, right, Kurama? Looking over to the fox beside her, knowing that the first thing he did when he left was drop Jiraiya off at the orphanage or to Hiruzen. Kurama wrapped a tail around his host and allowed her to snuggle into his fur. Indeed it does, but life helps us grow into the people we are today. I approve of the water boy, Kit. I see the way he makes you feel. You don't act around him. But our time difference. You deserve to be happy. Even if it's for a few days, weeks, or months. Enjoy the moment while it's here, Kit. But then the time for us to leave will come. He won't remember. But I will. And I will be there to support you every day, Kit, and you know it. Stop making excuses and think over the water boy's confession. Kurama smirked in victory when Naruto sighed and didn't say anything, but there was this feeling in the back of his mind that had been bugging him ever since Naruto's meeting with the great elder Toad. Tell me something, Kit. What happened after I left you alone with that geezer Toad? Naruto scratched behind Kurama's ear and replied. It was about Erosenin. Which one? Your perv or baby perv? My perv. Naruto chuckled as her face evened out with a dark look crossing her sapphire orbs. That asshole, he's still alive. Summary: determined to help her friends on the battlefield, Naru takes a shortcut through an unknown dense forest. Best be known to her that the Sage of the Six Paths set up security seals there. Naruto activates one of them and she and Kamara are sent into the past. How will Naru and Kurama change the ninja world? Was this all a part of the prophecy? Fem Naruto. Time travel. XXXX. What do you mean that perv is alive? Kurama stood up on all fours and hissed at Naruto, watching as she fell backwards and quickly moved to help her sit back up. Sorry, Kit. Is it true? Is that perv still alive? Naruto plucked the grass from her hair as she looked to Kurama with seriousness in her sapphire orbs. Biting her thumb and went through the summoning seals and summoned the summoning contract. Unrolling the scroll before them and pointed to her name. Each summoner's name is written with their blood, and while in sage mode my name glows as my life force is running through my name. She dragged finger over to her father's name. When I went into sage mode, Tuchan's name wasn't glowing. Pointing to Jiraiya's name. Erosenen's name is glowing just as brightly as mine. Meaning that he is alive and healthy somewhere in our timeline. Also meaning that he is frozen in our time till we return. As for where he is, I don't know, but the Aji-san told me that as Erosenen was on the verge of death while drowning, Ma and Pa used the rest of their chakra to reverse summon Erosenen. All three were heavily damaged and Pa couldn't tell anybody about it unless they were to make an attack on MT Mayaboku just to kill Erosenen. Only the three Elder Toads know that he is still alive really. Kurama looked to the hardness in Naruto's eyes and touched her shoulder with his tail as he said. What do you plan on doing with him, Kit? Naruto's frown deepened. Well, I can't kill him considering the war going on, but I will bring him a world of pain for doing something so stupid. Kurama sighed. Wrapping Naruto up in his fur and muttered. Stop being so stubborn and be the kid you are. Let it out, Kit. Let me spoil you. Smiling when she turned into his fur and cried loudly. It at times like this that his Jinchuriki forgot that she was still a kid forced to grow up in an adult world. It won't work out now, but everything will be fine one day. I promise you this, Kit. Everything will be fine as long as we keep striving forward. Naruto clung tighter onto Kurama and whispered. Thank you. October 7th. Naruto woke up the next morning with a groan as her head was splitting from all the crying she had previously done. Yet she felt something hard and warm cuddling next to her and opened her eyes to see a head of red hair and realized it was Kurama in his human form. She couldn't help but smile softly as the snoozing Biju that was cuddling close to her middle. Running a finger over his fox ears and giggled when it twitched before leaning down and placed a gentle kiss on his cheek before sneaking out of the bed and headed for the bathroom to clean up. Rinsing herself quickly before she relaxed in the bath. Not surprised when Kurama walked on in and didn't both hiding her nakedness from the age-old beast. He had seen millions of naked mortals and she had seen him naked one too many to count. Kurama walked over to the bath and knelt before Naruto. Holding a hand out to her and smiled when she took his hand and kissed the inside of her wrist. What do you want to do today, Kit? Train, see Baby Arrow, tease the old monkey, wander around the village or train. Naruto raised a slender eyebrow. I have a feeling you want to train for some reason. Earning a chuckle out of her Biju and nodded. Why don't we exercise while playing with baby Jiraiya? It will do you good to get along with him now and then later on when we beat him to the grave where he belongs. Kurama snorted and pecked her forehead. Sounds like a plan. Get ready while I attempt to make breakfast. Leaving the bathroom when Naruto halted him with one of her chakra chains. Looking over his shoulder and arched a brow. Yes? Naruto played with the bubbles as she said. If I see that you went out hunting and brought back game, I will tell the Nibby all about the dirty thoughts about her running through your mind. Kurama growled at her. Please. Like I haven't seen those dreams about a certain white-haired Hokage. He smirked when Naruto squawked and threw a rubber duck at him. He caught the toy and tossed it back. Don't worry, brat. I'm sure I know how to use a kitchen, I think. He muttered quietly as he left the bathroom. Naruto sighed as she heard that and slid further into the bath with a small smile. Kurama would always be there for her and she knew that. She wouldn't tell him that she was thankful that he saw sealed within her. He was a big softy under that attitude of his. Climbing out of the bath and wrapped a towel around her frame as she entered the bedroom to grab the clothes that Mito had supplied her with. She was thankful to her aunt. It was a nice feeling having a blood relative looking out for her and only hoped that Mito, Tsunade, and her mother all looked out for the orphans once she left back to her timeline. That's right. Naruto would have to talk to Tsunade about being family once she returned. It had been a while since she last saw her Bachan. Since she left for Turtle Island. Naruto left the room wearing a deep orange blouse with a flowing white skirt that just touched her knees. It was odd for Naruto to wear a skirt, but for some reason she felt comfortable in this type of skirt. Unlike those short ones that barely covered some people's butts like Ino and Sakura. Naruto didn't like those skirts. Heading towards the dining room and was greeted with smell of eggs, bacon, toast and fresh orange juice. Looks like you do know how to use a kitchen. Naruto smirked as she took a sip of the juice and found the pleasant and fresh taste refreshing. Kurama scoffed as he placed their plates down. Don't underestimate me, brat. I've been watching through your eyes for years and picked up a thing or two. Just be glad I know how to use a toilet. That's gross. Naruto deadpanned and both ate their meal in a content smile before heading out towards the orphanage. Though not before Naruto grabbed her camera and linked her arm with Kurama. Mostly to keep him from running off and killing an Uchiha or something similar. Be nice, no, not nice. Be tolerable and don't scare Jiraiya. No matter how tempting it is. Naruto warned her partner. Kurama scowled. TCH whatever. That stinkin' old toad ain't worth my time. He should be thankful that I, the great Kyuubi, am spending time in his presence. Naruto snorted. Don't bullshit me. You like this Jiraiya and my Jiraiya. You like perverts because you guys and connect on an annoying and gross level. Laughing when he glared at her. Reaching the orphanage and were both surprised when they found the young 1-year-old Jiraiya climbing over the fence with Naruto rushing over to him and held her hand out when he tumbled and fell into her arms. She sighed in relief as she held the toddler out at arm's length and scolded the baby. Jiraiya, that is dangerous. Don't ever do that again unless you want me to keep you away from all the pretty girls. The baby whimpered at the threat and cooed his apology to Naruto. Naruto sighed as she couldn't be mad at the baby Jiraiya for long and cuddled him closely. Kurama snickered and took a photo of the two. How cute. You make my old heart skip a beat. He voiced dryly and got punched on the shoulder by Naruto as Jiraiya glared at him and cuddled closer to Naruto. Kurama glared right on back and growled at the child. You listen here, runt. Naruto ain't yours, got that? She's my kit and my Jinchuriki. Jiraiya held on to Naruto tightly as he gurgled back at Kurama with a heated glare. Mama, nuzzling his head in her neck and shouted. Mama. Naruto froze before Naruto bursted out laughing and ruffled Jiraiya's hair. This is so ironic. My godfather calling me, Mama. There was a warm and soft look on her face and she rubbed noses with Jiraiya. But it's cute and I like it. Kurama was jealous that this brat was stealing his kit's attention away from him. Though the smug look he got from the 1-year-old made him mouth bitterly. It is on. Jiraiya only snubbed him. Naruto sensed Kurama's annoyance and ruffled his hair too with a smile. Don't be a baby, Kurama. You will always be my Biju. Handing over Jiraiya as she took the camera and snapped a few pics of them together. Naruto found it hilarious how competitive they were for her attention and led the two towards the local park. Kurama took the camera from her as she placed Jiraiya in the swing and pushed him. Kurama couldn't help but smile as he watched his kid having so much fun with the 1-year-old and took photos of the two playing. Sometimes Naruto would drag him into the photos with the three of them or had a passerby do it for them. Naruto even managed to snag a few of Kurama and Jiraiya together when they actually looked happy together while checking out the girls. Naruto whacked them both over the head for that. Kurama was playing in the sandbox with Jiraiya when his nose picked up a familiar scent and looked over to a tree where the Shodai and the Nidaime were hiding in. He smirked and winked in their direction as he held a finger to his lip that he'd keep silent, with Naruto walking over to them from having brought some ice cream for them. Naruto handed Kurama a mint ice cream cone as she snapped her and Jiraiya's double popsicles in two and shared it like old times. Smiling when Jiraiya got excited and sat in her lap as he sucked on his cold treat. Naruto ruffled his hair and leaned over to whisper in Kurama's ear. "Oi. Mind telling me why the Hokage brothers are spying on us?" Kurama wrapped an arm around her shoulder as she replied back into her ear. "Well, the water boy did confess to you yesterday, and I'm sure they are just curious as to what your answer is." Pulling back with a smirk and saw Naruto's cheeks dust a lovely shade of pink. "You should give him an answer, Kit. Never lead a man on too long, and if you plan on dropping him, does it firmly, though I doubt he'd just let you go. I did accept him as your partner after all." Naruto rolled her eyes and whacked Kurama's chest. "Stop being a nag. I already know what I'm going to do." Grabbing a napkin and cleaned Jiraiya's mouth and let him go and play some more. "Watch over him. I'll be right back." Closing her eyes and searched out the Senju brothers' signature in the tree and flashed over to them within a blink of an eye. Landing behind them and placed her hands on their shoulders and startled them as they looked slowly over their shoulder to them. "So, mind explaining to me why you have been watching us ever since we left the cottage?" Hashirama sprung up suddenly and almost fell out of the tree if Naruto hadn't grabbed hold on him and steadied him before her. Tobirama stood up slowly as he exchanged looks with his older brother. He didn't know what to do right now. His mind was a blank. Naruto sighed, rubbing her throbbing temples. "Forget I asked." Grabbing them by the hands and reappeared before Jiraiya. Jiraiya was startled till he saw the familiar blonde and clapped his hands happily. Mama, running over to her and giggled when she scooped him up into her arms and kissed his chubby cheeks. "Mama. Look," pointing over to the sandpit where Kurama was being decorated by flowers by the little girls. Naruto choked on air before she started laughing. Handing Jiraiya over to Tobirama and grabbed the camera to take photos. Ignoring the deadly glare from her partner as she skipped back over to Jiraiya. She found him and Tobirama giving each other the death stare and look at Hashirama as she pointed at them. "Tobi-kun is just jealous that you're paying attention to this white-haired male than to him who also has white hair." Hashirama teased his brother and made Naruto giggle. Naruto opened her arms for Jiraiya to come on over and said, "I don't see why you would be jealous." Looking up at Tobirama and stood on her tiptoes to place a sweet kiss on his cheek and looked away with a flushed face as Jiraiya saw giving suspicious looks between the two. Tobirama froze before he looked down at Naruto and saw her cute reaction. Letting his mind wander as he let instincts take over and wrapped a strong arm around her waist and placed a kiss on her forehead, making her turn a deeper shade of red, and whispered into her ear. "Thank you, Naruto." Snap. Tobirama and Naruto looked over to the sound and found Mito holding Naruto's camera. "You three look perfect together." Mito smiled deviously as she gestured to Naruto, Jiraiya, and Tobirama. "Like a real family." Naruto turned bright red and as she squawked as Jiraiya glared at Tobirama while the Nidaime froze again. "Oh hell no." Kurama protested and picked Naruto up and went running. Jiraiya was actually thankful for the redhead for interfering for once. Kurama for once realized that he didn't want Naruto to date anybody. She was his little Kit. Too young to leave the den. Hashirama chuckled and patted Tobirama's shoulder. "Looks like you're going to work harder to get to Naruto's heart." So, it was a no. Tobirama looked dejected as he sighed and ran his fingers through unruly mane. Mito giggled as she looked to her empty hand. Kurama was surely fast. "I believe it was a confused maybe, little brother." Naruto is not the type to immediately respond to a confession. It will take actions to show her how much you care for her before she agrees. poking Tobirama's armored chest. You will have to show her and Kurama how serious you are about Naruto. You are serious, aren't you? Tobirama's eye hardened as he answered his sister-in-law. Our meeting may have been short, Mito Ani-sama, but during these past days I have come to care for a woman like no other. I do not see a civilian, shinobi or friend in Naruto. I see a passionate and strong woman that has been through a lot, yet still strives for a better tomorrow. I see a woman that will never be knocked down, no matter how harsh the blows are. It would be an honor as a man to make Naruto the happiest woman on this land. If she finds happiness elsewhere, then I step back and allow her to be happy. Otherwise, I will never give up on winning her heart. I would follow her to the ends of the nations, tread through a wall of enemy shinobi and climb the highest of peaks just to be near her. Tobirama took a steady breath. I love her more than my words can express. Mito and Hashirama gave each other a look before looking back at their little brother and nodded. Hashirama saying, "Then don't give up in what you believe in, little brother. I will say that winning Naruto's heart will be a journey, but once it is yours, trust me when I say this, the rewards will be more than your heart can enjoy. I speak from experience." Winking over to his wife that blushed and looked away from him. Yes, I must say, Naruto will be confused at first, but give her time and do not push her. Be there for her and wait patiently. Naruto will soon see what is in front of her. He said knowingly. Even Mito had a knowing smile. Listen to what she has to say before you jump to conclusions, little brother. Mito supplied and gazed around to the swarming fangirls of Tobirama. Though I must say, speed it up a bit if you want to be rid of these vermin. Naruto is more than capable of taking care of them. Tobirama felt encouraged by his family, yet there was nagging feeling in his gut that something big was going to happen soon. Something involving Naruto. He couldn't help but worry for her. XXXX. Naruto sat on the couch of the cottage with a confused expression on her face as she touched her lips and looked to Kurama, who was pacing back and forth in his original form. Jiraiya was taking a nap on her lap. Kurama, why did I kiss Tobirama? I just moved. Kurama looked at Naruto carefully and sighed as he sat on his hind legs. Call instinct if you want, or a primal urge. Since I have been sealed into you since birth, you have gained a few animalistic traits. Like your heightened senses, trickery, quick reflexes, and others. As a fox, we have urges to protect what is rightfully ours and stake our claim on them. Even going so far as to battle with another unwanted animal. We are territorial and quite vicious towards those that interfere. So, instinct. Naruto summed up as Kurama huffed and looked away from her. She looked down to Jiraiya and asked Kurama. Would it be selfish of me to claim Jiraiya as my own? Even when we both know that there is a chance we won't see the day he turns 5 and goes off to the academy. He's still a toddler, so he won't remember us, yet I want to fill him with as much love as I can give him before we leave. Kurama gazed at the sleeping Jiraiya and licked the baby's face. Gaining a small giggle before Jiraiya dazed back off. As you know, raising a baby will be hard, but the decision is up to you, Naruto. I see that this will be hard on you when you have to leave this kit. Since he is still developing his mind, there will be no need to wipe his memory of you and me. The question is, will you be able to let go of him when the time comes? Naruto looked at Kurama with a confident smile. I will have you with me, remember? As long as you're by my side, I will fine. Gazing down to Jiraiya and claimed. I will accept the challenge of having Jiraiya as my own and letting him go when the time comes. I am Naruto Uzumaki after all. Smirking over at Kurama, whom just rolled his eyes at her behavior. Kurama watched his Jinchuriki carefully. He prayed to whatever fangirl that Naruto would cross clinging off Tobirama. Vixens were extremely territorial of their partners, and Naruto was as scary as her mother when she wanted to be. Kurama sighed in his mind. His creator was really pissing him off right now. First finding out the solution for the war and dealing with Naruto's confusion love life. Yet Kurama knew, sooner or later, that Naruto would have to spend some time with Madara Uchiha. Naruto would have to lock him away when the time comes. He still wanted to kill the man even though they both knew he was actually innocent. Times were going to be tough for Naruto. Kurama would forever be a pillar for his Jinchuriki. He just hoped Naruto would pass through the fog quickly and see the water boy before her. Summary: determined to help her friends on the battlefield, Naru takes a shortcut through an unknown dense forest. Best be known to her that the Sage of the Six Paths set up security seals there. Naruto activates one of them and she and Kamara are sent into the past. How will Naru and Kurama change the ninja world? Was this all a part of the prophecy? Fem Naruto. Time travel. XXXX. Naruto bolted upright in the middle of the night with sweat linger around her body. Breathing heavily as she looked to her surroundings. Where am I? She felt something attached to her waist and looked down to see a small bundle with white hair. Her eyes widening as she realized where she was now. Right. In the past. Shodai and all that, she muttered and untangled herself from Jiraiya as Kurama was locked up inside of the seal. Checking the calendar and saw that it was October 8th. Her 17th birthday was in 3 days and Jiraiya's 2nd birthday in 4 days. Naruto sighed. Leaving the room and pulled on a warm cardigan and sandals before leaving the cottage. Creating a clone to watch over Jiraiya as she wandered the isolate streets of Konoha. Tucking her hands into her pockets and looked around Konoha. It was her home, but it wasn't. As much as she loved this place, she had her own home to return to. As tempting as it was to stay here, she had family to stand beside. A village to protect in her own time. She could risk ruining her friend's birth by being in the timeline for so long. Naruto guessed that she had already changed a few things already, but once she left it might return to normal once they lost their memories of her. Naruto sighed as she stopped walking. Gazing up to the stars that surrounded the nearly full moon. Her eyes widened as she saw a streak of red leap over her from roof to roof. She knew this chakra and frowned. What's going on? Without a second thought, Naruto followed after the chakra signature discreetly. Following them to the edge of the village and deep within the forest of Konoha. Naruto knew this path fairly well. She knew where this person was going. Naruto was corrected only an hour later as they reached a clearing within the forest. Not now, but in the future, this clearing would become the battleground between Madara Uchiha and Hashirama Senju. The battleground of Sasuke Uchiha and Naruto Uzumaki. The Valley of the End. The figure stopped in the middle of the clearing with Naruto landing right behind them. Why have you followed me all this way? The voice was deep and dark, almost hollow. Yet they didn't face Naruto. Naruto stood up tall as she said. I just wanted to know why you were doing this to Madara. He doesn't want this. He doesn't want to hurt anybody. The foul chakra in the Uchiha before her was more dominant than it was before and took a step forward. What do you plan on doing to Madara? You're scaring him, you know. The figure chuckled deeply and finally faced Naruto. He had Madara's face and body. But not Madara's eyes. These obsidian eyes were cold and ruthless. And you know what Madara wants? You know what he craves? You don't know him. Only I know Madara. Only I know him. More than anybody ever will. I know what Madara wants and I'm giving him exactly that. He yelled at Naruto and lashed out. Gripping her by the neck and laughed hollowly. Yet he got no reaction out of the blonde and squeezed on her neck tightly. Naruto's eyes hardened as she looked into the eyes of the Uchiha. You're right. I don't know Madara as well as you do, but I won't sit back and watch a friend loses themselves to darkness. I won't let you have him. The Uchiha yelled at the blonde in confusion and anger. Why? Why do you care for Madara? I'm all he needs. Because he's my friend. Naruto said simply. No matter what you do, no matter what time it is, I will be there to stop you. Whether it's now or a century from now, I will be there to stop you. I won't let you hurt Madara. I will stop you. She reached out with a shaking hand as she was slowly losing consciousness and smiled. Madara, I know you're in there. Can you hear me? It's Naruto. Come back to me, Madara. She whispered softly as her vision started to fade. The Uchiha released Naruto from his hold. What have you done? You damn Uzumaki, he hollered at her before he collapsed before Naruto with tears and softness in his eyes. Naruto, what happened? Where am I? His voice was baritone and filled with fear. Naruto caught her breath as she coughed a bit. Everything will be fine. Trust me, okay? Reaching over and pulled the confused Uchiha into a tight embrace. Everything will be okay. I promise. It's getting worse, isn't it? Madara muttered as he rested his forehead on her shoulder. He could see the finger bruises on her neck that was rapidly healing. He closed his eyes tightly. I hurt you, Naruto Uzumaki. This is unforgivable. I will never forgive myself for hurting you the way I did, Naruto. He felt her hold on to him tighter. It wasn't you that hurt me. It wasn't you and never will be you that hurt me. You won't hurt me, Madara Uchiha. Do you want to know why? Pulling the Uchiha back and held on to his face lightly as she stubbornly said. You heard me and came back to me. You would never hurt me, Madara. Please, believe me when I say this. She begged him. He couldn't lose to the darkness right now. Tell me, what am I to you, Madara? Madara knew exactly what Naruto was to him and replied. You're my son. The light in my life. He saw her surprised and held on to her hands to stop her from retreating. I am not lying to you, Naruto Uzumaki. You are the only person I would not lie to. When we first met, I was captivated by you. You're strong, passionate, kind, and your will is on another level from others. I do not need words to speak to you. You understand already. He slid on of her hand under his armor and over his heart. Can you feel that? Naruto's eyes widen. It's fast. Whenever I am around you or think about you, my heart becomes like this. Even if you don't return my feelings, you will always be the sun in my life that will save me from this darkness. I won't say the words to you, knowing it would change our friendship. Your friendship means the world to me, Naruto Uzumaki. I do not want to lose you. Madara voiced in a velvety whisper. Naruto offered a small smile. I wish I could respond to you, but I don't know what love is. She stood up and offered. Would you like to get ramen with me instead? Let's get to know each other. Madara stood up too and looked down at the blonde. You truly are a remarkable person, Naruto Uzumaki. She whacked his middle as she looked away in embarrassment. Madara chuckled and followed Naruto through the forest. He knew that her heart wasn't his to claim and he didn't want to make her unhappy by caging her with him. Her happiness would mean the world to him. Her smile did wonders to his cold heart. You know it is 5 a.m. Are sure there is a ramen shop open? Naruto gave him an are you kidding me look. Ramen never closes for the light-hearted. She declared and made him chuckle. You know, you should laugh more often. It's a nice sound. Madara snorted. I'm an Uchiha. A moment like this is a rarity. Naruto rolled her eyes as she sighed heavily. It was a suggestion, geez. You're such a buzzkill, you know. Buzzkill? Ruined the moment. Naruto supplied as she got bored walking and grabbed a hold of Madara and flashed them back into the village. Naruto saw Madara's look and shrugged her shoulders. Ramen waits for nobody. Madara shook his head at Naruto's antics. She was hard to read at times and followed her into the village. Surprising, there was a ramen stand open at this time of day and followed Naruto into the stall. It was small and dingy, but he wouldn't argue with Naruto about this. She seemed passionate about this unhealthy food. Naruto grinned as she ordered. Morning, old man. I'll have a large miso and pork ramen please. The vendor was an elderly man that chuckled as he got to work. Good to see you eating right. Don't go on a diet, girly. Ruins your figure. He joked with Naruto and made her giggle. Ah, a beautiful smile to match a beautiful personality. What can I get, Cha, Sunny? looking over to the Uchiha and didn't make a fuss that one of the Nobel clans was eating at this stall. The same as Naruto, but a medium bowl please. Madara nodded towards the vendor, watching carefully as Naruto was jumping up and down in her seat as she watched the man work. She was having a light conversation with the man as they waited for their food. He wasn't a man for conversations like this, but he enjoyed listening to Naruto talk. Her voice was soothing. Hear your orders. Eat it while it is hot. The elderly man served their dishes and went around cleaning his little stall. He grinned when he heard the blonde's elated squeals as she dug into his creation. Customers like her made his job as a ramen chef fun. Madara was surprised at the quality of the food for such a small shack. It was delicious and the flavors burst in his mouth. It's good. Naruto nodded. Of course it's good. Ramen is the food of the gods, she declared and made Madara shake his head in amusement. She had already finished her large bowl and ordered another. Madara chose to ignore Naruto's bottomless pit of the stomach, knowing for a long time to keep his eyes open whenever she was around. Though that didn't stop him from counting how many large bowls Naruto wolfed down. He stopped counting at 14 as the chef stopped counting at 17. The girl would eat out the stand if he didn't stop her. Any more and you'll get an upset stomach. Madara warned her and paid for the both of them and ignored Naruto's protests that she could pay her own way. Madara held up a hand to stop her. Consider this a small thank you for tonight. Naruto sighed and pouted. Fine. I'll accept, so thanks for the meal. Oh, and thanks old man for the delicious ramen. Anytime kiddo. The chef was grinning at how much profit he made. He hoped to meet more Narutos during his time. Maybe even his son's unborn child would inherit his restaurant and make it better. Madara followed Naruto as she walked aimlessly around the village. It was nearing 7 a.m. and asked her, "Where is that red-haired fellow? I must apologize to him." "Don't worry about him. He's a bastard and if you said sorry, it would only boost his already large ego." Naruto waved Madara off, walking through Konoha's park at a leisurely pace. "Na Madara." Naruto muttered as she was deep in thought. What would you do if I suddenly disappeared before your eyes?" she asked suddenly. She had been thinking about this for a long time for Madara. Of course, he would forget and return to normal for this timeline. But she wanted to hear his answer, just like she did to Tobirama. It was hard dealing with time like this. There was so little time and so much to do. Madara stopped walking. Naruto stopped a few steps before him and turned to face Madara. There was a blank look in his eyes. "Madara? I wouldn't want you to go, Naruto. I would stop you with all the power I have. I don't want to think what my life would be without you." Naruto kept silent as she nodded at his answer. His answer was the complete opposite of Tobirama's. Tobirama would let her go if it was meant for the greater good and Madara would make her stay in fears of his darker self. Naruto didn't mind either answer. She just wished she would forget about everything in the past, but fate was against her this time. "I see." Her eyes widened when Madara took the initiative and hugged her tightly. "Please don't go," he begged the blonde. Naruto didn't say anything as slowly wrapped her arms around Madara's middle and held on to him. She couldn't give him any words of comfort that she wouldn't disappear. "It was just a question, Baka," she muttered finally and pulled back. She had to crane her to look up at him. He smirked and reached a gloved hand to her cheek and stroked her whiskers intimately. "You truly are a captivating woman, Naruto Uzumaki." Naruto froze. She didn't even register that she was holding her breath as Madara's head came closer to hers till an annoyed cough was heard and Naruto snapped out of her senses and took a step back and didn't look back to Madara. Madara on the other hand scowled as he looked over to the moron that interrupted him, again. "Am I interrupting something?" Tobirama eased out stiffly as he folded his arms. He had been watching quietly from when Naruto asked Madara the same question she had asked him, till when Madara embraced to the almost kiss if he hadn't stopped them. This was the second time Madara had tried to lay his lips on Naruto, and there was that time they kissed on accident. Tobirama couldn't help but feel jealous as he had yet to claim Naruto's lips. Not anymore. Madara voiced stiffly and ignored Naruto's look. I'll take my leave. We will talk later, Naruto, caressing her cheek with a look of longing before he disappeared in a shunshin. Naruto took a deep breath as she rested her hands on her knees. This was the second time she felt like she was going to piss her pants around Madara. He was very contradicting at times. She stiffened when she saw a pair of feet in her vision and looked up sheepishly to the glaring night aim. Morning. She voiced lamely. Tobirama rubbed his temple as he closed his eyes. Naruto, could you, please explain this to me? Remembering his brother and Mito's word about hearing Naruto out before he made assumptions about the situation. Well, it's complicated. Naruto muttered. She could feel Tobirama's disbelief and felt her heart ache. Naruto looked at him and said clearly. Well, I want to get to know Madara better and well, it's different from how I usually make friends. Do you see? Tobirama couldn't get the rest of the sentence out as it pained him too much. Naruto's eyes grew serious. No, I do not. I see Madara as only a friend. She held a hand out to Tobirama and offered a smile. Tobirama gave up and slipped his hand into hers and sighed in relief. Much better. He placed a hand over his hand as he turned red in embarrassment. I'm sorry for being jealous. Naruto finished with a smirk. I don't see why you would be jealous, Tobirama. Tobirama gave her a disbelieving look as he took a peek form behind his hand. You really don't know how incredible you are, Naruto. Any man would be lucky to call you his, even me. He made her turn tomato red and smirked as he bent down to her eye level. Believe me when I say this, Naruto. I'm not going to give up on you. I would wait 1,000 years for you. Making you smile would be a privilege. Being the one that makes you smile would be a dream come true. To tell you the truth, I don't have much to offer despite my position. But I'll still give you everything I've got, even if it's barely anything at all. I'll give you late thoughts, long hugs, someone to talk to, someone to care for, someone who will always be there, a hand to hold, somebody to lean on. And if that's not enough, just know you have all of me, even my heart. I hope that's enough. He turned a deep shade of red but never lost eye contact with Naruto. Naruto could hear the blood pulsing to her ears as her eyes watered. She could feel her heart racing at the speed of light as she recognized her want to touch him. You idiot. She cried and leaned her head on his chest. You idiot. Clinging onto the front of his shirt as her ears turned bright red. His scent was programmed deep within her and left her blood heat up in excitement. Something was happening to her body and faintly knew what it was. She was imprinting on Tobirama senju. You're such an idiot. Only when it comes to you, Naruto Uzumaki Namikaze. Tobirama whispered in her ear and wrapped his arms around her. If you disappeared one day I'd look for you until I disappeared, myself. You're worth waiting for, Naruto. Naruto felt her heart break already as she held on to Tobirama tightly. Baka Naidame Hokage. Baka, Baka, Baka. Kit, you better kiss him before I take over and do it myself. Kurama growled from within her. Naruto deserved to be happy, even if it was for a little while. Naruto didn't have to be told twice and wrapped her arms around the Naidame's neck and weaved her fingers into his thick white mane. Pulling his head down towards her face and claimed his lips on hers. Their kiss was heated and passionate as their lips, teeth, and tongue clashed with one another for dominance. Yet in the end, Tobirama's passion overwhelmed her and allowed him to dominate her. Feeling his tongue slide into her mouth and roam around her cavern, making her moan as his tongue massaged her gums and played with her tongue. Coaxing her to play in his mouth and followed his lead as their tongues danced together at a steady rhythm. Naruto could feel one of his hands at the base of her back rubbing small circles with his thumb as his other hand caressed her whiskered cheeks. Naruto couldn't help but purr into the kiss and felt Tobirama smile against her lips. whimpering when he lightly grazed his teeth over her tongue and pulled back with Naruto snuggling her head into his chest as she turned bright red like a tomato. My first. Naruto mumbled. First real kiss. Her insides were on fire. Had kissing always been like this? Tobirama chuckled as he rested his chin on her blonde locks. Thank you, Naruto. For allowing me the chance to love you. He tilted her chin to look at him and placed a chaste kiss on her swollen pink lips. Looking deep within her sapphire orbs with his deep red as he said clearly to the blonde in his arms. Even if your feelings are not there just yet, I will tell you every day that I have you that I love you with every opportunity one get. I love you, Naruto. Naruto's heart raced as it ached at the same time. Reaching up on the tips of her toes and placed a small kiss on his forehead. Thank you. For everything. I won't ever forget you, Tobirama Senju. Tobirama smirked. I hope not, Naruto. He pointed to her heart. I want to be remembered always by you. Forever. Forever. Naruto nodded with a promise. Her eyes widening as Tobirama slumped against her and caught him before he fell completely. Kurama. What the hell, she hissed at the fox before her as she tried to keep Tobirama up. Glad that he wasn't wearing his armor. Kurama licked his paw as he addressed his Jinchuriki. About damn time too. I expected you to go berserk once you found your mate with a leech. Placing the Nidame on his back. Kit, we have a lot of training to do before our return and also the adoption of the toad. As much as I want to congratulate you on imprinting on your mate. He stopped speaking when Naruto raised her hand. There was a sad look in her eyes. I know already. After imprinting comes mating, right? She saw Kurama nod. And mating involves, well, mating, right? Kurama nodded again. Did Ka-chan go through this too? Well, she imprinting on your father when he saved her from those Kumonins. They didn't mate till they got married. Your father was old school like that and Kushina had her limits that she jumped right on him when they were alone. Walking down the pathway as his Jinchuriki followed beside him. Planning on dropping the Nidame off at home. Then what happens to me? You did choose Tobirama as my mate? Naruto asked in concern. She was worried about her future. Kurama sighed. I have no idea, Kit. We can only hope that fate is on our side after this shit is over with and pray something good comes our way. I suggest you spend as much time as you can with him, Kit. It might just be you last with him before we leave. Naruto hummed. I understand. Threading her fingers through Tobirama's thick hair. What will happen to Tobirama? I would like to know if he moves on after I leave. Dunno. Never really cared much for this village at the time to care about its history. He might get another partner or he might not. You should have listened in class, brat, better yet, turned up to class. He got whacked over the head by Naruto when he snickered. Let's just drop him home, get the toad's papers signed then train. Got it. Naruto nodded. I'll head to the orphanage now and you can drop Tobirama off. Both pausing with Naruto placing a kiss on Tobirama's forehead and patted Kurama's head. I'll see you at home. Kurama stopped her before she left and asked. Naruto, are you in love with this water boy? He was serious. Naruto looked from Kurama to Tobirama and hummed. I don't think so. I don't think I'm confident enough to say it without hesitating or finding doubt. What about that Uchiha? Are you in love with him? He pushed her. Naruto frowned and thought. No, I don't think so either. Kurama could see the confusion in her eyes and slid in. You know it is possible to love two people at the same time. Kurama watched as Naruto was still confused before she headed off towards the orphanage and said to nobody in particular. You deserve to be happy, Kit. Taking the Nidame home and slipped him through the door and left. Heading back towards the cottage and found that Hiruzen was training with Naruto and landed before the two. So, what's this? I want to be strong so I can take care of my precious people. Hiruzen declared as Naruto grinned. I understand what it means to be strong now. Naru said that she'd help condition my body and stuff. I swear as a shinobi to protect my village and comrades no matter what. Kurama flicked the boy's forehead with a tail. Good choice. Shooing the two off as it was nearing 8 a.m. Sensing that the clone within the cottage was playing around with Jiraiya and smirked. His kit would be a good mother. Deciding to head inside and take photos as Naruto wanted. Leaving the original to be with the Sarutobi. They were good and close friends. Both in this time and in their original time. Naruto and Hiruzen had been training non-stop for over 5 hours before they collapsed on the ground in a heaving mess. Wow, Naru. Hiruzen puffed. Your training is intense. Naruto snorted. Please. That was nothing my shisho would put me through. That was the easy stuff. She laughed when Hiruzen groaned. Hiruzen. What are you doing here? They both heard and groaned at the same time as they sat up. It was Koharu and Hamaru running over to them with Tobirama walked steadily behind them with a lost look on his face. Naruto stood up with the help of Hiruzen. Well, good afternoon to you too. Naruto greeted the two future elders with a smile. Her eyes lightening up as Tobirama approached. You look, well, terrible. Tobirama chuckled sheepishly and stood before Naruto. I guess I do. I had a rather strange dream last night that. His eyes widened as he felt Naruto's soft lips on his. Naruto pulled back with a smile. It wasn't a dream. Hiruzen could see the light in his sensei and Naruto's eyes. It was bright, powerful, and raw. It was pure. Hiruzen couldn't help but smile too. He approved of their relationship, though he did wonder if Naruto would tell his sensei that she would have to leave soon. She did promise that they would meet again. Naruto was the type that never went back on her word. Hamaru and Koharu's eyes widened in shock. Both hollering out. We reject. Both grabbing each of Tobirama's arms and dragged him away. Naruto shook her head and giggled. Waving goodbye to Tobirama as he had a hopeless look on his face with his genin team. Hiruzen looked up at Naruto and said. You'll come back and visit, right Naru? The next time I'm in the village, I promise I'll stay permanently. Naruto voiced mysteriously as she grinned down at Hiruzen. And you'll take care of Jiraiya when I leave and me when I return, right? Of course I will. Hiruzen declared with a burning gaze. Grinning when Naruto tousled his hair. You better go now. Save you sensei and everything. Shooing the future Sandaime away with him never seeing the sad look in her eyes. This is really hard. Looking over to Kurama, her clone and baby Jiraiya. It's a part of life, Kit. Life is hard. Good is hard. Evil is easy. Stay away from easy, Kit. Naruto nodded. I know, Kurama. I know. Naruto was prepared to hit the hay after putting Jiraiya to bed, yet she was stopped by Kurama in his human form. What is it? Looking to her partner in concern. Kurama nodded towards the back forest. He's waiting for you. Madara. You should go talk to him before I change my mind. Climbing in Naruto's bed and snuggled in. Waving Naruto to head off. Put something warm on too. I'll be waiting till you get back. Naruto looked confused but did as Kurama said and wrapped a woolly cardigan around her frame and slipped on her sandals before treading out of the cottage and deep with the forest behind the place. Walking right into the heart of the forest as she seeked out Madara's chakra signature and found herself near a river with the Uchiha waiting for her on the other side. Stopping at the edge of the river and called over to him. You were waiting for me? Madara nodded. Indeed, I have been waiting. He saw the moonlight reflect off her hair and lightly gulped. I've come to apologize. I have lied to you, Naruto. What are you talking about? Naruto frowned in confusion as she folded her arms. The night was cold. Madara was trying to find the right words to tell Naruto. She was and always will be special to him and knew that she wasn't his from the beginning. Naruto, I have lied to you. I must ask myself, how do you look at someone you love and tell yourself it's time to walk away? He held a gloved hand up to stop her from speaking once he saw her small lips part. I've learned that your soulmate is not someone that comes into your life peacefully. It is who comes to make you question things, who changes your reality, somebody that marks a before and after in your life. It is not the human being everyone has idealized, but an ordinary person, who manages to revolutionize your world in a second. Naruto didn't know what to say to Madara's words. Why are you telling me this now, Madara? She whispered in confusion. Why? Naruto yelled over at him when he didn't answer her. You have become my reality, Naruto. Madara whispered over to her with a look of pure longing in his eyes. My father once told me that the moment people come to know love, they run the risk of carrying hate. I love you, Naruto, but I hate Tobirama. It's etched within my heart and soul. I cannot forgive him for killing my brother, Naruto. Forgiveness is a hard thing to accomplish for me. I love you as much as I love my brother, Izuna. Quite possibly even more. I want to be stronger, Naruto. He placed a hand over his heart as he looked Naruto dead in the eyes. Strong enough to contain my anger. I only want your happiness, Naruto, yet I want to claim you as my own. I just wanted to say goodbye to you. Don't you dare? Naruto yelled at Madara when he took a step to leave. She had shocked him by her powerful and demanding chakra and presence. There were tears pooling at her eyes as she clenched her fists into her cardigan. You can't just say this to me and then leave, team. I can see in your eyes that saying goodbye is painful for you. The only time a goodbye is painful is when you know you'll never say hello again. Naruto wiped her tears away with her palms. Her heart was breaking at this and couldn't understand why. Why? Answer me, team. Naruto demanded the stubborn Uchiha. Madara shook his head sadly. I have no home here, Naruto. My clan has already turned their back on me due to the darkness within my heart. I have no home. Baka. Everybody has a home, no matter who they are. Naruto argued. Wherever someone thinks about you, that's where the home is. Even you have a home. Naruto, please, don't give me hope. He clutched his head as his temple throbbed painfully. I don't have much time, Naruto. Please, remember you promised to me. End my life when my darkness takes over, Naruto. He fell to one knee as he tried to push against his inner self for a while longer. Stop. Don't come after me, Naruto. I beg you. Stopping the blonde from crossing the river and looked up to her through pained eyes. We both knew this was bound to happen sooner or later. I am just glad that I got to talk to you this last time before I go. He saw the tears cascade down her whiskered cheeks and offered a small smile. Please don't cry for me, Naruto. I want to see you smile one last time. Tossing over a finely woven black bracelet with a single red, black and white bead. I heard that your birthday is tomorrow. I'm sorry that I won't be able to celebrate with you tomorrow. Checking the skies and saw that it just touched midnight. It was the 9th of October. Naruto fell to her knees and wiped away the tears as she grabbed the bracelet and tied it on her wrist. Offering a small smile to the Uchiha before her. You have my word, I will stop you one day. I promise. I will stop you. When she saw Madara smile in relief, she mirrored his gesture. Thank you, clutching his gift close to her heart. Be happy, Naruto. Though tell me, if we met in better circumstances, would there be a chance for us? Madara looked deep within Naruto's eyes and stood up by force. Closing his eyes as a tear slipped and joined the water in the river. I see now. Farewell, Naruto Uzumaki. Quickly rushing away from Konoha. Rushing away from Naruto. He couldn't allow the darkness to hurt her while he was still conscious. Please, live a fulfilling life, Naruto. He whispered to the winds. Naruto felt her heart throb painfully. Why does everything hurt? Feeling herself being embraced by a pair of strong and warm muscular arms. Leaning back into the warmth with a haggard breath. clinging onto their arms as her vision grew misty. I don't understand. I don't understand. She repeated. You never know how strong you are, until being strong is your only choice. A deep yet soft voice wafted into her ear in understanding. Naruto looked up with teary eyes, barely seeing the warm and understanding chocolate orbs of the Shodai Hokage. Hashirama, what are we going to do? Hashirama held on to Naruto tighter and looked to the bracelet Madara had given her. I don't know, Naruto, but I have a feeling that only you will be able to stop our good friend. You can stop him too. Naruto whispered. I know you can. You're his best friend. Hashirama patted Naruto's head. He had watched the entire scene play out from the beginning. At first it was to follow Madara since he was in full battle gear, then he saw him wait at the river patiently for 15 minutes. That was when Naruto appeared. No matter how hard we try, reality can be cruel to us. He looked down at the blonde that had calmed down and asked her. I know this may be rude at this time, but I must ask. How do you feel about my little brother? Tobirama makes me feel alive. Naruto whispered with Hashirama picking up a hint of affection in her tone. She was still gazing out to the river's flow. I can't think properly with him around. I blush a lot and try hard to hide my stutter. My stomach is filled with butterflies and it confuses me at times. I feel hot all over, like a fire spreading inside. My heart beats really fast that it feels like it's going to explode whenever Tobirama is around. I've noticed that my eyes always follow Tobirama or seek Tobirama out in a crowd. I don't mind his bad qualities because his good ones shine through more. It makes me like Tobirama more. Hashirama saw the soft look on her face and was surprised by how powerful and raw the emotion was. It was pure. I wouldn't mind waking up and Tobirama's face is the first thing I see, just as the last thing I want to look at before going to sleep. At times, I just want to touch him and just be near Tobirama. I don't want to see him in pain. I want to protect him with all I have even though he is a splendid shinobi. And sometimes, Naruto looked up to Hashirama with a gentle smile that Mito would always grace him. And sometimes when I look at Tobirama, I forget how to breathe. Naruto giggled as she looked up to the night sky. It's weird, right? The way I feel. Hashirama chuckled a little and patted Naruto's head. It may sound weird, Naruto, but it is natural. Don't be afraid to look deeper. He stood up and pulled Naruto up along with him. Come. Let's get you home. Leading the tired blonde through the forest and looked back occasionally to see the sad look in her eyes. Madara, you idiot. You really have no class when it comes to women. Hashirama mused and inwardly promised to help Naruto become happy again by stopping Madara somehow. This was his job as Hokage as well. The village was his top priority when it came to its overall safety. He reached over and ruffled her hair. Gaining a small giggle formed the blonde and grinned. Get some rest, Naruto. Dropping her off at the front door and leaned down to place a kiss on her cheek. Believe in yourself. He whispered and quickly caught Naruto as she passed out. Picking her up bridal style and carried her through the front door. Sorry for knocking her out. She would have had a tough time sleeping otherwise. Hashirama apologized as he saw Kurama sitting on the couch in only a pair of white loose pants. Kurama stood up with a nod and grabbed Naruto from the Hokage. Thank you for watching over her. Gazing down to his Jinchuriki and saw the red around her eyes. She may be a bit clumsy and slow, but it's what makes her Naruto. What do you plan on doing with Madara? What I must to protect this village. Hashirama replied with a frown. I never expected for Madara to turn his back on the village. I wonder what happened. He hadn't heard the conversation between the blonde and the Uchiha. He felt like he would be invading their privacy if he did and simply watched them interact. She's a good kid. Caressing Naruto's cheek before he nodded to Kurama. I'll take my leave. Night. Kurama muttered as the Shodai left the place. Taking Naruto to her bed and tucked her under as he took off her shoes and cardigan. He sighed and sat on the edge of the bed. holding Naruto's hand in his as he voiced quietly. You are far stronger than what you believe, Kit. I know you can end the war. If you could befriend me, the embodiment of hatred, then I believe you can do anything you set your mind to. Morphing back into his fox form and trotted back into the living area. He had a lot of thinking to do. October 9th morning, Naruto. Naruto woke up against something muscular and warm. Opening her eyes slowly and found herself in the arms of Tobirama and looked up to see him smirking down at her. Her face turned red as she buried her head into his chest and muttered out. Good morning. Tobirama chuckled and brought Naruto closer to his frame. Enjoying how she molded perfectly with his body. Morning. His voice was husky, having just woken up about a few minutes ago in Naruto's bed. He had no idea how he got there till he heard the snickers of Kurama and rolled his eyes. That sly fox. I believe this is Kurama-san's doing. Naruto peeked up at Tobirama with an arched brow. Yeah. His chakra is bubbling. Muttering under her breath. Baka Kitsune. Tobirama chuckled and tilted Naruto's head towards him and placed a gentle yet rough kiss on her lips. I wouldn't mind waking up like this every morning for the rest of my life. Enjoying how her sapphire orbs widened in surprise as her complex resembled a tomato. He smirked and nudged her nose with his. Knowing only he could get this sort of reaction out of her. An innocent reaction. I love you, Naruto. He whispered against her lips. Naruto felt her entire body heat up as she covered her face with her hands. You're an idiot. She muttered. He made her heart go doki-doki and was now more conscious of him. Especially since they were sharing a bed and HEW wasn't wearing a shirt. She could feel his sculpted abs against her body. She was so embarrassed. Tobirama chuckled in her ear and moved her hands out of her face. Only around you, Naruto. Kissing her knuckles lightly when his eyes caught sight of something new on her wrist. He wouldn't question her about it right now. Being with Naruto like this was magical. Though his red orbs widened in surprise as Naruto flipped him on his back and she was now straddling hips. He landed his hand on her waist and looked up to her in confusion as she was covering his mouth with one of her hands. He was tempted to lick her hand, but feigned from doing so. He liked where she was right now. She was comfortable with him. Shush. Naruto hushed as her ears picked up on subtle movements inside the cottage. Looking towards the closed door and heard babbling. Her eyes lit up in joy. Jiraiya. About to leap out of the bed and glomp the baby when she suddenly squealed in surprise as Tobirama flipped them over and had Naruto pinned under him. Naruto lightly glared up to Tobirama as she placed her hands against his bare chest. What the hell, team? Even if he is a child, your attention should only be on me, Naruto Koi. Tobirama smirked down at her and claimed her lips as his own as soon as he saw them part, ready to argue with him. Inwardly grinning when she kissed him back. He would do this all day if she'd let him. Moaning into her wet lips. I love you. Naruto broke the kiss and looked up into Tobirama's red orbs. She saw the intensity in them as well as the simmering passion. She offered a small smile as she whispered. I know. Wrapping her arms around his neck carefully as she tested the waters. This was a new thing for her. I like Tobirama. Naruto's eyes popped open as she realized what she said and turned into a stuttering hot mess. I mean, why you're a G-grade S shinobi an. Tobirama shut Naruto up by hugging her tightly. Resting his head in the crook of her neck and took a deep breath of her homely scent. I'm so happy right now, Naruto. Hiding the embarrassment from her. Feeling Naruto's fingers weave themselves into his hair. He wanted to stay like this forever. Naruto. He called to her. Would you like to get some ramen today? You did win this bar. Yeah. Naruto grinned and suddenly reappeared by the door as Tobirama was now hugging the cardigan she wore last night. I'll be with Jiraiya. Quickly rushing out the door before Tobirama grabbed her. Tobirama rolled onto his back and drew out a long sigh. A small smile touched his lips as his finger traced his bottom lip. She tastes sweet, he muttered, feeling like the luckiest man in Konoha at this very moment. He wasn't done winning her over. Even if it took years, he would continue to win her over. Getting out of the bed and quickly got changed before he left the room. Finding Naruto playing around with the infant as Kurama was glaring in jealousy at the child. Tobirama chuckled and gained their attention. Are we all going for ramen? Just you two. Kurama butted in before Naruto could answer. Plucking the infant from Naruto's arms and transformed into his human form. The runt and I are heading to the developers to get the film done. Gesturing to the camera and all its film needed to be done. Okay then. Naruto kissed Jiraiya's cheek before she did the same to Kurama once she heard him growl in the back of his throat. We'll be back soon. Take your time. Kurama waved Naruto off as she rushed to put some casual clothes on. Gazing to the night aim. Take good care of my kit, Waterboy. She means a lot to the runt and I. Nodding to baby in his arms that was giving Tobirama a harsh once-over. The child was certainly Naruto's future godfather. He always worried for Naruto's romantic relationships and acted as her father at times. It was an odd but working relationship between the two. Naruto came out and dragged Tobirama out the door, cheering about her free ramen as they sped their way through the busy streets. Making their way to the ramen stand with Naruto saying, Morning, old man. I'll have a large miso and pork ramen please. The old man turned around with a large grin. Ah, it's good to see you again, Naruto. Beautiful as always. Facing the night aim and didn't kick up a fuss. What can I get you, Sonny? Regular beef and eggplant please. Tobirama nodded and took a seat next to Naruto. That bracelet on her wrist was still bugging him for some reason. Here you go, kiddos. Enjoy your meal. The old man nodded, looking to Naruto and asked, Where's your handsome friend from before? The serious-looking one with the black hair. Naruto looked up to the vendor with a small smile. Oh? He's out on a mission. A long one too. Bring him back here. Will ya? He's a good kid chats about politics and whatnot. The old vendor told the blonde. Seeing the girl smile and took that as her answer before moving into the back room. You came here with Madara? Tobirama questioned the blonde and saw her play around with her noodles. Something was bothering her. Yesterday. We came here and ate. She didn't elaborate as her eyes wandered to the gift he had given her. And talk. There was a dull ache inside of her. Tobirama hummed in thought before he pointed out. I can assume he is the one whom gave you that bracelet then. He saw her nod slowly and tried to contain his jealousy. It's a birthday gift since he wouldn't be in the village on the actual day to give it to me. Naruto muttered and began to eat her food. Tobirama choked on his eggplant and looked over to Naruto after downing a glass of water. Birthday? Today? Why didn't you tell me? He sighed. I'm sorry I didn't know or get you anything. Baka. Naruto giggled and shook her head lightly. It's tomorrow. I'll be 17 tomorrow. Tobirama sighed in relief and playfully punched Naruto's shoulder. You had me worried. I thought I was a bad partner already. He saw Naruto look down at her ramen, but he could see how red her ears were. He smirked and leaned near her face. Naruto. Gaining her attention and kissed her on the lips. Making her turn red and pulled back. I'll make your birthday worth remembering. You'll always remember me, right? Forever. Naruto whispered as she looked him right in the eyes. She gulped. She had to tell him and blurted out. I'll be leaving the village soon. Tobirama's eyes widened in shock. His mouth went dry and asked. You will come back, right, Naruto? Of course. When I come back, I'll be back permanently. Naruto promised. It wasn't a lie either. The next time she was in the village, she would be a newborn baby. Her heart broke when she saw the relief in his eyes. leaning over and hugged him tightly. I won't forget you. Tobirama chuckled and hugged Naruto back. I would get mad if you did, Naruto. I'd wait forever for you to return to my side. Pulling back and swore to the blonde before him. I will wait for you. Yeah. Naruto's eyes watered as she smiled happily. She wished that his word was true, but there was no knowing what would happen after she disappeared and he would forget. Would he move on? She would let him go though. Tobirama deserved to be happy. Kurama and Jiraiya. Kurama had Jiraiya on a leash as he wandered into the village with the film on hand. Dropping the items off at the camera store and paid for the development. Throwing in a few more bucks for the sales assistant to place all the photos in an album. He'd have to come back in a few hours to pick up the item and found himself walking with the future Sandame as Jiraiya was still on his leash. What's up, monkey boy? Hiruzen followed Kurama around. I was just wondering, when do you and Naru leave? Kurama looked down at the brat. Dunno. That's up to Naruto to decide. It might be today, tomorrow, in a few months or in a year. Though I have a feeling that it will be soon. Patting Hiruzen's head when he saw him look down. He inwardly snarled. Naruto was turning him into a softie. I'm sure Naruto will tell you when we leave. She's entrusting you with the perverted toad while we're gone. You shouldn't worry. Everything will work out in the end. Even Tobirama-sensei and Naruto? Hiruzen questioned as he looked up to the pharaoh red head. Honestly, Kurama could pass as an uzumaki if he wasn't a summons for Naruto, or was it a ninken but a fox? Hiruzen couldn't remember. Kurama paused with Jiraiya falling over as he wasn't able to move forward. Looking down at the Sarutobi and released a heavy sigh. That I do not know. Time does things to people. Time, huh? Hiruzen mused on Kurama's words. I guess you're right. I mean, if Tobirama-sensei and Naru are separated for, I don't know, like 5 years or something, either one of them could have moved on and found a new love or died. Kurama whistled. That's a big jump. From moving on to death. Kurama shook his head as they began walking again. Though I doubt moving on will be easy for Naruto. Even if 5 years did pass. You could say that she's imprinted on your sensei or something similar. The brat didn't need to know that he was telling the truth. Hiruzen didn't need to know that the 5 years was actually over half a century. Nobody needed to know this. That's right. It's the kid's birthday tomorrow. Hiruzen perked up at this. Cool. I wonder what I should get here. I want it to be unique and special. Only for Naru. Maybe something handmade. He muttered to himself. Kurama grunted in amusement at this. Just being alive was good enough for Naruto. Get her something meaningful, brat. Something small that she'd be able to travel with without it getting in her way during a fight. Good idea, Kurama-san. Hiruzen nodded. And then after Naruto's birthday is Jiraiya's. It's going to be a busy week. He cheered. The trio paused as they saw a flustered Naruto punch a chuckling Tobirama just down the road. They were bickering with one another, but it was light-hearted and enjoyable just by the look in their eyes. I've never seen sensei like this before. Hiruzen commented as he watched Tobirama try to hug Naruto with her only ignoring him. Chuckling when he saw how defeated his sensei looked with Naruto's victorious smirk. Tobirama-sensei is having fun. I've never seen him smile and laugh this much before Naruto came along. Kurama chuckled when he saw Naruto whack Tobirama over the head. She was so much like her mother. It was frightening. Love does things to people in mysterious ways. One day you and the perverted baby will understand. Do you have somebody you love, Kurama-san? Hiruzen looked up at the red head in wonder. Indeed I do. Her name is Madatabi. A real tough feline that you shouldn't mess with. Her attitude is something else. Kurama shook his head slowly with adoration in his eyes. I cannot wait to see her one day. Hiruzen nodded. I hope you do too, Kurama-san. Summary: determined to help her friends on the battlefield, Naru takes a shortcut through an unknown dense forest. Best be known to her that the Sage of the Six Paths set up security seals there. Naruto activates one of them and she and Kamara are sent into the past. How will Naru and Kurama change the ninja world? Was this all a part of the prophecy? Fem Naruto. Time travel. XXXX. How was your day, Kit? Kurama asked the blonde as she entered the cottage. It was nearing 8 p.m. and he had just put Jiraiya to sleep. Shifting over on the couch when Naruto slumped next to him and rested her head in his lap. Kurama chuckled. Hard? Damn straight, Databeo. Naruto muttered as she tossed an arm over her eyes. Everything feels weird. It's like a bright sunny day on one side and a destructive hurricane on the other. This is really hard, Kurama. Everything's so fucked up. Kurama hummed in thought as he drummed his fingers on Naruto's middle. Well, we are in the past for a reason, Kit. To end the war and whatnot. I know. She muttered. I know what I have to do when we meet Madara in our time. The only thing I need is time and privacy with Madara. That's all I need. What do you plan on doing? Will you still hold on to his last request? Naruto released a slow breath as her eyes pricked in sadness. I don't know if I can do it. Even if I did promise him. Taking haggard breaths as Kurama soothed her hair. He was patient with her whenever she was confused like this. Kurama. She hoarsed out tiredly. Why does it hurt? She voiced quietly as a tear slipped down her whiskered cheek. Why does it hurt whenever I think about Madara? Pulling her arm up and gazed up to the bracelet through glazed blue eyes. Kurama was looking to the bracelet intently. Grabbing hold of Naruto's wrist lightly and looked over the 3 beads. White, red, and black, huh? His nose picking up a familiar scent and told Naruto as he swiftly changed the subject. The red bead, it had his blood. Turning Naruto's wrist and twisted the other 2 beads. The black and white have small fuinjutsu on them. I've never seen a design like this though. What? Naruto muttered and took a closer look at the black and white beads. This is the Uzumaki swirl, Kurama. Looking to her partner in surprise and sat up suddenly. Mito-bie-chan. Naruto cursed under her breath when she heard Jiraiya crying and gave Kurama a guilty look. I'll get him. Heading into Jiraiya's room and picked him up from his crib. Holding him close as she rocked back and forth on her feet. Turning and saw Kurama leaning against the door frame. This is important, Kurama. I know it is. Let's go. Holding up Jiraiya's baby bag with a foxy grin. Dress for the job, Kit. Your clothes are laid out on your bed. Holding his hands out for Jiraiya and was surprised when the child actually came to him. Naruto squeezed Kurama's shoulder. We will get answers, Kurama. Ruffling Jiraiya's hair and enjoyed the coup he got from him. Be nice while we're there. Mama. Jiraiya smiled a toothy grin and placed a slobbery kiss on Naruto's cheek before cuddling into Kurama's chest. Papa and Rhea wait for Mama. He nodded. Naruto just stared at Jiraiya before she started snickering. Kurama rolled his eyes. Get changed, brat, before I kick you 50 years into the future. Watching as Naruto rushed into her room and looked down at the brat in his arms with a stern look. What was that for, Toad? Didn't we agree not to say that word around Kit? Jiraiya blew a raspberry at the QB without fear. Rhea not listen to Papa. Kurama gave the child a rough noggin. Damn brat. Respect your elders. I'm as old as the moon. Gigi Papa. Jiraiya muttered under his breath and giggled when he heard his papa growl at him. Both entering the living room area as Kurama sucked in his breath and blew out the fire in one breath. You ready? Kurama turned with Jiraiya still in arms as they saw Naruto. Kurama whistled as Jiraiya clapped his hands. I take it you like it. Naruto smirked. She wore a chainmail underneath a tight-fitted black shirt with a slim-fitting orange and black jacket with a pair of fitted orange shorts that ended above her knees and knee-high black-heeled shinobi sandals and had a black nameless hitai tied around her neck. Her weapon pouches in all the right places and put on black fingerless gloves. Tying her hair up in a simple ponytail that allowed her bangs to frame her face and smiled happily to the males before her. Kurama tossed over Jiraiya's baby bag and wrapped the kid up in a thick blanket. The Toad's album is in there too. Naruto looked into the bag and pulled out the photo album. A warm smile gracing her lips as she flipped through the memorable photos. Pulling out a black felt-tip pen and wrote in neat calligraphy on the front page. To my dearest Toad, Jiraiya. You may not remember me now, but I promise you one day we will meet. The memories in here are as real as you and me, even if those in them don't remember. I must ask to keep my identity a secret till we meet again. Never forget that you were loved by both your adoptive father and I. We wish we had longer to spend with you, but time is against us. Please take care of yourself and live life with no regrets. Love always, Naruto Uzumaki and Kurama. =O smiley face. Kurama leaned over Naruto's shoulder and took the pen from her. Kurama Kyubi. P.S. That's right, you troublesome little shit. The Kyubi took care of your puny ass. The handsome and devilish red head that you called Papa oh so passionately. Don't forget about me, you dumbass Toad. Naruto sighed up at Kurama and was pleased when Kurama placed a blood seal on it for Jiraiya, her and Kurama to be able to read. He better appreciate that the great Kyubi helped raise him. Kurama huffed as he pulled on Jiraiya's chubby baby cheeks. And you better turn into a damn splendid shinobi like the perverted hermit I know, brat. Naruto shook her head and took Jiraiya from Kurama's arms as he slipped the album back into the bag. He will be, Kurama. This is Erosenin we're talking about. She punched Kurama in the gut suddenly. That's for making him more perverted than he already is at a young age. Kurama wheezed and grabbed hold of Naruto's arm. Just, get moving, Kit. Naruto rolled her eyes and closed them. Searching out Mito's chakra and located her at the senju compound. She was sitting on a bench in the garden staring at the koi pond. Naruto frowned at this with all three disappearing in a flash. Reappearing in front of Mito and saw that she wasn't shocked to see them there. So it's true. You placed the fuinjutsu on the bracelet Madara gave me. Handing Jiraiya over to her Biju and took a seat next to Mito. Kurama took that as his cue to wander around the garden with Jiraiya. He couldn't sense that anybody would disturb them, considering there was also a privacy barrier around the garden that had Mito's chakra all over it. Mito took in a deep breath and released it slowly. Watching as the fish swam in the koi pond freely. Yes, I did. Madara, he had come to me of his own free will and requested to make that bracelet of yours. She slid her hand into Naruto's and felt the blonde squeezed her hand. I've never seen Madara frustrated before in all my years knowing him, nor have I seen him beg. Mito looked down at Naruto's wrist and inspected her handwork as she explained to Naruto. The blood of Madara's is the key for the seals on the black and white. It's a protection charm. To keep you safe from him. The last thing Madara wanted was to hurt you, and if he saw you right now, would break his already shattered heart further. Running a thumb under Naruto's swollen eye. This bracelet is to protect you from all Uchiha from his direct line. This includes his son. Naruto's eyes widen. Son? He has a kid? Mito nodded. He should be around your age. He should be 18 this coming spring. She chuckled at Naruto's hesitation and patted her hand. Age means nothing to shinobi, dear. Even if Madara was in his 60s and still harbored the love he has for you right now, it wouldn't matter to a shinobi. Love is love. We should grab it while we have it, and Madara did just that by giving you this gift. Naruto was confused. Do you know why he left? His clan turned their back on him. That can crush any person's pride, Naruto. He couldn't simply handle that, and if he were to ever clash with Konoha shinobi or even you, he at least wanted you to be safe from his at all costs. A job is a job. She doesn't know. Madara lied to her. Naruto mused and nodded at her aunt's words. I think I understand now. Gazing to the bracelet with a soft smile. Although he's a brute, Madara had his good qualities too. She ears picking up the giggles of Jiraiya and spotted Jiraiya pointing at the scowling Kurama that was kneeling before the infant. Mito saw the look in Naruto's eyes and whispered. You make a great mother, Naruto. Jiraiya-kun is lucky to have you. Maybe he should have a playdate with my granddaughter, Tsunade. Maybe. Naruto giggled as she shook her head fondly. Thanks for your time, Bachan. Standing up and picked up the giggling Jiraiya that was running away from the angry Kurama. Feeling Mito's barrier fall and looked up at Kurama. Having a silent conversation with him and smirked when he sighed in defeat. Handing Jiraiya over and suddenly disappeared in a yellow flash. The Uchiha compound. She muttered. It was already 9 and quickly snuck into the compound. It wasn't hard considering she used to prank these people before Itachi happened. The layout and security detail hadn't changed one bit in the past 50 years. It was all still the same. Naruto kept to the shadows, even if she was in orange and was up against the Sharingan, her stealth skills were number 1. If Madara was the clan head, then she would need to head over to the largest home in the compound. She wanted to meet Madara's son and check up on something. Landing inside of the main house's garden and stood up slowly. So you must be the woman my father is in love with. A smooth and clear voice was heard from behind Naruto. Naruto already knew he was there. Madara's son. She turned slowly with her eyes widening in shock. Itachi. You must have me confused with another. I am Tamaki Uchiha. The teenage voiced as she stepped out of the shadows with his Sharingan activated. Dressed in a formal black kimono and held a regal and commanding air around him. Yeah, he was definitely Madara's son. Especially with the spiky hair that hung over an eye. Naruto looked a closer look and realized it wasn't Itachi. The chakra was different, but Madara's son definitely had the same face as Itachi. She took a deep breath and addressed the current head of the Uchiha clan. Yes, I am that woman. Naruto Uzumaki. Uzumaki. Tamaki allowed her name to roll off his lips. Interesting. I never took my father to even associate with the Uzumaki clan. Especially with a woman as flashy as you are. Mother will be sorely disappointed. Naruto knew he had just insulted her and bit back the urge to throw one back. She wasn't here to argue. I'm sorry I don't live up to your expectations, but I've come to ask about your father. Tamaki released a deep chuckle and took a step forward. No, you live up to my expectations. You are the complete opposite of what the Uchiha head is supposed to find in a wife. You're unrefined, loud, flashy, speak your mind, you lack grace and you seem to want to hit me after what I have previously said. You're right. I do want to hit you. Naruto muttered and earned another chuckle from the Uchiha. I see why my father was taken by you. You are refreshing from the day-to-day lifestyle of an Uchiha. Tamaki smirked. Now, what can I help you with about my father, Madara Uchiha? Naruto treaded carefully with Tamaki as she asked. I will assume that you've noticed Madara's night outings and sudden outbursts. Gaining a nod from the regal son. Do you remember when it first started? The subtle changes or anything? Tamaki looked deep within those burning blue orbs and smirked. I believe you already know the answer to that question, Uzumaki. I guess I can only confirm your suspicions. My turn for a question. He saw the blonde nod. What do you plan on doing to my father? I know that he has defected from the village. Naruto stood up taller and said clearly without hesitation. I plan to kill him like he wants me to. There is only way I know how to. Will you stop me from killing your father? She waited patiently for Tamaki's answer as he stood there staring right into her. I see that you care for my father. More than my mother ever has, considering not once she had tried to stop him from leaving or abandoning his foolish plans. My mother, she was once the lover of Izuna, father's younger brother. By blood, I am Madara's son, but my mother only sees me as Izuna's child. I have no relation to a dead man that fell by a senju's hand. I know that my father is a good man, but my clan and mother see otherwise. If I could, I would kill my father myself to put him out of his misery, but my clan and this village comes first. I will leave my crazed father up to you to end, Naruto Uzumaki. He saw the bracelet on her hand and smiled a little. I see my father cares for you a lot. Not once had he given my mother a gift. He held up his wrist to show her a silver bracelet with the crest of the Uchiha clan. My father gave this to me before he left. Unhooking the bracelet and tossed it over to the blonde. Would you give that to him when you see him again? Tell him that I have forgiven him for leaving. A man has to do what a man has to do. Naruto looked over the bracelet critically before placing it safely within her weapon's pouch. You're a good son, Tamaki. She whispered and looked up to him. I promise I'll give it to him and to stop him. Tamaki smiled. I know you will. Although everlasting peace will never be attained as long as there is a shinobi system, I believe that one day peace will be attained once the 5 great nations unite as one. You remind me so much of my friend, Itachi. He was smart like you and didn't let his love or hatred blind him. Naruto commented. Tamaki chuckled. He is a wise friend then. He bowed. Please take care of my father. Naruto nodded with determination in her eyes. You got it. Leaping away from the Uchiha's land, Tamaki stood to his full height and took a deep breath. Looking to the night sky and saw that a full moon was out. Father, what happened to you? Has death of a loved one made you go mad in revenge? Walking back into his home and saw his wife sitting on the bed waiting for him. He saw the large swell in her middle and smiled. A new life, a new beginning. Naruto. Naruto slipped out of the Uchiha compound and didn't immediately flash back to Kurama and Jiraiya. Walking along the quiet streets of Konoha and soon found herself before the new erected memorial stone. There were only a handful of names on it currently. Naruto sat down with a heavy sigh. I feel so old. Life is cruel yet it has its happy moments. She was talking to the heroes carved into the stone. Everything is so hard right now and I don't know how to feel about that. I mean, I'm still a kid growing up. I've come here, meet awesome people, became a mother figure to my future godfather and my heart has been going daki daki like those shoujo manga Sakura and Ino have shown me. I enjoy spending my time here, but I miss my friends back home. My dream is to become Hokage. I want to end this war quickly so that everybody can see their families and family and stuff. Naruto tugged on her hair in frustration. Arg. Everything is so confusing, ruffling up her hair in confusion. I mean, first there's Tobirama and then there's Madara. My mind is on overdrive because of those two and everything inside of me feels great and bad at the same time. Like what the hell is going on with me? Everything is so confusing. Naruto ranted to the stone. Just staring at the stone before her and got lost in her thoughts. She felt like she was close to discovering something. Kurama. Where the heck is she? It's been over 2 hours. Kurama was pacing back and forth in front of Mito, baby Tsunade, baby Jiraiya, Hashirama, Hiruzen, and Tobirama. He was worried. Who does that brat think she is? It's almost midnight too. What the hell? Mito sweat dropped at the ranting man and tried to calm him down. Naruto will be back here soon, Kurama. Where did she go anyway? Kurama's worrying had woken up everybody in the house and was glad that Jiraiya was occupied by playing with Tsunade. Kurama paused in his pacing and growled a little. I knew I should have gone with her. The brat is always doing reckless things on her own. I'm surprised she hasn't destroyed a house yet. If Naru-chan isn't here by 11.30 then we should go look for her. Hiruzen mentioned. He had come over to help set up for Naru's birthday tomorrow. It was going to be a nice dinner and everything. He even had his present in hand. No. She will return on her own. Kurama muttered. He knew where she was going and didn't trust himself by heading to the Uchiha compound. He might, just maybe, quite possibly eat a few of them. Naruto will return on her own. He looked at the night aim for this. Naruto. Naruto snapped out of her musing when she felt something jolt in her heart. It can't be. She muttered and looked to Madara's gift to her. Her eyes swelled up in joy and hugged herself. I see now, I understand. Standing up and took a deep breath as a soft smile touched her lips with her eyes shimmering in affection and fondness. I see now. I understand. Looking up to the stars and saw that the moon was full. Electricity coursed through her body and felt her spine tingle in joy as she thought of Madara. I wish I told you sooner. Maybe you would have stayed to see my birthday to give me your gift, Madara. She felt tears stream down her cheeks and recalled Tamaki's words to her. I see that you care for my father. More than my mother ever has. Naruto snorted in amusement as the moon's glow caught her eyes in a trance. Why didn't I notice this sooner? It must have been hard on you, Madara. I'm sorry for not noticing earlier. She looked to her hand as a familiar jolt of pain coursed through her body. Naruto's eyes widened. What? She began to panic and searched out Kurama's chakra and within a heartbeat, flashed over to him, or more like, into him and collided with the ground. Arg, shit sorry. Naruto muttered. Naruto Uzumaki. You better explain where you have been. Kurama voiced dangerously yet stopped his planned lecture once he saw the look in her eyes. What? What happened, Naruto? Naruto noticed everybody looking at her and gulped. Facing Kurama and said seriously. It's time. Kurama's eyes widened in shock. What? He suddenly felt a familiar jolt of pain through his body and cursed under his breath. Checking the time and saw that it was 10 minutes till the 10th of October. Kurama realized what Naruto did. You understand now. Are you sure you understand, Naruto? Naruto nodded with a sad smile. Yeah, I do. I understand. Getting off Kurama's lap and made a reach for Jiraiya. Smiling softly when he came into her arms without question and moved over to Hiruzen that was there. She sighed in relief and handed the confused child over to Hiruzen. Promise me right now that you will take care of him. She was dead serious and ignored the pain in her body and the crying Jiraiya that wanted her back. Naruchan. Hiruzen began. Answer me. Naruto commanded. Hiruzen nodded. You have my word. Seeing her smile in relief as she handed over Jiraiya's baby bag. Hiruzen's eyes widened as he understood what she meant. You're leaving? Now. The Senju family stiffened. Naruto stood up to her full height as Kurama took his place beside her and morphed back into a fox. Naruto offered a sad smile. Sorry, but I have no choice. This would have been easier if none of you knew. Going through a few hand signs the elder toad taught her and tapped Hiruzen's head with a soft smile. You will remember me. When we meet again, everything will be different. Everything will be confusing to you once I leave with Kurama, but understand that I am real and our memories are real even if everybody else forgets. You will remember me. Keep an eye out on Jiraiya while I'm gone. The next time we meet, I won't know you, but you will know me. When we meet again, you will understand. She leaned back. I don't you understand. Hiruzen cried out as he held tightly onto the wailing Jiraiya that wanted Naruto. Naruto, what's going on? Tobirama spoke up. Weren't we going to spend your birthday together? Make it unforgettable? Why are you speaking like we're never going to see each other again? You promised to come back. And I will. Naruto voiced strongly as her spine jolted in shock. Checking the time and saw that 8 minutes were left. Just not when you're expecting me to come back. Mito rushed over to Naruto, but was stopped by Kurama. Naruto. Please explain to us. There's no point. You won't remember us. Like we never existed. Kurama explained bluntly. We thank you for your hospitality and your kindness. You treated us as if we were family and this will always be appreciated. We're sorry for lying to you all. Hiruzen stood up with Jiraiya in his arms and moved slowly over to Naruto. I still don't understand, but what about your birthday? I have your present. Handing over his gift. Naruto took the gift in surprise with her eyes watering in shock. Earrings. They were small silver studs, but she could tell that they were handmade by Hiruzen. She reached over and ruffled his head and noticed that her arm was glowing brightly. I love them, Gigi. She slipped out and confused the boy further. Take good care of Arasenin for me. She noticed that Kurama was glowing too. 5 minutes remained. Hashirama held Mito back and shook his head. He finally understood why Naruto was holding back from them. She wasn't from here. Tobirama couldn't believe what was happening before his eyes. And Naruto, can see through you. Taking a step forward. Yeah. Naruto muttered sadly. I'm sorry for lying to you, but everything I've said to you is true. I really like you, Tobirama, and I'm sorry for hurting you like this. But this will be the last time we will see each other. Tobirama reached out for Naruto and pulled her close to his frame as tears slid out from his eyes. His heart was breaking as he found it difficult for him to breathe. So this is what you meant, if you suddenly disappeared? I didn't think you'd mean literally. You're so cruel to me, Naruto. He could feel himself shaking in her embrace. Naruto wrapped her arms around Tobirama tightly as she inhaled his scent. It was already committed to memory, but this would be the last time she would catch his scent. I know. She whispered sadly as a tear fell from her eyes. I won't forget you, Tobirama. Everything I've felt for you is real, and I'm sorry I've taken so long to realize this. Pulling back and held his face within her hands. Forever, remember? 2 minutes. Tobirama nodded as he could feel Naruto's warmth fading. Forever. Quickly pulling out his gift and slipped it on Naruto's finger. It was a pure silver ring with their initials and clan insignias. Never forget me, Naruto Uzumaki Namikaze. Naruto looked to the ring and sobbed. You're an idiot, Tobirama. She pulled his face close and connected foreheads. But you're my idiot and always will be. I'm sorry for causing the pain in your heart, but it will go away, I promise. Tobirama grabbed tightly onto her hands that rested on his face. I don't want to forget you, Naruto. I love you. I know. Naruto took a haggard breath. I know, but you can't remember me. I want you to be happy, Tobirama. Her hand was becoming more transparent and smiled confidently at Tobirama. You will be a splendid Hokage one day, Tobirama. I know you will. Leaning forward and placed a gentle and chaste kiss on his lips that conveyed all of her feelings. Muttering into his lips as tears slid down her whiskered cheeks. I love you, Tobirama Senju. She disappeared completely. Hiruzen jolted in shock as the clock struck midnight. It was October 10th, looking around and saw the blank looks in everybody's eyes as Jiraiya was still crying in his arms. Waisaru? Why do you have a kid? Tobirama asked and ruffled the toddler's spiky white hair. What are you doing here so late too? You should head home before you get scolded. Hiruzen's eyes widened in shock. What about Naruto? Naruto? Hashirama frowned in confusion. Who is that? What an odd name. Wrapping an arm around Mito's waist as she held the sleeping Tsunade. Is he a friend of yours? It's a she. Hiruzen muttered and slightly understood what Naruto meant by only he would remember. Patting Jiraiya's back and grabbed the toddler's bag. I better head home. Leaving the compound and headed towards the Senju cottage. He took a deep breath and entered the place. It was bare. Like nobody had lived in it for the past days. There was even dust lining the floors. Hiruzen dropped to his knees and cried as Jiraiya rushed around the place screaming out Mama and Papa. So it wasn't a dream. Hiruzen pulled the broken-hearted kid into a tight embrace and knocked over the baby bag. Their eyes picking up on an album that fell out of the bag and looked at one another. Hiruzen reaching over and picked up the album and opened it. seeing a small note addressed to him. Dear Hiru-chan. If you find this, please give this to Jiraiya when he becomes an official genin. He deserves to know that he's loved. Naru. 3XX. Hiruzen opened the album and choked on his tears as he looked over the photos with Jiraiya. She was real. Naruto Uzumaki was real. Present day, Kurama and Naruto. Naruto was gazing up to the tree lean before her as her body ached all over. Kurama was back in her seal. Forcing her arm up and sobbed when she saw the sparkling ring and weaved bracelet. It was all real. She was back in the war. Summary: determined to help her friends on the battlefield, Naru takes a shortcut through an unknown dense forest. Best be known to her that the Sage of the Six Paths set up security seals there. Naruto activates one of them and she and Kamara are sent into the past. How will Naru and Kurama change the ninja world? Was this all a part of the prophecy? Fem Naruto. Time travel. XXXX. Arg. Naruto screamed as she uprooted a tree and hurled at a section of trees, destroying the area. AAHHH, hitting anything and everything in hopes to get rid of her frustration. Kid, stop it. Kurama begged the girl from within his mind. Arg. Everything fucking hurts, kicking a tree in half. Kurama growled dangerously. Get in here, you stupid mortal, he hollered and pulled the girl into her mindscape forcibly. You will listen to me and you will listen good, Naruto Uzumaki. Kurama scolded the girl and wrapped her up in all 9 of his tails and brought her up to his eye level. I understand that you're angry, frustrated, hurt, brokenhearted and everything fucking other feeling on the feelings scale. But right now, you need to snap out of it. There is a war going on right now. Your comrades are fighting to end this war while you're here destroying a forest. You still have to fulfill your promise to that Uchiha brat. He pulled out Naruto's arm and gestured to the bracelet, ring and earrings in her hand. Don't force the memories out. Remember them and keep the memories living within you. Didn't I say that I'd be here for you once we got back? I told you this wasn't going to be easy and right now I won't let you go out into the war half-hearted like this. You'll only end up dying. I'm having none of that, brat. Now pierce these earrings in, man up and win this damn war before I eat you. Naruto took a deep breath as she closed her eyes, reopening them and found herself back into the destroyed forest. She was shocked at the destruction she caused. Oh Kurama. I'm so sorry. I destroyed your birthplace. Then make it up to me by pulling it together. You can grieve once this war is over, Kit. I'll be here with you always. Kurama promised in a soothing tone. Naruto looked to her earrings in hand and did what Kurama said, quickly piercing them in and released her hair, allowing it to cascade down her back and touch the middle of her back. Inhaling deeply before releasing all of the pent-up emotions as her eyes harden in seriousness. I got it, Kurama. We will win this war and finish Madara. Naruto felt energy surge through her as Kurama's chakra cloak surrounded her, but it was different this time. She had a mantle and her whisker marks were thicker and eyes looking like slits as the seals around her body were more prominent. You've mastered my chakra a long time ago, Kit. Let's not hold back anymore. Kurama supported her from within her mindscape and saw how good she looked in the new version of the Kyuubi chakra cloak. Yash! Naruto hollered and within a blink of an eye she disappeared in a burst of raw and unrestrained speed. Kurama! You think you'll allow me to use senjutsu too? I think I'll need it. Kurama nodded as he held his palms together. I'll gather it, Kit. Just focus on getting to the battlefield. I predict that in this time, we've lost 3 hours. Everybody is waiting for you with the big fight. They need your help. I know. I can feel their chakra. Everybody's. Naruto's eyes watered as he broke out into a large grin. I'm home. She sniffed the air and stopped up in one of the trees, crouching and looked out to the east. Hey, you think they will hold out for a few more minutes? Kurama knew what Naruto was thinking and smirked. Yeah. You got the memories from those clones you sent out before we left and everything looks fine. Go get him, Kit. Kurama's eyes widened though as he stood next to Naruto and looked to the nature around him. Kit? I used a Kage Bunshin fill with you malice chakra. You're like a male version of me right now. Naruto grinned over to her partner and held out a fist. Let's go, Kurama. Kurama bumped fists with a foxy grin. Although I don't like looking like a male version of you, I won't complain. Let's go hunting. Both of them were shrouded in Kyuubi's chakra cloak and sped off towards the east. Breaking the branch they were on and raced each other towards their destination. Naruto was grinning feral as they neared their destination with the bubbling feeling within her getting larger and large. She released a deadly roar as she broke out of the tree line and appeared near a lake. Tackling a source of her frustration to the ground and pinned them tightly underneath her. Why, hello there. Long time no see, Jiraiya. Naruto looked down at her shocked and scared mentor beneath her as Kurama landed beside her. Her wolfish smile was frightened and released her chakra cloak along with Kurama. No use in wasting chakra right now. Miss me, sonny. Kurama sked and whacked Naruto over the head. He was only 2, Naruto. He won't remember us. Using a hinge to look like his real human form and knelt before the frightened toad sage. You have a lot of explaining to do, brat. Do you realize how much you hurt my Kit? I'm tempted to eat you. Naruto. Jiraiya managed to stutter out as the blood faded from his face. I see, can he explain, I swear. Naruto punched Jiraiya in the face and pulled the man into a tight hug with a soft smile. I don't care right now. I missed you, Ero-sennin. Jiraiya froze as he felt that Naruto broke him nose. Wrapping his arms around the blonde tightly and inhaled her calming scent. She smelt like home. What a minute, pulling back and glared at the blonde. You just called me Sonny, quickly reaching for his large scroll and unfurled it. Releasing an old and tattered photo album and held up for the two to see. So what Sarutobi-sensei was all true. Everything in here was real. What the hell, Naruto? When I met Minato and them Kushina, I thought it was just a coincidence that Minato looked like you and Kushina had your name. Then the two got together and had a kid and what the hell? Sarutobi-sensei said that their kid looked like you and had the exact same name. You mean all this time I was holding back, you, this brat, my goddaughter, most annoying and unpredictable blonde was the woman that raised me. What the hell happened? You didn't recognize me before and now you do. Naruto raised a brow in amusement. Well, so now you mention my parents and acknowledge that I'm your goddaughter. She saw Jiraiya pale again and laughed. I believe you already know what happened and the toads already told you. You mean, you really were in the past? Jiraiya whispered. You looked after me, and these photos. Touching a pic of him, Naruto and a red-haired man smiling widely. Naruto touched his cheek and got him to look at her. It was all real. Even the fact that the Kyuubi raised you too. And that would be me. Kurama grunted and punched Jiraiya's face. Fixing his nose. That's for being a little shit back then. Jiraiya didn't know how to react to the Kyuubi being right there in front of him and looked to Naruto who was perfectly calm with it. He gulped before releasing a heavy sigh. So, my parents were my goddaughter and the Kyuubi, or Kurama. Better remember my name, kid. Kurama snorted. Oh yeah. Naruto voiced and looked to Jiraiya with a smooth smile as her hair split into 9 ferocious whips and a dark aura surrounded her. Jiraiya almost whimpered at the sight. When this war is over, we are going to have a nice one-on-one family talk somewhere private. Where nobody will interfere. Okay? Good. She placed a hand on Jiraiya's shoulder and almost broke his shoulder bone from the pressure. Well? Got it. Jiraiya squeaked. Naruto dropped her anger and stood up. Helping Jiraiya up in the process. We have to go. We have a war to end and you're coming. You know, you weren't supposed to know I was alive just yet. I was going to help with this war. Jiraiya said. I had a grand entrance planned and everything. Naruto and Kurama punched him in the gut as Naruto was once again covered in her Kyuubi's cloak. Kurama opting not to waste chakra by not using the cloak and poofed back into Naruto's seal to gather more chakra. Naruto placed her hand on Jiraiya and soon he was enveloped in stage 1 of Kurama's red chakra with one tail. We have no time to waste. Let's go, Erosenin. Jiraiya felt the power surge through him and awed. Wow, brat. You feel this? No wonder why your chakra control was out of whack when we first met. Chasing after Naruto and noticed how fast he was going. I'll explain everything to you after the war, Naruto. I promise. Naruto nodded up ahead. I know you will. First things first, we have to meet up with our comrades. I'm as late as it is. Grab on, Erosenin. I'm going full 9 tails right now. Jiraiya was quick to grab Naruto's arm as suddenly they were both within a large body of golden chakra shaped into the Kyuubi that ran through the thick forest. Jiraiya was in amazement of Naruto's mastery over her Biju's chakra and asked her. So no holding back? No holding back. Naruto grunted as she leapt up high and saw her comrades. Taking a large leap and landed in front of everybody and punched back the Gedo statue. Sorry I'm late. I got lost on the road of life. Naruto smirked and looked back to her comrades that were in shock. Her heart melted at seeing and feeling them again. Sakura whacked Kakashi over the head. Look what you did, Kakashi-sensei. Naruto's taking after you. Kakashi was already panting after using his Mangekyo Sharingan several times. He saw Naruto in her Biju form and couldn't help but admire her strength. They were all wondering what made her late till he saw somebody with Naruto. Jiraiya-sama. Naruto released the Biju mode and landed before the Shinobi Alliance. Without hand signs created several hundred clones of her and said. Share the chakra. We need everybody on their game here. We will end this war together. YOSH, her clones hollered and went around handing out chakra. Giving the Shinobi Alliance a boost. Naruto and Jiraiya's eyes were dead ahead to the two Uchiha. So you must be Obito Uchiha and Madara. Naruto took a deep breath as to not let her emotions overwhelm her. This wasn't the Madara she knew. A Naruto Uzumaki. You finally came. Madara taunted in a hollow and haunted tone. Naruto glared at Madara. I told you, didn't I? Whether it was then or 100 years later, I would be there to stop you. I won't let you get away with what you've done. She saw Madara's eyes widen in surprise. She could tell that he was an Edo Tensei as it seemed Obito was close to absorbing the Gedo statue. Obito, you should have killed the girl. Madara growled. Obito replied. You never said to, Madara. You never mentioned Naruto Uzumaki before now. Naruto waved her arms about and soon the Gedo statue was wrapped up in her chakra chains. Pulling it back from Obito's body as she gritted to Erosenin. I can't allow them to take the Biju. Back me up, Erosenin. Inoichi, please connect me to everyone. Naruto voiced. You're connected. Inoichi voiced in Naruto's head. Everybody listen to me. Today we are not fighting to bring down Madara Uchiha. We are gathered here today to protect the loved ones we have back home. To protect our freedom and to see the sun rise over the nations. We are gathered as one today to fight for our dreams. No matter how futile our situation may be, we must never give up. I would never be able to return to my village if I gave up now. I have people to fight for. People to live for. We must fight for one. No matter how little your help may be, it will help. Stand up. Stand up tall and represent your village, your people, and your dreams. Stand up and fight. Never give up and never back down. Give me your strength and support one another. Do you hear me, Shinobi Alliance? Don't you dare die with regrets. The Shinobi Alliances were in frenzy as they all roared to life. Jiraiya smirked over at Naruto. You always had a way with word, Gaki. Naruto smirked. Yeah, pulling her hands back as she tried to pull the Gedo statue out of Obito. It was going to be hard to fight against the two Uchiha that held a Rinnegan each. Shit. She cursed when Madara cut loose her chains. Octopops. Back me us. Naruto hollered up at the killer bee and rushed ahead. Making a saber out of her wind and slashed at the two Uchiha and surprised them by flashing behind them with a Rasengan in each hand. I won't let you get away with this. Madara used his war fan to block Naruto's attack as Obito was hit and blasted away. He was vulnerable as he was trying to seal the Gedo statue within him. Madara glared at the blonde he was clashing with. What is wrong with you? Didn't I tell you I'm all he needs? Madara only needs me. I love him more than anyone else. Bullshit. Naruto tossed a chain at Madara that was deflected by his fan. Rushing towards one another with fists and legs at the ready. If you really love Madara like you say you do, then you wouldn't be doing this to him right now. You wouldn't have made his clan turn their backs on him. You wouldn't have made him fight with his best friend. You wouldn't have made him resurrect himself. You're just being selfish. Let Madara go. He doesn't belong with you. He deserves to be happy. They were both blown apart by their clashes. Madara chuckled darkly. I can give him happiness. It's what I'm doing right now. With the infinite eye of the moon plan, Madara will be happy. He will have the life he's always wanted. I will be in his life and make him happy. Nobody loves Madara like I do, going through hand seals and roared a mighty white flame of fire at her. Naruto scowled as she flipped through a few hand seals and summoned a vast amount of water out of thin air. Their jutsu clashed, creating a sizzling fog. Shit. Naruto cursed under her breath as Obito managed to seal the 9 Biju and the statue within himself. This was bad. You can't do this, catching the fist that emerged from the fog and fought for dominance. I won't allow you to hurt anybody further. Including Madara. Why would you care? Madara roared. Friends don't last forever. I will love and take care of Madara forever. I will make him happy. Madara was happy. Couldn't you see it? Naruto stubbornly yelled back as she created a gust of wind that got rid of the fog and sent Madara flying back. She wished she had a katana with her right now. He was happy. She stressed out to the darkness that occupied Madara's body. Her instincts went off and flashed before Niji. Grabbing the spear that was about to pierce him and look at it in confusion. What the, turning around and exclaimed. You gotta be kidding me? The fuck are those, gesturing to the large amounts of weird-looking monsters. Thank you, Naruto. Niji voiced as he helped Hinata stand up. You have saved me. Naruto waved her hand around dismissively. I will always protect those precious to me. This is nothing. Her golden orbs clashing with Madara's. Their fight and talk wasn't finished. Far from it. Gesturing for Madara to bring it. Madara scared and shocked the blonde as he could use would release to a large scale. Stubborn as Uchiha. Naruto muttered and quickly summoned up a large raisin shuriken. Feeding more and more of Kurama's chakra into the item till it was at least 5 times the size of her and hurled it towards Madara's wooden dragon creation. Everybody was in awe that Naruto was able to keep up with the legendary Uchiha, but Sakura could see that Naruto was tired by the look in her eyes. Sakura! Naruto called out to the girl as a large ball of fire was heading towards the pinkette. Sakura's eyes widened in shock as it was too late to move. Naruto! Sakura screamed as the blonde appeared before Naruto's back to her and arms spread wide. Naruto! Jiraiya hollered as he was fighting off the monsters with Ma and Pa. The jutsu hit. Everyone held on to their breaths as their trump card was gone, but were surprised when not a single singe was on the blonde that was standing protectively over Sakura. You bastard! How dare you hurt my Sakura? Naruto bellowed out in rage. I'm gonna kick your ass. Madara's eyes widened in disbelief. That jutsu should have reduced the blonde and pinkette to nothing. Not even ash. What the hell, he hissed. Naruto smirked as she dropped her kyubi cloak and fell to a knee. Damn, that was hot. She muttered under her breath, looking to the bracelet that Madara had given to her and saw it glowing faintly. She smiled. Thank you. Sakura was on her feet in an instant and started healing Naruto. Baka. Don't scare me like that. Whacking the blonde over the head as she placed her hands on Naruto's back and started heading the cooking tissue. Sakura's eyes widen. Naruto, you're on empty. I'm good, Sakura. I have plenty of chakra to spare. And as I said to Niji, I will always protect my precious people. Even with my life if need be. Baka. Sakura cried. Don't talk like that. You're going to be Hokage, remember? Yeah. Naruto muttered softly, flipping through a few hand signs as she recognized the threat Obito possessed. Sakura, don't hold back on me. I know Bachan has been teaching you her technique. I can feel all that chakra you're gathering to your forehead. Let's fight together, Sakura. I'll always be by your side, Naruto. I won't be left behind. Sakura voiced determinedly as a purple diamond appeared on her forehead. I'm almost finished healing you. Naruto smirked. You know, I never thought that I'd miss you chakra like this, team. Watching as Sasuke landed before her. You came to help, right? Her voice was demanding and dangerous. Sasuke tensed as he turned his head slightly and looked at Naruto. There was something different in her eyes. To help? Yes, I will. I will end this war on my own. Naruto pushed Sakura away and stood up. Team, nobody can win this alone. Stop being an asshole and give me a hug already. Sasuke glared at her. Naruto glared right back. Hug me or I will tell everybody in this damn alliance why you truly left Konoha, went to Orochimaru and became a world-class criminal. Sasuke continued to glare at her. Sakura was confused. Naruto, this is not the time for this. Sasuke tossed at her. Sasuke Uchiha. I am tired, angry, hopeful, pissed, and I have the urge to castrate you right now. Get here and give me a hug. She demanded and smirked when she won and he gave her an awkward hug. Though that didn't stop her from forcing him onto his knees and wrapped her chain awfully tight around him. If you ever try to lie to me again, Sasuke Uchiha, I will make every day of your life a living hell. Grabbing hold of his cheek and pulled on them. Learn to rely on your teammates, team. You hurt Sakura and hurt me when I found out why you left a year later. Dobe, this isn't the time for this. Sasuke voiced as he tried to breath. Naruto was squeezing him like a snake. Naruto whacked Sasuke over the head. Dumbass. You left the village and trained under Orochimaru because you thought it was unfair how Erosenin was training me and Bachan had thoughts on training Sakura. What the hell is wrong with you? That's so childish, Sasuke Uchiha. Being your own person, my ass. Do you know how much shit you've put me through trying to amend your ass? I should have listened to Itachi and just kidnapped you when you were sleeping or some shit. Sakura cracked her knuckles threateningly. What's this, Sasuke-kun? Left, due to childish jealousy, huh? There was a dark look in Sakura's eyes that matched Naruto's. Their tempers making everybody step away from the three. Oh Sasuke-kun. We have much to discuss in private, she hissed. Naruto. Sakura. Now is not the time. Jiraiya yelled at the two. Release Sasuke. You can kill him later. Naruto scowled and did what he said, leaving Sasuke a huffing mess on the ground as she crossed her arms. Several chains appeared in front of the Shinobi Alliance tight crosses that protected them from Obito's attack. TCH. How annoying. Naruto muttered and released her chains. Kid, can you feel that? Yeah. I can. Naruto replied and grinned. You got me a katana, she yipped as two figures landed beside her. One was wearing a flapping white mantle that had the kanji for 4th Hokage in red on the back as the other had fiery red hair around their frame dressed in their shinobi uniform. Sorry we're late, sweetie. Your father got lost. A soft and teasing voice answered and tossed back the spare katana in her hand. Sorry, Narulove. It was a long journey. The blonde-haired man answered and tossed over his shoulder a sheepish grin. Sasuke was still huffing on the ground. Dobe, this was what I wanted to tell you. Naruto was grinning madly as she stood between the two Edo tensei. Tuchan, Kaa-chan, I'm really happy. Sakura's eyes bugged out. XXXX. /N, sorry, I forgot how the scene goes and I really don't want to go through the manga or anime to find out. Please open your imagination that this is a fanfiction and stuff like that. So yeah. Sorry if my excuse for Sasuke wasn't that planed out. Summary, determined to help her friends on the battlefield, Naru takes a shortcut through an unknown dense forest. Best be known to her that the Sage of the Six Paths set up security seals there. Naruto activates one of them and she and Kamara are sent into the past. How will Naru and Kurama change the ninja world? Was this all a part of the prophecy? Fem Naruto. Time travel. XXXX. Naru-chan. A stunned voice wafted into Naruto, Minato, and Kushina's ear and allowed their gaze to wander over to the voice. Yo. Hiru-chan. You look good. Naruto grinned and gave the Sandaime Hokage the peace sign as she tied up her hair. Hiruzen was in his fighting armor and saw the earrings in Naruto's ears. Feeling his eyes water as she looked exactly like she did on the day she disappeared before his eyes. Naru-chan, you remember me? Of course I remember you, Hiru-chan. Naruto chuckled and brought the old man into a noggin. It must be luck that we get to meet again like this. Gigi? Hiruzen laughed and pushed Naruto away. Oi, oi. I may still be dead, but I am an old man now, Naru-chan. Pfft. You were never an old man in my eyes. Just a friend and family. Naruto patted Hiruzen's shoulder. So if you're here and so is Tuchan and Kaa-chan, what happened? Sasuke stood up as he finally got his breath back. I revived Orochimaru and had him summon the previous Hokages. I wanted answers and hoped they could help out in the war. Naruto stiffened. What? Naru-chan. Hiruzen placed a hand on Naruto's shoulder and said calmly. Orochimaru brought us back. Those that came back were Hashirama, Mito-san, and Tobirama, they're Edo tensei and should be arriving soon. Will you be okay? Never forgetting about the relationship between the blonde and Night-Aim. It always pained him whenever his sensei took home a woman for the night. Kushina placed a hand on her daughter's shoulder. Sweetie, is everything okay? Unconsciously slicing a monster in half without looking. Naruto shook her head and cleared her head. I'll be fine. We should be focusing on those damn Uchiha. Tuchan, Kaa-chan, Gigi. Please distract Obito for a while till the rest of the Hokage get here. What are you planning, Naruto? Minato asked his daughter. There was this burning determination in her eyes and smirked in understanding. Got it. Both of them were soon covered in Kyuubi's cloak, yet Naruto's eyes were different. Kurama was gathering nature chakra for her to use. I'll be back. I promise. Naruto voiced and disappeared in a yellow flash. Fight me, Naruto Uzumaki. Madara yelled at the alliance as Obito had Geto statue into a tree. Madara's Rinnegan picking up on Naruto's chakra signature and brought up his war fan as she clashed with her katana, creating a large gust of air as the pressure on Madara's body made the ground beneath his feet crumble. There was absolute determination in her eyes as he yelled at her. I won't let you ruin my plans, Naruto. I won't let you enslave all of us. Naruto declared. I know who you are. I know who you are to Madara, both leaping away from one another. Naruto's eyes narrowed when Madara created a mighty beast of a wood dragon. Shitsuke. Kamen Kurama, she hollered and switched to Biju mode and went head to head with Madara. Release Madara. You're his brother, right? As his brother, you should know that you're hurting Madara. Release him, Izuna Uchiha. Madara's eyes widened before he cackled in laughter. So you figured me out, eh? There's not use. It's already too late. It's never too late. Naruto voiced. You will release Madara, Izuna. You will either do it willingly or I will force Madara to come to the surface. I've done it once and I can do it again. Madara chuckled. You will ultimately fail. I have locked Oni-san deep within this shell of a body. Nothing you say or do will bring Madara forward. His body, heart and soul are mine and mine alone. Naruto frowned. Idiot. What? As long as Madara is still in there, I can get to him, Izuna. He deserves to be happy. She crouched and her Biju form followed suit. Ready to go on offense against the wooden dragon. Don't underestimate me, Izuna. Hiruzen. Damn. That brat surely has grown up well. You've done a good job teaching her, Jiraiya-kun. Hiruzen said as he saw the high scale of Naruto and Madara's fight from a distance. Interesting. There is another that can take on Madara. Hashirama muttered and startled Hiruzen. Sorry we took so long. It was hard flying with two people. Mito-san. Sensei. Hiruzen voiced in surprise. They surely were fast. Will you damn Hokage hurry the fuck up? Kushina yelled at them. I wanna help my baby and we ain't getting anywhere if we don't suss out that damn tree. Minato, Hiruzen and Jiraiya paled. Hashirama laughed as Mito appeared with Tobirama. Kushina, dear. Eager to join the war I see. Mito voiced in a teasing tone. Why the rush? Kushina hitched a thumb over towards Madara's fight. I want to help my daughter out, but first we have to deal with that tree and Obito-kun. Damn brat is going to get a good whipping from me. Kushina threatened. Orochimaru landed beside Hiruzen with Yugo, Suigetsu, and Karen in tow. Seems we have all arrived. Kukuku. Sasuke, you left me behind. Smack. Orochimaru's head snapped to the left as a feral growl erupted from the sudden appearance of Naruto. Stay. Away. From. Sasuke turning her back on the Sannin and eyed the Ito Tensei. Good. You're all here. Naruchan. Naruto held up a hand to silence Hiruzen. I'm fine, but Madara will be mad that I suddenly left. I need the help of Mito, Kaa-chan and, you, get over here. Naruto grabbed Karen. I have a plan. Naruto's eyes widened and looked over to Madara's direction. What the hell is going on? She roared. Placing her fingers on the ground and pulsed her chakra along the ground like sonar. And no way. Naruto? What's going on? Minato asked his daughter. He followed her gaze over to Obito's direction and saw that everybody had pulled the Biju out of Obito. Sasuke, Sakura, and Kakashi were leading that group right now. But Minato felt like he was missing something. Naruto. Naruto snapped out of her musing. Sorry, I was talking with Kurama. Obito tried to bring everybody back by sacrificing his life, like Nagato, but some weird black thing stopped him and now Madara's fully revived. How does this all happen so fast? Naruto crossed her arms with pillars of earth surrounding them as a large ball of fire headed their way and protected the shinobi behind her. This is ridiculous. She muttered. At a loss as to what to do with Izuna right now. She saw the Biju that went to attack Izuna, but knew it was futile. She needed to think. Closing her eyes and knelt on the ground and thought. Ignoring everybody around her as she was going through her plans. Got it. Naruto stood up with the plan in hand. Slipping her hand into her weapons pouch and felt metal touch her fingers. She grinned and looked to the Hokage team. I got it. I know how to stop Madara. Kaa-chan, Mito, Karen. Follow me and don't fall behind. Scattered. The four women disappeared as Hashirama frowned and thought. I feel like I should know who Naruto is. She seems familiar. Naruto rushed over to Madara. You ready? This is the only plan I got right now. Go for it. I've got your back, Kit. Kurama voiced as he felt that Minato was handing over some of his yin chakra from the blonde. The four Uzumaki had Madara surrounded and weaved through several hand seals in unison as their chakra chains weaved through the ground and up above, clashing and connecting to one another as they formed the strongest barrier of the Uzumaki clan. It was unbreakable. Even to Madara. Naruto had the three Uzumaki women standing outside of the barrier as Naruto had cut herself from her chains with them staying in place due to the help. Now there will be no more surprises. No more interfering. No more running off. We will settle this right here, right now, Izuna. Naruto declared up to the now living and breathing Madara Uchiha. I was just thinking the same thing, Naruto Uzumaki. Prepare for death. Izuna laughed. Naruto released her Kyuubi's cloak and stood her ground. I won't need any tricks to defeat you, Izuna. Now is the time to release Madara. Oh? Izuna arched a cocky brow. Even though right behind you is the man you love and the family you crave. Wouldn't you love to spend more time with them rather than fight with me? Granted, I can just send you to the pure world where that Ito Tensei lives. Naruto ignored the throb of pain in her heart as she sensed the Hokage surround the barrier. She swallowed the rising bile as the ever so familiar scent entered her nose and bit back the tears. Taking a deep breath and haggard out. Yes, I would love more than anything to be with them right now. But now is not the time to be selfish. Right now, I want nothing more than to make the man that has my heart remember me and the people that cared for me to recognize my being. This barrier is to stop me from doing just that. Everything hurts and I can't do a thing about it till this war is over. I made a promise to your brother that I will end him and I will. I will kill Madara the only way I know how and you won't interfere. I have more than myself to think about right now. The world is at stake. Whether you have one Rinnegan or both, I will stop you, Izuna. Madara's eyes widened yet shook the rising feeling away. Then it's simple. One of us will die within this barrier today. He smirked. On your birthday. Let's make it memorable. Sliding into his stance and gestured for Naruto to come. Naruto slipped her hand back into her weapons pouch and curled her fingers around the bracelet as she said. Tell me, Izuna. You know Madara's son, right? Tamaki Uchiha. The man created by your beloved brother and your former lover. She saw Madara's eyes darken in anger. You know what he told me? He told me that even though his mother saw him as your son, he always believed that Madara is his father. He cared for Madara and loved him like a son would. He told me that a man taken down by an Uchiha is no father of his. Not once did he see you as his father even though his mother kept trying to convince him that you were. Tamaki was Madara's son in both blood and bond. You took away Tamaki's father, Izuna. That's just pathetic. Izuna snapped and charged after Naruto that only went on the defense. All lies. Izuna denied. Nobody cares for Madara like I do. All of this. All of my hard work was for my brother. I love him more than anybody else. You're not doing it for Madara. You're doing it for yourself, Izuna. Naruto scoffed and dodged his fist. Quickly grabbing his wrist and pulled her free hand out of her weapons pouch. Madara, I know you're in there. So listen to me. Tamaki never hated you. He forgave you for leaving him, leaving the clan and leaving the village. Slapping on Tamaki's bracelet. Wake up, Madara. Come back to me. Naruto hollered as her fingertips glowed with her chakra and shoved her hand through Madara's armor and penetrated his skin. Madara. Naruto called out as the Fuinjutsu was slowly covering his body. I know you can hear me. Did you hear what I said? Your son forgives you. I forgive you. Arg. Izuna yelled in pain as his eyes were shifting from cold to warmth. And no, get back. Stay back inside. He shouted and jolted in shock when Naruto's chakra surged through him. No. Naruto smiled softly and touched Madara's face with a gentle caress. connecting their foreheads together as she whispered. Come back to me, Madara. Don't leave me waiting anymore. Come back. Fight him. Fight of your brother. Remember who I am. She slid Madara's gloved hand over her heart to feel a beating. Remember what you said to me. I am your son, Madara. I am your reality. Come back to me. Please. Come back. Outside of barrier. Minato was blushing as he watched his daughter. Kushina sweetie, what is Naruto doing? I mean, if she plans on dating this guy, I'm going to have to say no. Dunno. I think she's trying to open him up a little. You know, a few sweet words and kiss her too. Kushina answered as she watched Naruto. Hell no. Minato and Jiraiya bellowed at Kushina. Oh, would you shut it? I'm trying to concentrate here. Karen shouted. If you must know, that blondie is awaking a dormant chakra within that Uchiha. Currently there is a cold and haunting chakra in Madara's body that is fighting with a fiery chakra. That blondie is trying to bring the good out. So, like he's possessed or something. Hashirama took a guess. Though he started blushing at the intimacy before his eyes and coughed awkwardly as he looked away. Even the Biju around them were looking elsewhere but inside the barrier. Hiruzen looked over to the Nidaime as he heard a feral growl come from him. He could see something burning in the Senju's red orbs as he had his arms folded tightly and eyes locked on the scene within the barrier. Tobirama-sensei, are you okay? Tobirama didn't look at Hiruzen. That, I cannot answer. He forced out through gritted teeth. He couldn't understand why this scene before him annoyed him and pained his heart. Something was missing here and he planned to find out. Inside the barrier. Naruto. Naruto's eyes softened as she heard the affection in his tone. Yeah, I'm here, Madara. How are you? Madara groaned as he tried to force his brother back. In pain, I don't think I can hold Azuna off for long, arg. Naruto held tightly onto Madara's face as she soothed him. Shush. Everything will be okay soon. I'll make it end. I'll stop it and keep our promise. Madara screamed in pain as he fought with his brother for dominance. Focus on me, Madara. Naruto muttered confidently as she never broke her gaze from his. Focus. She wouldn't let Azuna win right now. Remember the time we went for ramen together? We had fun. Those times we talked with one another. They were insightful. The walk in the park, the time at the river. When you were the first to give me a birthday gift. I love it. Showing Madara the gift on her wrist. Madara felt himself stabilize and slowly fell to his knees with Naruto following too. Their foreheads still connected. Naruto, I'm so sorry, because of me, your parents, your life, I ruined it all. This is unforgivable, Naruto. It wasn't you, Madara. It was Azuna. Your brother loves you, but he wasn't taught or knew exactly how to love. I know he didn't mean any harm, but he has hurt a lot of people. The Senju clan, the Uzumaki, the Uchiha, the Biju, and many more. It wasn't you, okay? It was never you. That's no excuse. There is no forgiving what my brother and I have done, especially to you, Naruto. Madara reached to touch her whiskered cheek and offered a small smile when she held onto his hand with two of hers and snuggled into it. He took a shuddering breath. How come I remember you and nobody else does? Naruto shook her head. I don't know. Maybe it was your brother's doing. Maybe. Madara chuckled and bit back the pain in his body. Azuna was still fighting him. I will make this up to you, Naruto. I want you to be happy. Bringing his hands together and formed the ram sign before snake. He could see Naruto's confusion and smiled at her. Trust me, releasing a large surge of chakra and saw the shock in Naruto's face as he said. Geto, Rinne Tensei no Jutsu, Outer Path, Sasura of Heavenly Life Technique. Naruto's yelled at Madara. What are you doing? This jutsu can kill you by only having one Rinnegan. Stop it now. She saw the king of hell surfacing and cried. Madara, you team. Stop it. Naruto. Madara whispered as he kept the jutsu up. Don't cry, please. I once told you that your happiness meant everything to me. With this jutsu I will die along with my brother for good, and you will have your family back and everybody else that I have taken away from you. Stop it, Madara, please. Naruto begged as she was crying heavily. Her heart ached as her body felt like it was going to break. Please, Madara. Madara smiled as his hair grew white and fell forward into Naruto's arms. His jutsu was completed. Naruto rolled Madara over onto his back as she could hardly see through her tears, pushing his white bangs out of his face as she sobbed. Baka. Baka Madara. Madara team. Why? Why? She cried on his chest. Madara held Naruto's face and made her look at him. Do you really need an answer, Naruto? It's because I love you and you deserve to be happy. Enjoy your life with your parents. Make Tobirama remember you. Be happy. Baka. How can I be happy when you're dying right in front of me? Baka, Baka, Baka. Naruto cried as she held onto Madara's hand, snuggling close to it as she could feel his chakra fading. I just got you back. Naruto, do you remember what I asked you by the river before I left? Do you remember? Madara asked her and saw her nod as her tears dropped onto his face. I asked you if we met in better circumstances if we had a chance. Do you remember what you did? He saw her nod again as she closed her eyes tightly. I don't have much time, but I want to hear it from your lips, Naruto Uzumaki. Tell me your answer. Naruto sucked in her sobs as opened her eyes. I would say that we would have a chance. And I'm so sorry for not letting you know sooner, Madara. With every fiber in my body, with everything I feel for you is real. I love you, Madara Uchiha. I love you. Madara smiled with his teeth showing. I'm so happy right now, Naruto. You have made me the luckiest man in the shinobi world right now, despite what my brother and I have done. I'm so incredibly happy to hear those words from your lips, Naruto Uzumaki. I love you too. More than anything in this world. You are my son, my reality, and the only person to capture my heart entirely. I love you, Naruto Uzumaki. Naruto sobbed and leaned down, pressing her lips against Madara's to convey her feelings to him before he left her. I won't forget you, Madara Uchiha. I love you. She kissed him more and felt him respond weakly. Thank you. Madara whispered as Naruto pulled back. Promise me one last thing. Anything. BB, happy. Madara whispered and closed his eyes with a serene smile on his face. Arf. Naruto cried out in pain as she felt Madara's chakra vanish completely. Arf. Her wails were heard by everyone as their hearts ached for the broken-hearted girl. Naruto felt only pain in her heart as it was shattered. Minato and Kushina rushed to their daughter and enveloped her into a tight hug as the barrier dropped as soon as they were fully revived. Kushina was crying with her daughter as Minato held on to them tightly while looking to the man that gave him and his wife the chance to be with Naruto. I must thank you, Madara, for giving us the opportunity to be a family. May you rest in peace. Minato offered a few words as his heart tore at hearing his daughter cry heavily in heartache. Summary: determined to help her friends on the battlefield, Naru takes a shortcut through an unknown dense forest. Best be known to her that the Sage of the Six Paths set up security seals there. Naruto activates one of them and she and Kamara are sent into the past. How will Naru and Kurama change the ninja world? Was this all a part of the prophecy? Fem Naruto. Time travel. XXXX. 1 week later, Konoha Hospital. Naruto was staring up at the pristine ceiling. What's the time? Around 10, Kit. Naruto turned her head and saw her Biju sitting outside her window. He had shrunken a little to fit into the courtyard and guessed that she was on the top floor as his head poked through the window. Naruto frowned. Why are you out of the seal? My old man appeared when you passed out. Did a few things and here I am. I can return to the seal whenever and so far, your village has accepted me little by little. You've been out like a light for the past week and yes, everything was real and not a dream. Oh. Naruto muttered and looked to the ceiling. What happened to Madara's body? Your mother, father, and Hashirama had him buried at the Valley of the End. You had everybody worried. I guess the emotional stress was too much, huh? Naruto snorted. Ya think? Kurama moved further into the window and licked Naruto's cheek to make her look at him. How are you really, Kit? About Madara and everything. Naruto patted Kurama's snout as he replied. I will admit it does hurt and a bit broken-hearted. Otherwise I'm fine. Just really tired and whatnot. Just need some time to deal with this stuff. Gesturing to her head and heart as she sat up. Climbing out of the bed and got changed right before Kurama. It was nothing new and slipped on a white shirt and black shorts before pulling on her shoes and climbed onto the window as Kurama backed up a bit. You think Bachan will get mad if I leave? Do you care? Kurama snickered as he held out his hand for Naruto to stand on. Seeing her grin widely and licked her cheek again. Where would my Kit like to go? Naruto hummed in thought as Kurama placed her on his head. Do you mind if we see his grave? I would like to see him right now. Sure thing, Kit. Kurama grew to his original size and walked through Konoha with ease. Avoiding the houses and the people and walked over Konoha's grand walls and into the forestry. Nobody questioned him unless it was Kushina or Mido and they were busy with official business. It didn't take long to make it to the valley and lowered his head for Naruto to get off. They were on Madara's statue head. Right there, Kit. Since he's not allowed to be buried in the village. Gesturing to the monument erected by the statue. Naruto nodded and headed over to the grave. She didn't speak or cry. She simply stood before Madara's grave for a few minutes before she said to Kurama. He wants me to be happy. Unconsciously moving a hand to play with the bracelet on her wrist. What happens now? Kurama morphed into his human form and hugged Naruto from behind. Who knows? All we can do is watch and see, but I told you once, it's possible to love two people at the same time. You loved this man and that water boy. Once you came to terms with this, we were allowed to come home and end the war. You saved many lives and gave back the lives of those that died too early back to their loved ones. Madara not only wanted you to be happy, but to give his last redemption for all the pain his brother had caused in this world. He was a man that lived without regrets, Naruto. He had no regrets. Holding on to his Jinchuriki tighter as she finally released her tears. Everything will get better. I swear it will, Naruto. Naruto held on to Kurama's arms as the tears rolled down her cheeks. Thanks, Kurama. Spending a few more minutes gazing to the grave and relit the memories of Madara in her head. He would always live on in her heart. Standing in utter silence for that past hour before Naruto felt the weight lift off her shoulders. Hey. Let's walk home. I still want some fresh air. Sure. Kurama muttered and released her from his hold. Tucking her arm in his and both took the long way back to the main path towards Konoha. Everybody's going to be mad that we left. Let them be. I can handle it. Resting her head against Kurama's shoulder and took deep breaths. How is everything in Konoha, by the way? I forgot to ask. Kurama had a mysterious smirk on his face as they walked down the path. You'll have to find out for yourself. Baka Kitsune. Naruto chuckled. My parents? Never left your side when you slept, till that old hag with the giant jugs kicked them out to get some rest. That perv was in the same state as them as well as the village. They've been waiting for you to wake up. Ah. Naruto hummed. The Biju? Returned to their homes. Eight Tails decided to stick with B. That's good to hear. Naruto whispered. Kurama filled Naruto in about the aftermath of the war. Sasuke wasn't allowed back into Konoha and he was just fine with that since Itachi was revived. they both decided to travel the nations. Every nation was busy cleaning up the mess and celebrating. Minato and Kushina had their house renovated and moved in her belongings. Tsunade was reunited with her family and put Jiraiya on an 4-drip once she saw him alive. Hiruzen and Asuma, who was revived, were catching up as Kurenai was more than happy to have her boyfriend alive. Both were currently doting on their newborn child. There was currently peace between the 5 great nations, with each village exchanging shinobi to help each other out. Konoha was still rebuilding, but the process was speeding up thanks to Yamato, who they found in Hashirama. Though it would still take some time. It had taken Kurama a good hour to fill Naruto in as Konoha's gates came into sight. They stopped in their walking. That's great to hear then. I should write to Sasuke sometime soon. Maybe Itachi is better to write to, considering I have a feeling Sasuke won't reply. Naruto mused. Ready to get beaten to an inch of our lives? Whatever. It's all going to be on you anyway. I'll tell him the truth that you wanted to head out. Team. Naruto sked and within the blink of an eye teleported them into Konoha. More specifically, the Hokage's office, and saw everybody's stunned reactions. What happened? You all look dead. Naruto frowned. In the office were Tsunade, Jiraiya, Hiruzen, Hashirama, Mito, Minato, and Kushina. They were all staring at her like something bad happened. Naruto Uzumaki, where on Kami's earth have you been? Databane. Kushina was the first to react and whacked Naruto over the head before pulling her daughter into a tight hug. Kami, Naruto. You scared us when we couldn't find you in the hospital or village. Databane. Everyone's running around looking for you. Pulling back and punched Kurama into a wall. And you. Next time you take my baby, warn a mother. Minato came rushing over and pulled Naruto into a tight hug. Oh sweetie. We were so worried. It's good to see you awake now. Naruto hugged her parents and pulled back with a grin. Sorry, I had to go somewhere. Minato and Kushina exchanged a look before nodding. We understand. Minato voiced. Kushina was quick to whack Naruto over the head again. Ow. What the hell, Kaa-chan? Naruto got whacked again. Watch your mouth, brat. Anyway. Kushina had Naruto locked under an arm and knuckled her head. Ignoring Tsunade's advice that Naruto had just gotten out of the hospital. Mind explaining to me what you were doing in the past? Huh? Naruto froze. Erosenin, you traitor. She hissed at the chuckled toad Sannin. Wasn't me, brat. Jiraiya voiced. Ji. Naruto tried again as she managed to get out of her mother's death grip and hid behind Kurama. Hiruzen shook his head as she puffed on his pipe. Sorry, Naru-chan. It wasn't me either. What? Naruto frowned in confusion. Then who else would know? Only you two know. Mito and Hashirama looked at one another before the former said. It was me, Naruto-chan. I told you parents about what you did. What? I don't understand. Naruto whispered and looked up to Kurama. He only smirked at her. What did you do? She narrowed her eyes at him. Hashirama was the one to explain to the confused blonde. Well, more specifically, my curious little brother found a certain photo album during the war and took a peek inside. So did Mito and I, and well, it was like a jumpstart to our memories that were sealed away for so many years. So, yeah, sorry for peeking. Hashirama looked away with guilt. Naruto's eyes widened. Minato had his arms folded with a stern look towards his daughter. I understand that your mother and I haven't been around in your life, Naruto, but we are still your parents. Even though it is nerving to know that your boyfriend is almost half a century older than you. He sighed in defeat and joined in with Hashirama in his sulking. Kushina shook her head in amusement and said to Naruto. Mito, Hashirama, and Jisan have told your father and me all about you and the night aim. Winking at the blushing blonde as she held up a specific photo between her fingers. You know you, Jiraiya and the night aim look cute in this pic. So far, it's my favorite and I'm keeping it. Ignoring Jiraiya's sulking face. Am my BBB boyfriend? Naruto stuttered out with a beet red face. Standing up tall beside Kurama. Tobikuan was the first one to discover that you weren't in the hospital and was running around the village looking for you like a wild dog. Mito replied to the still confused blonde. Naruto sweetie, Tobikuan remembers you. He left the village looking for you. Tobikuan is looking for you, Naruto-chan. Mito eased into the girl's head. Tsunade sighed and whacked the blonde over the head. Although I find it weird that you're dating my granduncle, I can see that he cares for you and in the pictures that you two care for one another. Go find that stubborn man and bring him back, brat, and don't come back till you two kiss and make up. Grabbing Naruto by the scruff off her neck and tossed her out the window. Tsunade was frowning. Even if he is my granduncle. If he ever hurts my Gaki, I'll kill him. Not if I get to him first. Everyone in the room muttered darkly. Kurama could only sweat dropped. This was one dangerous and powerful family. Naruto. Naruto landed on all fours and swore to get Tsunade back for this. Though a sudden thought struck her mind. He remembers. She whispered as her heart picked up. Feeling the wind caress her skin, and she swore she thought she heard Madara's voice whisper to her, "Be happy." Naruto took off into a startling run towards the scent and chakra that would forever be in her memory. Rushing by all civilians and shinobi. Ignoring the calls of her friends and kept running through the streets as she could sense the chakra signature getting closer as tears built up in her eyes. Running with all her might as her lungs burned for air and dodged around the startled crowd. Her instincts going into overdrive as she had to get to the man she had imprinted on. She had to see him. Had to touch him. Had to know his scent. Had to hear his voice. She had to taste him. Naruto. Naruto heard her name being called and picked up the pace once she saw white and blue. Tobirama. She shouted and could see him panting with his hands on his knees. Red orbs wide in happiness as he could see her running towards him. Naruto. Tobirama shouted and held his arms out wide as the blonde was near. Laughing in joy when she leapt into his arms and fell to the ground in a heap as he held on to her tightly, looking up to her crying face and touched her cheek. You're real. Baka. Naruto sobbed and clashed her lips with Tobirama's. Completely ignoring the people around them. Tobirama ran his fingers through her soft tresses and pulled her face closer to his as he slipped his tongue into her mouth. Devouring her whole as he moaned at having her taste on his lips once more. She tasted tantalizing. Like sweet peaches and salty ramen broth. Running his tongue along the roof of her mouth and made her moan. Smirking as she responded hungrily to him. He was the only one who could make her react like this. Molding their lips together as their tongues fought for dominance. Though surprised her when he bit her lower lip and took control. You're real. He moaned into her mouth and almost whimpered when she pulled back. Looking up into her sapphire orbs that were filled with tears. Sitting up and pulled her into a tight hug as he kissed away her tears with light kisses. I remember, oh Kami, Naruto Uzumaki Namikaze, you're driving me crazy. Pulling her mouth back to his and ignored the squeals around him as well as boos of the male population. He focused completely on Naruto right now. Naruto squirmed and pulled back. She can't breathe. She huffed. Tobirama didn't mind. Snuggling into her neck and laced his hand with hers. Feeling that his ring was still on her finger and grinned into her neck. You're here, in my arms, alive. He murmured. Naruto was still squirming. Tobirama had a death grip on her and she couldn't breathe. Can't breathe. He only held on tighter. Tobi. Naruto whined. Tobirama chuckled and released the blonde. Seeing that she was going to say something but shut her up by sealing her lips with his. Mine. He growled into her lips. Naruto sighed in her mind and whacked Tobirama over his head. Pulling back and gave him a stern glare. I need some time out, Baka. I need my air. Tobirama glared right on back. Oi. You owe me 50 plus years, Miss Uzumaki, and what was that scene between you and Madara, huh? Folding his arms and gave her a suspicious look. Naruto coughed awkwardly into her hand and looked away from his sharp red gaze. Taking a slow breath and said to him as he looked back into his eyes. I love Madara. She could see the hurt in his eyes but caught hold of his face so he wouldn't look away. But, I am in love with Tobirama Senju. There's a difference. Do you understand me, Tobi? Tobirama was searching deep within Naruto's orbs for any deceit and saw none. Not once in all their time together had Naruto lied to him. Not once. You love me? Her grin took his breath away. More than ramen. Naruto nodded before her eyes grew stern. And it's not like you're innocent either. I can tell by Hiru-chan's face that you've had multiple women in your bed. Tobirama was floored. But you made me forget you. Every man has urges and they meant nothing. Oh? They meant nothing. Naruto raised a brow. So if you and I slept with one another it would mean nothing. Well, I don't know what to say. She hummed and saw the panic written all over his face. Naruto was teasing him, but he didn't need to know. Naruto stood up and dusted off her clothes. Well, I guess holding on to these feelings was a bad thing to do, considering I never forgot about you. Forever. Naruto rubbed her neck and looked away. She could see in the corner of her eye that Tobirama's mind was spinning as to what to say to her. Tobirama grabbed Naruto's hand as he still sat on the ground, gaining her attention and her gaze. No, Naruto, I didn't mean it that way. I forgot about you, yes, but whenever I was with somebody, it always felt wrong. Like I was missing the bigger picture. Not once did I feel complete with the women I was with. I never married, never settled down, had a child or thought of having a future with them like I do with you. During the war I got jealous when I saw your attention on another man's, even you father and Madara. I had no idea who you were back then, but I know who you are now and I know what you mean to me. It must have been hard for you, right? When you came back to your time and had to keep moving forward. I fell in love with you and never considered the consequences for you, Naruto Uzumaki Namikaze. Back then and even now, I only see you in my future. Whether it's here in Konoha or halfway across the nations, it's only you I see, Naruto. Whether it was over 50 years ago or 50 years in the future, I want only you. You are my future, Naruto. He wouldn't let go of her hand. Not now. Not ever. I'm sorry I've made you wait even though we promised forever. I won't ever stop winning your heart, Naruto. Never. He declared as everyone around them went silent in awe and moe. Naruto's eyes widen. She never expected this. Just a bit of teasing and that was it. Her body was on fire as her bond for him was increasing. She didn't know what to say to that. Naruto. Tobirama said firmly as he moved onto a knee. I have many things to tell and apologize to you about. We may still not know much about each other, but I want only you to know everything there is about me. The good, neutral, and the bad. I've created many things in Konoha while you were gone and I guess subconsciously I did them because of you. I was responsible for creating Konoha's organizational system. Established the academy, the ANBU, the Chunin exams and the Konoha's military police force. I created these to show order within the village and to make sure nothing was out of hand. You were always out of my reach, Naruto, and because of you I value peace and balance. It's why I gave the Uchiha control over the police force. I have so much to tell you, all I'm asking is for your time to hear me out, Naruto. I want to tell you everything. Naruto took a shuddering breath and closed her eyes tightly. How did it end up this way? Oi, Naruto. Is Naidame-sama your boyfriend? Aren't you still hung up on Sasuke-kun? Sakura asked as she landed beside Naruto with the rest of Konoha 11 and Sai landing around the place. On the road and roofs. Naruto's eyes snapped open and looked to Sakura in confusion. What does Sasuke have to do with this? And can't you see I'm in the middle of something, Sakura-chan? Ino snorted as she rolled her eyes. Oh come on, Naruto. We've all seen how you and Sasuke-kun were with one another and you've been chasing after him for the past how many years now? You even wanted to get stronger to bring Sasuke-kun back. If he was allowed back into the village, he would be at your side right now. The rest of Konoha 11 and Sai nodded. Kiba was on Akamaru when he said. Where'd you run off to anyways, Naruto? We've been looking all over for ya. Did you run off to Sasuke team? Wolf whistling at the blonde as Akamaru yipped in agreement. Naruto winced as he felt Tobirama's grip on her hand tightened. Naruto. She almost recoiled at the dangerous tone in his voice and looked down at him like a startled kit. Do I have to hunt this Uchiha down and end him? He voiced seriously. Were you with this Sasuke Uchiha? Naruto glared at her friends that were all hiding their snickers. No, I wasn't. Naruto said firmly to the jealous Senju. If you must know where I went, I was at Madara's grave with Kurama. Oh? Tobirama stood up with an arched brow. Another Uchiha then. Oh, who's next, Naruto? Tenten cooed. Itachi-san? Naruto felt her patience snap and released Tobirama's hand. Going through a few hand signs that made everyone in the vicinity pale. Run! Sakura hollered with everybody disappearing immediately. TCH. Naruto clicked her tongue as she stopped weaving hand signs. She was and always will be Konoha's #1 prankster. She faced Tobirama and saw that he was struggling with jealousy, anger and his inner thoughts. Naruto sighed and said. You shouldn't listen to them. They're only like that because I've shown no interest in anybody before. If it helps, I only see Sasuke as a brother and the same goes with him, even though he's a bastard. As for Itachi. Naruto had to pause for that one and think. Folding her arms and frowned in thought. Itachi, Tobirama gave her an unimpressed look. Naruto. What? I'm thinking. Naruto looked up at the night aim. Anyway, there's nothing for you to get mad or jealous at because the one I like is you. What seemed like years for you was only really a few hours for me. The week I was in a coma doesn't really count. She folded her arms. Well, yeah, it was hard being away from you. I mean, I've never liked anybody as much as I do for you. I didn't know what love was or what heartache was till I came back to my time and knew that I wouldn't see you ever again. It's not like I can forget about you and move on easily. The first time we kissed, I imprinted on you because I'm the Jinchuriki of a fox. Kaa-chan went through imprinting with Tu-chan and even Mitoba-chan with Hashirama. Kurama said that it would have taken an extraordinary person for me to imprint of somebody new. I guess if you weren't here right now, I would have imprinted on Hinata-chan. She's cool and always by my side, since the beginning actually. Naruto was silenced. Tobirama slapped his hand over the blonde's mouth and sighed. You know, the more you talk about this, I'm getting happier and also quite jealous of this Hinata woman. So you've imprinted on me? He voiced and saw her nod. And you like me? Naruto removed Tobirama's hand and sighed. Baka. Haven't you been listening to me from the beginning? I don't like you, I love you. Don't you remember my last words to you before I disappeared? Tobirama froze in thought. You said. His eyes simmered in warmth as he whispered. I love you, Tobirama Senju. Naruto rolled her eyes. About bloody time. I've been saying it to you for ages and now you've come to terms with it. She muttered in thought. Maybe I should start writing this down. Baka Hokage. Tobirama reached over to Naruto and shocked her when he pulled her towards his frame. Embracing her gently and felt her melt into his frame. He smiled as he whispered into her hair. Perfect. She molded perfectly into his frame. Mine? He questioned. Naruto closed her eyes and nodded into his chest as she wrapped her arms around his middle. Yours. So does that make me your boyfriend? He asked her. Naruto pulled back with a raised brow. I just told you that I have imprinted on you. Databao. What do you think? Tobirama didn't say anything and leaned down to capture her lips. Though just as he was about to complete his need, a sudden thought struck him. Naruto, you still have that ring? Naruto looked to him in confusion. I never took it off. She saw him release a pearly white smile and wondered what he was up to. Then I have a question for you. Just one. He connected their foreheads and saw her simmering curiosity. Naruto wasn't sure what to think. Okay? Marry me, he asked her confidently with his voice full of passion. Naruto's eyes widened in surprise. She didn't think he'd bring up this question and smiled at him softly as she touched his cheek. Answering the awaiting Nidaime Hokage. No. Everybody that was spying on them and the Nidaime's eyes widened at Naruto's answer. Summary, determined to help her friends on the battlefield, Naru takes a shortcut through an unknown dense forest. Best be known to her that the Sage of the Six Paths set up security seals there. Naruto activates one of them and she and Kamara are sent into the past. How will Naru and Kurama change the ninja world? Was this all a part of the prophecy? Fem Naruto. Time travel. XXXX. Marry me. Tobirama tired again as Naruto walked away from him. Naruto glanced back over at the Nidaime, making her way back to the Hokage Tower. No. At least give me a reason, Naruto. Tobirama requested as he ignored how people were following after them wanting to hear why Naruto rejected him. Oh? I didn't realize I need a reason to reject a marriage proposal. Naruto hummed in thought. She spun on her feet and stopped, catching the Nidaime off guard as he stumbled over his feet and caught his balance. The rest of the followers stopping too. Now is not the time to ask that question. I guess. Anyway, there are things I want to settle before I even think about marriage. Yes, I love you, Toby, but no will always be my answer till I've done a few things. She looked to the west before briefly glancing at Tobirama. All I ask is for you to wait for me, Toby. Then you can ask. Naruto, I've been waiting for 50 years. Tobirama replied as he took a step forward. What is it that you have to do? I can help. I am your partner, am I not? Naruto answered with a nod. Yeah, but there are things I need to do on my own. Databeo. You're a Hokage. You gotta understand that there are things that one has to do alone and about private matters. Tobirama nodded. I understand that, but, Naruto, how long do you plan on making me wait? I don't want to spend another minute without you by my side. Trust me. This was all Naruto said as she turned her back again and continued her walk to the Hokage's office. Entering the room and saw that everybody was still there and moved over to Tsunade. Bachan. Can I get all those scrolls now? Tsunade's eyes widen. Scrolls? Naruto, are you sure? I mean, what about granduncle? He'll be fine. Naruto voiced and held out her hand. I'll need my mask for this, Bachan. Tsunade nodded and flipped through a few hand signs with a porcelain cheetah mask appearing in her hand with a storage scroll. I want a full report and a team to go with you, Naruto. Sarutobi leaned over Naruto's shoulder and chuckled. It still looks new. Just like that day I gave it to you, Naru-chan. Huh? Minato and Kushina blinked as they looked to the mask in Naruto's hand. The former saying as he pointed to the mask. Isn't that an ANBU mask? Hiruzen looked over to his successor. Indeed it is. Why does my baby have an ANBU mask? Kushina asked. Naruto looked to Tsunade and Hiruzen with a raised brow. You know, when I thought they knew about the past, I thought you guys told Kaa-chan and Tu-chan what I'd done in the village. She looked to her parents with a sheepish smile. It's not what you think though. I don't do assassination or anything like that. I gather information for the village and Gigi chose a cheetah mask, so it's not that obvious that it's me. Bachan actually put me in the hospital for a week once she found out, and Ero Sennin nagged my ear of all that time I trained with him. The two Sannin nodded as the Sandaime looked slightly guilty. Don't get me wrong, Minato, Kushina. Your daughter has the best stealth abilities in the village that she can outrun the elites in neon orange and paint the Hokage monument in broad daylight without anybody noticing. Hiruzen defended as Naruto, in a flash, was in her ANBU gear with her mask on her hip. Ka-chan. Tu-chan. Naruto called to her parents with a grin. I'll be back, I promise. So I need you guys to watch over Tobirama. He's a bit lost since I said no to his marriage proposal. 3, 2, 1. The room hollered as Kushina and Mito just laughed. Tsunade sighed as she snapped her fingers. Suddenly a large pile of scrolls appeared at Naruto's feet and said to the blonde. Don't keep my granduncle waiting, Naruto. Hurry and get rid of all of those. Hashirama picked up a scroll and read over the contents. Spluttering as he read it with Minato, who was in the same state as him. Kushina reading one and understood what Naruto was doing. Looking over to her daughter and nodded. Go, Naruto. We'll keep your man off the markets and then Minato and I can get acquainted with our future son-in-law. Kushina mulled over her words. That's really weird to say aloud. Tossing over the scroll as Naruto sealed everything into a large one and placed it on her back. Naruto hugged her parents tightly. Tu-chan, Ka-chan, I love you guys. Thanks for everything. Pulling back with a grin with them matching hers. Slipping on her cheetah mask with her hair turning a light brown and her eyes turning a faded green. Nodding to everybody and disappeared with the wind. Just then, Tobirama entered the room with confusion written all over his face. Where did Naruto go? He questioned. He thought he sensed her in this room. Everybody glanced to one another before Minato stepped forward with a dangerously polite smile. That's not important right now. A little fox just told me that you plan to marry my precious and only daughter. Patting Tobirama's shoulder roughly. Not caring at the moment that he was threatening the Nidaime Hokage. This was his baby he was talking about. I think it's time we had a talk. Tobirama's eyes hardened as they clashed with sturdy blue. The tension between the two thick as he folded his arms and ignored the pain on his shoulder. Yes, I believe it is time we had a talk. Man to man. If you get what I mean? Oh dear. Hashirama chuckled nervously. ANBU Naruto. Naruto landed soundlessly behind her partner and quietly pulled out her katana. Slashing forward, only for them to grab the blade between two palms. We have a mission. Naruto voiced in a void tone. At least talk to me normally, Kit. That voice is pissing me off. Kurama scared as he was in the Namake's house reading a book. Kushina and Minato had allowed him to live with them and suggested that he should pass as an uzumaki if anybody outside of the village asked. Naruto sheathed her katana and stood up straight. Bringing emotion back to her voice as she said. We're going now. We can't waste any more time. Kurama looked to the large scroll on Naruto's back and smirked. Tying up loose ends, huh? You're pretty serious about this boy. Of course I am. Naruto nodded. I've never cared for anybody like Tobirama before. I want a future with him and to do that, I have to clean my shit up. He'll be mad that I've made him wait, but I'll explain everything to him later. She tapped the side of the scroll and got a smaller one form within it. First place is. Opening the scroll and read the contents. The Fawn Country. Kurama smirked. Well, what are we waiting for? Let's go. Grabbing the storage scroll that Naruto tossed at him and raised a brow at her for details. ANBU uniform. At least look the part. Makes things easier to handle. Naruto answered. Bachan said I need a team and you're all I need for this. Kurama got changed in an instant. How do I look? He teased her. Handsome as always. Naruto snorted. You know you kinda act like an older brother. I like it, Databeo. Naruto quickly dashing off when Kurama tried to hit her. Kurama followed after Naruto and through the forest. They had to be quick and efficient with this job. Even if Naruto was just released from the hospital today, Kurama wouldn't stop her from doing this. This was important for her to do, and he would be there for her to help whenever. Maybe they could stop by Matatabi's place quickly. Sure, why not? Naruto voiced up ahead. I've always wanted to see what Matatabi looked like in her human form. Ignoring Kurama's denials about wanting to see the two-tailed hell cat. They did share a mind, and sometimes Kurama forgot to place up a wall with his thoughts. 4 hours later, Fong Country. Naruto and Kurama made it to the Fong Country. More importantly, into the daimyo's palace and in the lavish dining area where the daimyo, his wife and son were eating dinner. Naruto and Kurama landed silently before the family, with Kurama setting up a barrier to stop the guards from interfering. Naruto tossing over the scroll that she had to the prince. Naruto stood up to her full height and said, I have come with news. Pulling her mask off as her hair returned to its original color as well as her eyes. Her eyes were piercing and commanded absolute attention. I have come to respond to your request, Prince Sama, and I have to say that I must deny your request for my hand in marriage. What? The prince slammed his hands down on the table in outrage. Was my offer not good enough for you and your village? He demanded. Naruto silenced him with her stare. I do not care for your offer, nor do I appreciate being yelled at. You are not the only one who has requested my hand in marriage, and you will not be the only one I shall reject. No matter what you offer me or my village, my answer will always be no for you. I'm sorry, but I will not marry you, Prince Sama. She bowed towards the daimyo. I must apologize for ruining your dinner, but I am in a rush. The daimyo held up his hand to silence his son and looked at Naruto carefully. There is no need to apologize for being in love, my dear. Coming in person to turn down my son's offer is more than enough. You must be busy, my dear. You may leave. Naruto looked at the daimyo with a nod. Slipping her mask back on and left in the wind with Kurama. Next is the land of rice. Naruto voiced over to Kurama. Kurama groaned. How many marriage proposals did you even get? Naruto was silent. Well, he pushed her as they headed towards their next destination. It's best if you don't know the number. Naruto muttered. Trust me. Not even you, the Kyuubi, would want to know. 3 days later, Konoha's Shinobi Library. Naruto and Kurama were dead tired as they had traveled for days without rest. Denying every request, going through every outbursts, questions, demands, and forceful suitors. They were in a private area as they looked over the remaining scrolls. Shit. There are still heaps. Kurama cursed. Even when we used clones. Naruto was rubbing her throbbing forehead as they were in fresh ANBU gear. We'll be done at the end of the week, Kurama. Just hang in there. Didn't we see Matatabi just the other day? You guys were going at it for hours. Hours that could have been used getting rid of these damn proposals. Naruto hollered at her Jinchuriki. Kurama didn't feel or look guilty at all. Matatabi was as wild as ever. The end of the weekend in 2 days, Kit. Do you really think we'll get rid of this pile by then? Even with clones? Heck. I've even stopped counting how many proposals there were when we hit 37. Kurama was frustrated at his container. They were both frustrated. I have to do this. All in person or in clone. I need to see and feel that I'm clearing my mess up. Maybe if you didn't act like a ditz, this wouldn't be happening. Kurama grumbled and only got whacked over the head by Naruto. He only pouted. Noticing that he was getting soft around Naruto and was indeed acting like an older brother to her. Who knew I would be reduced to helping my Jinchuriki rejected proposals? He muttered under his breath. Naruto rolled her eyes. Please. I think being in this uniform has given me chafing. Leaning on the table with a groan. Arg, this sucks big time. I just want to cry. Kurama bopped Naruto on the head. Start crying and I won't help ya, Kit. Let's just go and give Big Breasts the list of completed rejections. Naruto got up and grabbed a hold of Kurama. quickly flashing them into Tsunade's office, yet both of them collapsed on the floor in utter defeat. Naruto holding up a piece of paper that Tsunade grabbed. The Godame read over the paper quickly. Good, good. You've gotten 3/4 of the scrolls done quickly. Take a break for now, Naruto. No. Naruto stubbornly refused as she pushed herself to sit up. Kurama long gone to sleep within the seal. I have to finish this as soon as possible, Bachan. No more fooling around. I've gotta clean my mess up. Tsunade sighed and knelt before Naruto. Why, Naruto? Why are you forcing yourself to finish this so quickly? Naruto looked away with reddened cheeks as she whispered her answer to her Bachan. I want to be able to stand next to Tobirama without any blocks, Bachan. Our time difference still separates us, and sometimes I get confused whenever he talks. I want to be beside him without doubting myself. That's why first, I must personally or in clone reject these marriage proposals. Tsunade smiled. And what's the second, Naruto? Naruto looked to Tsunade. Acceptance. By my family, friends. I would like to ask you, Midobie-chan and Hashirama, for permission to be with Tobirama and your complete trust to be with him. I'm serious about Tobirama, Bachan. I won't ever give up on him or stop trying to make him happy and show him what he's worth to me. Tobirama makes me feel complete. She declared. Tsunade's eyes softened further and placed her hand on Naruto's shoulder. I believe that you have a third. Naruto sounded like the dominant partner in the relationship with the way she was speaking. Tsunade found it refreshing. Naruto nodded. I would like to know Tobirama further, and I want for him to know about me too. I would like to tell him about the bad and see if he still wants to stay with me even though he knows this. This is a serious thing for me, Bachan. A Jinchuriki mates for life, and I want to see, to know, to feel that Tobirama is really the one. I know and feel that I love him, but forever is a long time, Bachan. It definitely is, Naruto, and I want for you to take your time with this. Tsunade offered a few words of wisdom. I've run diagnostics on the revived Ito Tensei and found out that Ji-chan and Ba-chan are in their late 40s. Sarutobi-sensei is at least 10 years younger. Minato and Kushina are a few years older than Kakashi, and as for Tobirama, well, this may be a shock, but granduncle is in his mid-20s. The same age when he first met you, Naruto. She smiled gently and brushed Naruto's bangs out of her eyes. It's weird, but your parents and I are older than granduncle. Oh? Naruto's eyes widened before she bursted out laughing. This is so weird and fucked up. Tsunade chuckled and helped Naruto to her feet. I know. It's like granduncle and you were meant to be together from the moment you two meet. Fate works in mysterious ways. So, if fate works in mysterious ways, are you finally going to mac on Erosenen's face, wiggling her brow in a suggestive manner? Tsunade rolled her eyes as she whacked Naruto over the head. You're a week too late with that, brat. She winked at the gapping blonde. Hearing a knock at the door. Enter. Allowing Naruto to think of what she just said, or not, judging by her guest, or guests. Naruto. Naruto snapped out of her musing as she looked over to the door with a lost look on her face. Her eyes slowly focusing as she saw the Senju brothers, Hashirama and Tobirama. Oh? She looked to Tsunade, whom only shrugged her shoulder and gestured for her to deal with it. Naruto rubbed her pulsing temples and took a seat on the couch. She was still in her ANBU gear and bet Tsunade knew these two were coming. Hashirama saw that his brother froze and nudged the man into the room. Tobirama caught his balance and walked over to Naruto. She looked different in her uniform and knelt before her. Naruto, can you look at me? He whispered in almost a plea. Naruto did and saw the tiredness and relief in his eyes. She sighed. Baka, you should be sleeping. You look like shit. Pushing past him and left the office suddenly. Tobirama looked to Tsunade for help. The Godame held a mysterious smile. Sometimes a girl's gotta do what a girl's gotta do. She patted Tobirama's back. Give Naruto some time and you'll see, granduncle. Give her 2 days maximum and she'll talk. She's an ANBU? Tobirama muttered and ran his fingers through his unruly hair. He couldn't sleep properly, not knowing where and what Naruto was doing. All he wanted to do was hold her. Ever since she was 8. Tsunade answered. Naruto has talents that she has hidden for safety reasons. Believe or not, the reason she's in her ANBU gear right now is for you. Naruto hasn't worn her ANBU gear since she was 12 and left that life behind her. She's been a genin ever since. Why though? Why ANBU for me? Tobirama pressed for answers. Hashirama stepped up. Time will tell, brother. Suna, Naruto. Kamen Gaara. I used a lot of chakra to get here and not travel for 3 days. Naruto whined to the Kazekage. She was in his office and was glad that Kurama was willing to lend her that large amount of chakra to flash to Suna. You're one of my best friends, Gaara. I want to hear your thoughts on everything. Gaara sighed, gesturing for Naruto to sit down, and replied. I'm going to ask you, Naruto Uzumaki, in the end, does my opinion count? No. Naruto said immediately. But I do want to hear your thoughts. You don't overact like everyone in Konoha. I want to know what you think. Gaara leaned back in his chair as he smoothed out. Only your happiness, Naruto Uzumaki. He closed his eyes. If you are happy with the Nidaime, then I will not oppose this relationship. He is a man of honor and I can see in your eyes that he makes you happy. He opened his teal eyes filled with seriousness. But, if he makes you cry in a bad way, even pooling at the eyes, I will cause harm to him. Even if he is the Nidaime and an ally of the sand. He saw her grin widely and melted under her radiance. Now tell me, what are you really doing here? Everybody is on my back in Konoha right now. Naruto sighed as she leaned back in the chair. Ino, Sakura, Tenten and Hinata are nagging about my relationship and the guys are no good too with their teasing. You know about the proposals and Kurama and I have sent out dozen of clones to suss them out and then I have to return to a quite possible mad Tobirama and I need some air to clear my head. Soon as winds are calming, Databeo. Gaara smirked. Indeed they are. You can stay the night. Go home afterwards and clear that man's mind, Naruto. There can only be so much time before another tries to stake a claim on Nidaime-sama. His eyes widened in surprise when Naruto growled dangerously as her eyes flashed vermilion red. Gaara smirked. Though I would be sorry for the woman that tries to make that move. Naruto snarled. As soon as that last proposal is gone, I'll be touching Konoha's gates. You better pray that nobody is touching him when I get home, Gaara. Foxes get extremely territorial and aggressive to what is theirs. Oh? And the Nidaime is yours? Gaara teased and made her blush. Oh, how much I want to smack you right now, Gaara Sabaku. Naruto muttered as she reeled in her possessiveness. Summary: determined to help her friends on the battlefield, Naru takes a shortcut through an unknown dense forest. Best be known to her that the Sage of the Six Paths set up security seals there. Naruto activates one of them and she and Kamara are sent into the past. How will Naru and Kurama change the ninja world? Was this all a part of the prophecy? Fem Naruto. Time travel. XXXX. 2 days later, Konoha's gates. As to her word, Naruto touched Konoha's gates as soon as her final clone popped out of existence. She was still in her ANBU uniform with her mask in place and it was already the afternoon. Slipping into the shadows and made her way to a unique chakra signature and held back her need to growl. She blamed Gaara for jinxing her as she picked up the scent of several women and picked up the pace as she created 3 clones. Landing in a 4-point formation around half a dozen women and the Nidaime Hokage. Tobirama was surprised to see ANBU surround him. Was something going on? That was until he recognized the chakra signature as the ANBU before him lowered their mask, revealing a pair of icy blue orbs and a waterfall of golden hair. He felt relief wash him when he saw Naruto and was about to walk over to her when one of the women pulled him back and latched onto his arm. Nidaime-sama, you must be tired. Come rest at my home and I'll make you something yummy. The brunette with a busty frame cooed sweetly. Naruto growled loudly and startled the women as they froze in their spots. Even her clones growled dangerously as they removed their masks. Naruto had held her mask up in front of them and broke it with her fingers, indicating to all she was no longer an ANBU. I suggest that you release what is mine before something bad happens, ma'am. The brunette glared at Naruto as she clung tighter onto Tobirama. No way. Night-Aim-sama is not yours. I don't see a ring on his finger or a woman on his arm. I am a real woman for the Night-Aim. Not some girl like you. Naruto chuckled darkly as she slipped off her arm guards and left thee on the ground as she peeled off her gloves. Is that so? You are a woman and I am a girl. But you're not listening to me, ma'am. That man you are shoving his arm between your breasts is the man that I have imprinted on. Meaning, any female or male that I have deemed a threat I want to claw at. In shorter terms, you and those 5 other lovely ladies I want to beat into the ground. Her hair was slowly splitting into 9 tails as her eyes glowed in anger as she cracked her knuckles. You wanna go, huh? Her clones were in the same state. The older generation laughed as Naruto was just like her mother, scaring off the women instantly. They had seen this many times with a flustered and awkward Minato. Minato loves Kushina and Kushina loves Minato. Yet the women sometimes tend to forget who exactly Kushina Uzumaki is. Now the role was handed down to Naruto and her partner, Tobirama. Naruto released her clones and stormed over to Tobirama, grabbing his hand and dragged him through the crowd. She was pissed. She wanted to beat those women 6 feet under for even looking at Tobirama. She released a feral growl. Girl? Just who the hell is a girl? She muttered bitterly. Tobirama looked to Naruto in confusion and allowed her to drag him along the street. Naruto, are you by any chance jealous? He heard her growl louder. Naruto tossed Tobirama over her shoulder in a flash and transported out of Konoha and into the forest, dumping Tobirama on the ground and destroyed a tree with a single blow. Arg! Who the hell do they think they are? I haven't been gone a week trying to clean up a few things and they appear like vultures. Kami, fangirls are so arg. Naruto ranted and killed another tree. Tobirama looked to where Naruto transported him as he sat on the ground. Naruto, come here. He ordered the pacing blonde. No. Can't you see I'm busy thinking right now? Naruto pointed at him before she started pacing again, trying to control her instincts to beat those women up. So frustrating. Tobirama sighed and lashed out to grab Naruto, pulling her back to his chest and pinned her arms to her side as he hugged her tightly and said sternly, I wasn't asking you, Naruto, I'm telling you and now you will listen to me. He heard her growl and sighed again, turning her head and pressed a kiss onto her lips and forced his way inside. This kiss was different. It wasn't passionate, desperate, or gentle. It was fiery and hot. Tobirama pulled back and leaned his forehead on hers. Have you calmed down now, Naruto? Naruto puffed out her cheeks as she nodded in embarrassment. Her anger had vanished almost immediately when he touched her. Good. Now, would you please tell me where you have been? I've been going crazy in thought without you and not knowing where you are. You've been giving me the cold shoulder lately. Naruto, why? He pleaded with the blonde and rested his head in the crook of her neck. Naruto sighed. When I said I had things to do, I had to do them alone or in clone. For the past week, Kurama and I have been to each nation to personally or in clone reject every marriage proposal that has been sent my way ever since I was 8 years old. Usually it would have taken months on end to do so, but I wanted to get rid of them as soon as possible. I didn't want to keep you waiting and I didn't want any interference from the desperate suitors. Marriage proposal? Tobirama questioned as he looked over to her. How many exactly? She didn't answer him and took a deep breath. I see. So now I can assume that you are officially back in Konoha with me. So now I can monopolize my partner forever. lacing his hand with hers, and saw that she was still wearing his rings. Smirking into her neck and took a bite of the tempting meat before his red orbs. Naruto covered her mouth with a hand as a strange voice came out of her mouth as her body pulsed hotly. Her eyes wide and held back her noises when she felt something wet touch her skin. Tobirama, what? Tobirama sunk his teeth further into her skin and watched Naruto's face as it morphed into surprise and pleasure as her back arched and gave a slow and tantalizing lick. Naruto Uzumaki Namikaze. I still feel slightly insecure about our relationship. You're amazing in more than words can describe, and I love you still. Even now when you scared off those fangirls. I found it hot and sexy. His voice lowered to a husky and teasing tone as he released her neck and blew softly into her air as she shivered. When you told me that you imprinted on me, I went to meet Oani-sama and your mother to tell me more, and I saw surprised to hear what they had to say. I want to hear it from your voice, Naruto. Tell Naruto. I have to hear you say it. Sinking his teeth further into her skin and removed her hand from her mouth. Hearing her throaty cry and moan that had him smirking at her reaction. Tell me over and over again forever. Naruto felt a jolt run through her spine as she whimpered at the pain, yet she found it pleasurable. Never feeling this way before. Tobirama I be belong to you. She moaned as he involuntarily arched her back. And no other man or woman, only Tobirama's senju. Grabbing a hold of his arm and directed it underneath her clothes toward her ribs. Tobirama released her neck and leaned back a bit with her following suit. Gazing to his hand that rested on her caramel skin and saw something that made his heart flutter in reassurance. Right there around her rib area was an intricate vine pattern with his initials and the date Naruto imprinted on him. It was part of a mate mark Mito and Kushina talked about. The other part would appear on him when Naruto would allow him to make love to her. He chuckled and kissed the side of her head. Sorry for teasing you. I just really needed to hear that from you, tracing the love bit he left on Naruto's neck. I won't ask you to marry me right now, Naruto, but I do wish to spend time with you, lifting her up and spun her around so that she was sitting on his lap and facing him. Naruto placed her hands on his shoulders and lightly traced his doing on her shoulder. Already knowing that Kurama wouldn't heal this for her. Need a scarf? She muttered and ignored Tobirama's request. Naruto. Tobirama gave her a dull look. I wish to spend more time with you and to court you properly. Naruto looked Tobirama in the eyes and nodded. You don't have to ask, just do. Do what this is telling you to instead of your head. Naruto tapped the skin over his heart with a sunny grin. No matter where I am or where you are, I'm always thinking about you. When I said that I'd never forget you forever, I really meant it. You're somebody precious to me now, Tobirama, and if I see another girl hanging off your arm, I'm most likely going to send them into the next world. By my Jinchuriki nature I am territorial and possessive over what's mine and you're mine. Placing a small kiss on his nose. As my partner, you have the same rights to be the same. Tobirama locked his fingers behind Naruto's back and pulled her closer. I'm glad to hear that. I get jealous easily, so I will be equally as territorial and possessive as my mate, that is if you still want me as your chosen one? Naruto rolled her eyes as she smacked him over the head. Stop asking stupid questions, Tobirama. I guess I should. He chuckled. I love you, he whispered into her shoulder. Naruto smiled softly and replied. Yeah, I love you too. Her eyes burning in determination for tomorrow. She needed to hold out for a while longer. Naruto only hoped she could because Tobirama's erection wasn't helping at all. She just wanted to attack him right now. At least she now knew how her mother felt. Next morning, Senju compound. Naruto took a deep breath as she sat across from Tsunade, Hashirama, and Mito. She would have to thank Jiraiya for distracting Tobirama for the meanwhile. I take it you know exactly why I am here today. Naruto voiced firmly. Hashirama nodded as he folded his arms. Indeed I do. Naruto felt her hands shaking and swallowed her nervousness as she bowed politely and correctly that Tsunade had to gasp in shock. I ask, please leave Tobirama in my care. Staying in her position till they made their judgment. Hashirama couldn't hold it in any longer and bursted out laughing. Bahahaha. Naruto-chan, you seem to hold the pants in this relationship. Please, lift your head. Watching as she did so with pink dusting her cheeks cutely. Mito and Tsunade were giggling too. Naruto, from the moment I noticed that you were different in my cute little brother's eyes, I knew immediately that you were the one for my Tobirama. Behind every great man is a great woman, and you are that woman, Naruto-chan. When Tobirama puts his heart into anything, he puts everything he has into it. My brother is naturally aloof, but you've pulled him out of his shell and know what he is feeling and thinking whenever he says no words. I guess it is us senju that will be asking you, Naruto, to take good care of Tobirama for us. He nodded his head in approval. Mito reached over and held Naruto's hand with a simmering smile. Take care of each other. Being the Kyuubi Jinchuriki, I am still mated to Hashirama even though I no longer have Kurama-san within me. It will be hard with the natural instincts. But you can do it. Trust me and come to me whenever you need help. She winked and pulled back. I still find it weird, but seeing you happy, Naruto, is more than enough for me to give my blessing. Tsunade smirked. But don't make me a grandmother just yet. Wait a while before you give me my grandbabies. Chuckling when Naruto turned bright red and flustered. Even Hashirama was flustered over the thought of seeing Naruto and Tobirama's kids as Mito was plotting in her head. Kushina would love to hear this. Naruto bowed again. Thank you so much. Just a quick question. Mito voiced and asked. Will you be taking on the senju name? No. Naruto replied immediately. I will stay in Uzumaki Namikaze. Thank you for your time. Naruto nodded and left the room with a lighter heart. Good. She had the approval of the Senju family and went wandering around the compound and found Jiraiya by himself and frowned. Ero-senin. Where's Tobi? Jiraiya ruffled Naruto's head and said sheepishly. He went to his room to brood. He quoted with air marks. Once he realized that he used to look after me but forgot. He only realized just recently who I was, and now I'm his grandniece's lover. Winking with a bellowing laugh. Naruto shook her head with a sigh. And you're older than him. Leaving Jiraiya and seeked out Tobirama's chakra. Finding him within his room and knocked on the door. It's Naruto. Can I come in? She asked and heard a faint grunt. Taking that as a yes and entered his room. Seeing that everything was neat, tidy and blue. Closing the door behind her and found Tobirama lying on his bed with his back to her. Biting back her sigh. Honestly, Tobirama didn't know how childish he could get at times, and now was one of them. She sat at the edge of the bed and looked over to him. Tobirama? He hummed at her. Naruto felt her brow twitch. What was in his ass this time? Crawling over to him and leaned over to take a look at his brooding face. You know, if you keep sulking, Tuchan will start to call you a little girl. Tobirama narrowed his eyes at her. I'm not sulking. I'm brooding. Want to tell me why? Naruto grinned as she lay down behind him and wrapped her arms around him. Talk before I maim you with a frying pan. She threatened. Tobirama held on to her arms with a sheepish sigh. I was thinking back to my time. If you had stayed and we were together. You know, adopted Jiraiya-san and made him our son. We would have been a family, and honestly Jiraiya could pass as our kid either way. You two think the same and he has my hair. I was just musing on what life would be like if none of this war or Madara was going on and you were just the girl I found at the river and not from the future. Naruto didn't say anything and rested her ear against his back. Holding on to tighter before she replied. Neither of us would know what it would be like because we're not there right now, we're in the present together. Somebody upstairs must have been watching over us to give us the chance to be together. Leaning up on his shoulder and looked down at him. I won't let our time together be all for nothing. I want to make this right. She sat up on the bed when Tobirama moved and said to him. I just talked to your brother, Mito-bachan and Tsunade-bachan. I've asked for their blessing and I got granted their blessing. Believe it or not, it may be the future, but I am very old school, Tobirama. I realized that I got this trait from my Tuchan. She grabbed his hand and pulled off the ring, holding it before their eyes and said, "Even though I want to jump your bones right now, I won't make a move till we are married. I want to marry you, Tobirama, but not now. Not yet. You told me that you saw me in your future and I want you in mine." She slipped the ring back on. "Right now I want us to focus on getting my Tuchan, Erosenin, and 2 other important males in my life blessing. When we do, let's get to know each other before we even think about marriage, okay?" Tobirama nodded. "Very well." Smirking and quickly caught the blonde off guard by sweeping her off her feet and spun her around in his arms like a princess and kissed her cheek. "If this is what it takes to make you mine, then very well, I shall do it. Though I do have to tell you, the last time your father and I had a talk about you were over several bottles of sake, so I think he approves slightly." Naruto chuckled and patted his cheek. "It's not Tuchan I'm afraid of." She chuckled nervously. "It's another." "Who is he?" Tobirama asked her as he didn't put her down. Naruto shivered and moved closer to Tobirama as she whispered fearfully. "Irika Umino." Summary: determined to help her friends on the battlefield, Naru takes a shortcut through an unknown dense forest. Best be known to her that the Sage of the Six Paths set up security seals there. Naruto activates one of them and she and Kamara are sent into the past. How will Naru and Kurama change the ninja world? Was this all a part of the prophecy? Fem Naruto. Time travel. XXXX. Would you stop pacing, Naruto? You're giving me a migraine. Kushina yelled and scolded her daughter as Naruto wouldn't stop walking back and forth within the kitchen. Then stop biting your nails. You're stressing me out too. Naruto voiced strongly back to her mother. They were both in the kitchen filled with worry. It had been just over 3 hours ever since Tobirama was locked within the living area with Naruto's most precious man in her life. Her godfather, Jiraiya. Her father, Minato. Her teacher, Kakashi, and his lover, Irika. The 4 men had completely sealed the living room shut from the 2 Uzumaki women and left them to fathom the possibilities. Somehow, they all ended up in a negative way. Kurama was in his human form, reading a book as he sipped on his cup of coffee at the kitchen table. "Don't fret over this, women. Naruto, you trust that water boy and Kushina, you've taken a great liking to your future son-in-law. Trust that he'll do right with the dolphin. There's no need to worry about those other ninjin. He's dead serious about Naruto. Trust him." Kushina's brow twitched and threw an apple at Kurama's head. He swiftly ate it in one bite. "Shut it, Foxy. Of course I trust Tobirama and already see him as my future son. It's Minato I'm worried about. That man's emotional as it is. Do you know how long it will take for me to cheer that man up? He's handing over his only daughter to another man already. Jiraiya won't be making it any easier with his pervy comments." Naruto added in her 2 cents of stress. "What will I do if Irika-sensei kills Tobirama, Ka-chan? I've imprinted on him and those shitty men won't even let me be with Tobirama to talk about this. Tobirama even agreed on it and sent me out like I'm some 5-year-old. Well, let's be honest, Kit. You went ahead and visited Tobirama's family without him knowing, for their permission to be with him. It's his turn to take the wheel. He is a man and you can't just brush him aside and take the lead constantly. It will damage and hurt a man's pride, making him think that he's not a man enough to take care of you. Kushina, so what if Minato gets emotional? Fix him up by showing your goods. You're still young to carry another 1 or 2 babes with the blondie." Kushina went to retort when her mind went to wonder and grinned. "No complaining there. It's been a while since I last laid my hands on my man. What do you think, Naruto? Does a sibling sound nice? Even at your age?" Naruto looked to her mother and thought. That would be awesome. Databao. But this is Dad we're talking about. Sex isn't just going to distract him from living my life with Tobirama. He'd probably want for us to live together till I'm in my 50s. That's true. Kushina sighed before she got an evil gleam in her eyes and looked to Kurama. You know, I've heard your talks to Jiraiya about your time with Matatabi. You don't happen to have those toys on you, do ya? I think it's time I discipline Minato a bit. He may be a Hokage, but I'm still his wife. Naruto wanted to cringe at the crude remark, but looked to Kurama with a raised brow. Mind if I borrow some too? As much as I love Tobirama, I'm not just ready to give up my dominance on him just yet. Kurama smirked with a glint in his eyes. Now this is why I like you Uzumaki women. Always entertaining and good to chat with. He looked to the living room door and winked at the scheming redhead and blonde. We'll talk more about this later. It seems they're done. Kushina and Naruto rushed to stand a few meters from the door and stood expectantly. First, Jiraiya came out with a large grin and held up 2 thumbs. He's got my vote, brat. He's got a good head on his shoulders and I can see the both of you working and living together fluidly. Jiraiya approved of Tobirama and spotted Kurama. Quickly walked over to the Biju and started a light and perverted conversation with the fox. Kushina placed a light hand on Naruto's shoulder as her daughter sighed in relief. Naruto really wanted for these men to accept Tobirama. 1 vote out of 4. Kakashi walked out next with heavy shoulders, but a bright-eyed smile as he spoke. I approve, Naruto, Kushina-san. Tobirama has explained wisely what his intentions are and specifically what his feelings are towards Naruto. I have no complaints and he knows what's going to happen if he does wrong. Patting Naruto's head before joining in on Jiraiya and Kurama's conversation. It was surprisingly easy to talk to the immortal chakra being. 2 votes out of 4. Naruto felt her heart speed up when her father walked out with puffy red eyes, yet he had a small tired grin on his face. Dad. Naruto whispered hopefully. Minato wiped his eyes and nodded. He's a good man, Naru-chan. He has my blessing and my trust. Minato locked eyes with his daughter and started crying again. Kushina sighed at her overly sensitive husband and went to go comfort him in another room. Yes, comfort is what Kushina had in mind. Naruto didn't stop her mother. They thought alike. 3 votes out of 4. So far so good. Naruto mused, yet her heart was still racing as her palms grew sweaty. Her eyes widening as Iruka came out with a blank expression. Iruka approached Naruto and placed a steady hand on her shoulder. Naruto, you know how much I love and care for you, right? He asked calmly and saw her nod with her eyes swimming in warmth as she touched his hand that was on her shoulder. I just have one question for you before I give my verdict. Okay. Naruto whispered and swallowed the lump in her throat. Where was Tobirama? Oh dear Kami. Please don't tell me Iruka-sensei killed him already. Castrations. Bodily harm. Naruto wished to rush and check on Tobirama, but right now as Iruka's question had captured most of her attention. How much do you love him, Naruto? Tell me honestly. Iruka dropped the lingering question that had been in his mind ever since Naruto told him about the second Hokage. Out of everybody she could give her heart and soul to, it was a Hokage. The second Hokage of the Senju clan, no less. Naruto didn't hesitate. I would live for him. Her eyes burning with conviction. Iruka released Naruto and crouched on the ground. Damn it. Damn it. He said the exact same thing. Tobirama wouldn't die for you, but he'd live for you. Saying that. If I died for him, it would be painful for him to live his life. I'd want Tobirama to live for me. Naruto explained her choice of words with a soft smile as she looked down to Iruka. And I would live for him. Iruka waved a hand dismissively as he couldn't look at Naruto. Just go to him already before I change my mind. Naruto had grown so much over the years that Iruka wondered where that little prankster went at times. I guess even kids like Naruto falls in love. Damn it. I'm mad and happy at the same time. Naruto frowned and knelt before Irika, wrapping her arms around him tightly and whispered softly in his ear. Don't forget, Irika-sensei, I'll always love you too and never forget about you. You'll always be a big brother to me. The responsible big brother that I'll always be able to talk to since Kakashi-sensei is a big pervert and Kurama is insensitive. You're my number one Nii-san. Releasing Irika and walked into the living room, closing the door behind her. Irika sighed as tears streamed down his face. Damn, they grow so fast. Kakashi, Jiraiya, and Kurama and all sighed from the table. Yeah. Naruto. Naruto walked into the living room area and found the atmosphere extremely heavy. Tobirama? Aren't you in here? Naruto voiced aloud to the empty room as she couldn't spot her partner anywhere. At least those men didn't close the curtains to make the room gloomier. Naruto closed the door behind her and stepped further into the room with a frown. Irika-sensei couldn't have killed him already. Right? She muttered and looked behind the curtains and behind the couches to find the blue Hokage. Nothing. Naruto sighed. Where is that idiot? Naruto was tempted to just leave her house despite all the tension she built up worrying over Tobirama's well-being. She really wanted to know what happened and then again, she didn't want to hear a word. Naruto stood in the middle of the room and sighed heavily. Seriously, where was that man? Eep. Naruto squealed in shock as strong arms encircled her waist and soon found herself on her back, looking to the ceiling. She glared lightly as Tobirama's face came into view. That sly smirk on his face made Naruto want to punch him. Naruto opted to flicking his nose. Where the heck were you? I was worried. Tobirama placed his hands either side of his beloved's head and lowered his face to her, barely touching noses as he whispered. I was around. Just watching you trying to find me. Very cute indeed. Placing a light kiss on her nose that made her blush lightly. I've got you now, my blonde vixen. Kissing lightly around her jaw. Naruto giggled and tried to push Tobirama away. Stop it, it tickles. Pulling his face away and held his head in her hands. Mind telling me why you're wearing a genjutsu on your face, Tobi love? She was soon wearing Tobirama's sly smirk when a tinge of pink dusted his cheeks. Tobirama sighed and released the hinge. Naruto's eyes widened and bursted out laughing. I knew it. The blonde chortled and ignored Tobirama's glare. I knew you wouldn't get off unharmed. Naruto died down her laughter and tightly traced his busted lip with a soft finger. One of his eyes was black and blue as his nose looked a bit busted. There were slight cuts on his face with Naruto reaching up and kissed each injury. Thank you, she whispered tenderly and leaned up to hug him tightly. Even if your face is busted up, I still find you handsome. Tobirama hugged his partner back and snuggled into her neck with a heavy sigh. I thought I was going to die. Your family is crazy. He muttered and gained a light giggle from Naruto. Tobirama felt Naruto push him onto his back and allowed her to do so. Looking up to his angel with a raised brow. Can I help you, love? Naruto ignored her burning cheeks at the name he gave her and ran her hands over his toned chest. Leaning down to whisper. Just checking where else those protective men have harmed my waterboy. Caressing his abs and elicited a strangled groan from the man beneath her. Naruto smirked as she inspected his body slowly and lightly. Watching as Tobirama wouldn't give her the pleasure of showing how he felt on his face, but Naruto could see it all in his eyes. You're good. Naruto whispered in his ear and leapt off him. Walking over to the exit and looked over her shoulder. Seeing his confused look as he gazed to her from still on the floor. Is something wrong, love? Naruto found her new pastime. Teasing Tobirama. Tobirama sat up and looked to Naruto with a confused frown. I don't think so, I just thought that, you know. Weed. He coughed nervously and looked away. Naruto giggled and walked back over to Tobirama. Patting his head lightly before turning his head to look at her. As much as I'd love to be mated with you. Placing a finger on his advancing lips and said clearly. I'm old school, Tobirama. No matter how tempted I am to have you in me, I want to wait till we're married. Can you accept this one condition? Tobirama wrapped his arms around Naruto's waist and pulled her onto his lap, placing a gentle kiss on her lips, and replied. As much as it's killing me to have you, I will respect your wishes, Naruto. You mean everything to me that not even time can separate us. I want to be with you more than anything and to start our lives together. He kissed her neck and locked eyes with her. The reason why my face is like this is because of your father. I asked for his permission for you to live with me, in a certain cottage by the forest. Naruto's eyes widened in shock as she gasped. Why you? Yes, Naruto. I rebuilt the cabin while you were out declining the marriage proposals. It was also why I haven't been sleeping lately. I would like for us to live together in the home that connects us. Waiting patiently for her answer, and added on. I'll understand if you don't want to live together right now, but remember, I'm willing to wait for eternity for you. I can wait. Naruto leaned into Tobirama with her head resting on his shoulder. Forever. She muttered softly. Just loud enough for him to hear. Tobirama held Naruto tighter. Forever and beyond then. 4 months later, Tobirama and Naruto's home. Tobirama gazed down to his sleeping beauty and traced her jawline softly as she slept. It had taken some time for the village to come to terms with their relationship. Mainly, Naruto's female friends. Every moment with Naruto in their home had been the best days of his life. Tobirama wasn't afraid to admit that he was totally smitten and deep in love with the blonde resting in their bed. Tobirama leaned down and pressed a tender kiss on the lips he loved so much, gently waking his fiancée from her sleep, and smiled softly at her as her eyes opened slowly. Morning, beautiful. He voiced deeply. Naruto blushed and returned Tobirama's smile. Honey, it is only 7 o'clock. Why'd you wake me up this early? Reaching a hand out of the covers and caressed his cheek where his red tattoo was. She wasn't mad, but she was tired. Last night was a long and draining night. It was their engagement party after all, except it was celebrated with the entire village. Naruto had to slip away after 3 hours, with Tobirama managing to fight through his crying fandom a couple of hours later. They had slept the night away in each other's embrace and didn't care about the engagement gifts at the moment. Tobirama chuckled and laid down next to her, tucking her into his body with her sliding in place perfectly. Guess what tomorrow is, Naruko? He whispered in her ear as he placed light kisses around her face. Naruto was still getting used to his affections, yet she groaned as she pushed his face away. He knew she'd attack him if he kept it up, that's why he does it, but Naruto had enough will to hold on for a while longer. She looked him deep in his velvet red eyes and replied. Saturday. Tobirama smirked and pecked her lips. And it's the first day of spring. He added. Naruto looked confused as she gazed to him. I don't get it. What aren't you telling me? Wrapping her arms tightly around his middle and rolled them over so he was on his back and rested her chin on his chest. The blue Hokage chuckled and tucked a strand of loose blonde hair behind her ear. Tomorrow is when we officially become husband and wife. Did you forget already? Tomorrow is going to be our very private and very small wedding ceremony before the village-wide wedding in 2 months. Naruto's eyes lit up in remembrance and happiness. Oh, that's right. Our big day. Naruto purred and snuggled into his chest, releasing a long and heavy sigh. Tobirama patted Naruto's back and replied. Are you okay, Naruto? Are you having doubts about getting married this quickly? I can reschedule the wedding and have. Naruto slapped a hand over Tobirama's lips and sighed again, looking down at him, and said clearly. I have absolutely no doubts whatsoever, so stop fretting over it. But after we get married comes our first night together as man and woman. She was him frown a bit and added on bluntly. I'm a virgin, Tobirama. You shouldn't worry about that, love. Tobirama whispered tenderly and stroked her hair gently. I'll take good care of you and be gentle. It will hurt at first, but I'll be there with you and hold you with all the love I possess. Naruto flushed a deep shade of red and flicked his nose. I know that. She huffed before she confessed. I'm just iffy that you've already done it with other women, that's all. It would be nice to be your first too, Databeo. Naruto, I wasn't a virgin when we met over 50 years ago. Tobirama muttered with Naruto whacking over the head with a pillow. He lightly glared at his fiancée. What now? Naruto rolled her eyes. I kind of figured that out a long time ago that you were quite the player despite being aloof. She tapped his lips playfully with a teasing smile. I'm just glad that I caught you in the end and that this. She groped his firm bicep. Body is all mine after those vowels are exchanged. Tobirama threw Naruto a dirty and lustful look. Naruto Uzumaki Namikaze, you're going to be the death of me before those vowels are even uttered. But be warned, my love, as soon as the minister allows me to claim the lips of my wife, I will be bringing you straight back here and to this bed to make 50-odd years worth of love to you. He rolled them over till his fiancée was pinned beneath him. Hearing her giggle made his heart explode and littered her neck and face with butterfly kisses. And I don't ever plan on letting you go. Forever. And beyond then. Naruto whispered breathlessly. 5 years later, Senju Cottage. The 22-years-old Naruto sat on the living room couch looking to the paper before her in disbelief. Oh my Kami. She whispered in shock and stood up suddenly and moved into the kitchen to get a glass of water. She noticed that her hands were trembling and gulped in the air as she swallowed the water. She closed her eyes tightly when she felt strong arms encircle her waist tightly as her blonde hair was moved out of the way of her neck. Naruto instinctively craned her neck to give better access to her mate. You're not going to work today, love? Tobirama whispered huskily as he lapped at her pulse point. It would be bad if the Hokage was late for work, but I'm sure the village will survive without their leader for an hour or so. Tobirama suggested but stopped kissing his wife's neck when she didn't respond to him. Naruto? Is everything okay? Turning his wife around to look her in the eyes, yet she didn't meet his gaze. Love, what is it? Holding her face lightly between his calloused palms. Naruto drew in a shaky breath as the paper in her hand crumbled in her fist. Tobirama. She started off softly and slowly looked him in the eyes. We need to talk. Tobirama froze. No, his voice cracked. No. You're not doing this right now, Naruto. You can't be doing this to me. Tobirama stormed out of the kitchen and assumed the worst-case scenario. Naruto frowned and followed after her husband. Seeing that he was about to walk out and shouted at her stubborn partner. I'm 3 weeks pregnant. Tobirama froze once more. His hand on the handle of the door and slowly faced his wife with his eyes large at what she said. What? Naruto unfolded the paper and held it before him with a shaky and soft smile. We're going to be parents, Tobirama. I'm going to be a mother. Tears of happiness were pooling at her eyes. Father, me, he pointed to himself with a shaky finger. Why you mean, you're not sick, why you were? I'm pregnant. Naruto stated again with confidence. I'm going to be a mother and you're going to be a father. Parents. Tobirama muttered and zoned in on her belly. Moving slowly over to the blonde that captured his heart and placed a hand on her middle. Looking to her in her eyes. I'm going to be a father. I'm going to be a mother. Naruto replied and squealed when Tobirama picked her up and spun them around. I'm going to be a father, he shouted in joy and kissed Naruto all over her face as she laughed and cried in delight. A father. He stopped spinning and held her tightly. A mother. Naruto cheered along with her husband and mate. Bringing their foreheads together and smiled brightly at him as she slipped her arms around his shoulders. Bachan believes that there is a high chance of our baby being a girl. Which means our baby is most likely to be a boy. Tobirama sat with Naruto in his arms on the couch. Holding her closely and kissed her lips. Our dear Hokage is going to have a baby. I'm not a Hokage in this home of ours, Tobi love. Naruto scolded and laced her fingers with his. Tobirama's lip twitched and caught sight of her wrist. I know the perfect name if you're interested. Seeing his wife and Hokage raise a slender brow on question. She must thought he was mad to have a name already chosen that they'd both approve of. Especially since her parents are currently having their third child already. Names were kind of hard to come by now that were truly unique and capable with each family. Tobirama brought her wrist into view and kissed the inside of her hand. How does Madara sound for our son? Naruto's eyes bugged out at what her husband was saying. His gaze moved to the bracelet on her arm, which Madara made for her, that he was holding with Naruto looking to Tobirama with soft and teary eyes. Really, Tobirama? Yeah. Really. He whispered and kissed her cheek. I'd be more than happy to name our son after Madara Uchiha. Naruto burst into tears and kissed Tobirama passionately on the lips. Mumbling through the kiss. I love you, Tobirama Senju. Tobirama chuckled. I love you too, Naruto Uzumaki Namikaze. Holding Naruto close to his frame as his eyes wandered to the single seat on the other side of the lounge. Seeing an astral figure of the namesake of his unborn son gazing to Naruto with love, adoration, and respect. Their eyes locked with Tobirama nodding at the ghostly figure of Madara. Madara said nothing and returned the nod. A ghost of a smile touched his lips as he parted with the wind. He would wait for Naruto in the pure world. Tobirama smiled and looked to his wife. She was happy and so was he. Forever. And beyond then. Naruto completed. XXXX. Done and dusted. I hope you enjoyed this story. End.